Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Horse Racing. To be honest, Song Yukon himself is not a very suspicious person. But, just like that, two people who met on the street pulled his horse reins and said they would help him solve the problem. No matter how you look at it, this matter itself is all kinds of outrageous and hard to believe. And in this moment of hesitation, several figures behind the street have already caught up with him on horseback, and surrounded Song Yukon, Chu Yun, and Zhao Qianli in front of the gate of Bupin Pavilion. Run, where can you run to? The leader, riding a white horse, looked at Song Yukon viciously with a crazy smile on his face. Song Yukon's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what you say, I will not give up those shops. Just give up on this idea." "Oh, so you were going to default on your debt?" The leading man sneered and said, "It was your Huoyan Chamber of Commerce that proposed to settle this matter with a horse race. Whoever wins will own those industries. Now that you have lost, you are going to turn your back on us, right? There is no such a good thing. It is obvious that you used despicable means and did something to my horse, otherwise, how could it suddenly stiffen its body and foam at the mouth halfway through the run, and fall to the ground and twitch to death?" Song Yukon was angry and stared at the man and said, "Wang Yuanshan, do you dare to let me examine my horse's corpse to see if it died of poisoning? If nothing is found, I am willing to admit defeat, but if poisoning is found, then it is your Thunder Chamber of Commerce that has violated the rules." Hee, okay, if I can find the body of your horse, I'd like to do an inspection, but unfortunately, we don't remember where the horse died. Wang Yuanshan sneered, looking fearless. On the side, Chu Yun turned his head and looked at Zhao Qianli after hearing this, and the latter shrugged his shoulders at him. Hearing this, the matter was already very clear. The body of the horse was definitely disposed of by Wang Yuanshan. Even if Song Yukon wanted to find it again, he would not be able to find it. And if the other party cared so much about the body of the horse, then Song Yukon's guess that the horse was poisoned might be true. "You bunch of shameless villains." Song Yukon couldn't help cursing, but Wang Yuanshan was too lazy to say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he was about to lead people forward and take Song Yukon away. Song Yukon naturally refused to obey, but as the saying goes, two fists cannot beat four hands. He could not defeat these people alone. After struggling for a few times, he suddenly looked at Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli on the side, as if he saw a life-saving straw and the last hope. Save me, please, help me," Song Yukon shouted. Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli looked at each other, and he had already walked forward. The momentum of his body shook, and all the people present were shaken. These children from the Chamber of Commerce were not genius disciples in Jingxia City. Most of them were in the Wanchai realm. The one with the highest cultivation was the leader Wang Yuanshan, but he was only at the peak of the Wanchai realm, in front of Chu Yun. They were really a group of children who were not good enough. Stand there. At this time, Zhao Qianli couldn't help it. He stepped forward with his hands on his waist, and his eyes swept over Wang Yuanshan and others, saying, "Do you know where this is? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of this young master?" Wang Yuanshan and others frowned. Some of them were hot-tempered and were about to get angry when they heard this, but before they could do anything, they felt a strong force and oppression suddenly appear. They couldn't help but shivered and turned their heads to look at the source of the breath. It was Chu Yun standing in front of Zhao Qianli. "Who are you?" Wang Yuanshan took a deep breath and said, "I advise you not to get involved. It's not good to meddle in other people's business." "Coincidentally, I really want to meddle in other people's business. Bacon Mansion is a street, and you don't even ask who is the father? Who gave you the courage to run rampant on my street?" Zhao Qianli said angrily, staring at the people in front of him. After the voice fell, Wang Yuanshan and others looked at each other, and then they realized that this was actually Bacon Street in North City. When Song Yukon ran out in the chaos, they were only concerned with chasing him and didn't notice where he ran to. They thought that as long as they didn't enter the inner city, There were still people and places in the 4 districts of the outer city that they couldn't afford to offend. Now, here comes one. Bacon Street is the property of the Chi Wang mansion. Now it is handed over to Zhao Qianli, the second son of Prince Cheng. They naturally can't afford to offend such a royal property. Suddenly, a group of people sweated coldly, and even Song Yukin, who asked for help, was startled all of a sudden, and then realized who he had come to. Tell me, what's going on? Zhao Qianli sat on a broken log, crossed his legs, and looked at Song Yukin. Your Highness. Song Yukin seemed to have seen a savior, and hurried forward to tell him everything. It turned out that the cause of today's incident was a dispute between the Fire and Thunder Chambers of Commerce. The Fire Chamber of Commerce had been operating in the outer city for many years, but it has been weakening recently. As a latecomer, the Thunder Chamber of Commerce wanted to stand out, so it set its sights on its predecessor. Not long ago, the people of the Thunder Chamber of Commerce bribed the shopkeeper of the Fire Chamber of Commerce, who managed 5 or 6 shops on the street, before he joined the Fire Chamber of Commerce. These industries were all owned by the shopkeeper, and after joining, the 2 parties had not yet completed the transfer procedures. Now, the shopkeeper has joined the Thunder Chamber of Commerce. There is nothing to say about the person, but these industries are worth arguing about, because these industries once belonged to this shopkeeper, and later this shopkeeper joined the Fire Chamber of Commerce, and the 2 sides merged. In fact, these industries are already the property of the Fire Chamber of Commerce, but the procedures have not been completed yet. After the shopkeeper joined the Thunder Chamber of Commerce, the Thunder Chamber of Commerce seized this opportunity and made a big fuss. They insisted on forcibly taking over the industries belonging to the Fire Chamber of Commerce in the name of the shopkeeper. The Fire Chamber of Commerce naturally would not agree. The 2 sides entangled for a long time on this point. If this kind of thing happened in the Simple Folk Customs Zhenyao Prefecture, it would naturally be a real fight at the first time, and whoever wins would listen to whoever wins. However, in Daming Prefecture, this is a civilized place. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the city. The conflict between the 2 chambers of commerce must be resolved in other ways, and this way is a very popular event in Daming Prefecture: horse racing. The 2 sides replaced fighting with horse racing, and the young masters of their respective chambers of commerce fought to determine the winner. Whoever won, the industries belonged to his family. However, during the game, the horse that Song Yukin rode suddenly foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground stiffly and died, allowing Wang Yuanshan to win directly. Song Yukin was naturally unacceptable to such a result. Before Wang Yuanshan and others forced him to sign the transfer contract, he simply robbed someone else's horse and escaped. Then, he met Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli on Bacon Street. After listening to the grievances and hatreds between them, Zhao Qianli and Chu Yun looked at each other and said, "Brother Chu, what do you think?" Since the core of the problem lies in the horse, it is natural to find the horse's autopsy as soon as possible to see if there are any residual toxins in the horse's body. Chu Yun said, then looked at Wang Yuanshan, and said with a smile, "But, the horse's body can't be found now, right?" "He, you can't blame me for this." Wang Yuanshan smiled and said, "The racing field is not small. Who knows where this kid Song Yukin fell from? If he still remembers where the horse's body is, I don't mind checking the body. Otherwise, we can only abide by our established game results, right?" "You are shameless. What are you still looking for? Since you can think of poisoning the horse, you must have hidden the body afterwards." "Where can I find it?" Song Yukin was anxious and his face turned red, and he scolded. "Don't slander me," Wang Yuanshan sneered. "You said both the positive and negative things. Since you assumed that we poisoned the horse, you can say that all the favorable situations for us are premeditated by us. This person always needs evidence when speaking and doing things. You slander me like this, where is the evidence?" Song Yukin's face darkened, and he was about to curse him, but was stopped by Zhao Qianli. "Okay, what are you doing?" Zhao Qianli frowned and said, "Since we are destined to meet, and we have bumped into this young master, then I will give you a solution for today's matter. You don't have to worry about whether the horse was poisoned or not. That page is over, and you can compete again." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Almost without hesitation, he agreed directly. It's all up to His Royal Highness the Prince to arrange this. Song Yukon was in a dilemma. The reason why he was so conflicted was actually very simple. His good horse had died. If he found another horse temporarily, its strength would definitely be far behind and inferior to Wang Yuanshan's good horse. Although horse racing also depends on the rider's operation and strength, the quality of the horse itself is also an extremely important factor, and even the main factor affecting the outcome. Riding a medium quality or even inferior horse to fight against someone else's superior horse, it is not to say that you can't win, but it is too difficult. Of course, in order to ensure fairness, both of you don't have to use your own horses. There are many good horses in this young master's house. You can choose two from them. At this time, Dao Qianli added slowly, ... After the voice fell, Wang Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, and the smug look on his face disappeared in an instant. Song Yukon's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly, saying, "Your Highness is really fair, I agree." "Okay, since you all agree, let's go." Dao Qianli nodded, turned around and entered Bacon Mansion. "Let's go. You have already promised His Highness, you won't regret it now, right?" Song Yukon's face was swept away by the haze, and he turned his head to look at Wang Yuanshan, whose face changed, and even stabbed him with words. "Humphrey." Wang Yuanshan snorted coldly and said, "What are you proud of? People who don't know would think you have won. Even if you use other people's horses, you can't beat me in terms of technology and strength." As they said that, the two of them walked into Bacon Mansion together, almost without any order, and went to the stables of Bacon Mansion with Dao Qianli. Dao Qianli has lived a dandy life in the past 3 years, walking birds and playing with dogs, racing horses, which are naturally indispensable. There are also many top horses in his own stables. However, these treasures are naturally impossible to lend out casually. After Dao Qianli walked into the stable, he picked out some ordinary horses with similar qualities. "Okay, a dozen horses are enough. You can choose from them," Dao Qianli said generously. Song Yukon and Wang Yuanshan stared at the horses left and right, but they really couldn't tell which horse had more advantages. In the end, Song Yukon was the first to put down his entanglement and chose a red horse with a more favorite color. Then he raised his chin and looked at Wang Yuanshan. The latter snorted again and chose a black horse from it. "Let's go. There is a special race course in my mansion," Dao Qianli said, and led the two to the race course next to the stable. During this process, Song Yukon and Wang Yuanshan took a breath of cold air. No matter how rich an ordinary family is, it is impossible for them to build a race course in their own mansion in Jingxia City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Is this the world of the big guys? Seeing this, Chu Yun also shook his head and smiled. After all, he was the prince of the Qi Wang mansion. Even if his cultivation was a little weak, his material life was absolutely incomparable to that of ordinary people. Arriving at the racecourse, Dao Qianli came to a high platform with an excellent view and found the servants and maids in charge of the racecourse in the mansion, and asked them to arrange, clear the road, and prepare for the race. Chapter 152 Generous Rewards. Snap! A long whip was swung in the air, and it shook suddenly, making a crisp whip sound. Tap, tap, tap. 2 horse hooves rushed out from the starting line of the racecourse almost in no particular order, one red and one black, each running wildly towards the road ahead. Even in such a fantasy world, horses are still the earliest domesticated animals by humans. Later, after the emergence of warriors, people began to tame horse-like monsters. In Daming Prefecture, since warriors are prohibited from flying, even those strong men in the mountain and sea realm usually ride horses when they want to go out. For those whose cultivation is lower than the mountain and sea realm, it goes without saying that riding a good horse is a very face-saving and practical thing. Chu Yun sat on the high platform, watching the 2 horses one after the other, almost not giving up an inch, chasing each other, and his mood was also mobilized. Maybe this is the nature of men. When seen this kind of fierce pursuit and competition that does not give up an inch, it is difficult to suppress the excitement and stimulation. that Song Yukon will definitely win. Zhao Qianli looked at the situation in the field and saw that Song Yukon was half a body ahead, so he said very confidently, "Are you so sure?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about horse racing, so naturally he didn't know how Qianli came to such a certain conclusion. Could it be that Song Yukon's horse racing skills were very superb? Zhao Qianli laughed and said, "The riding skills of these two people are actually similar, and the quality of the horses is also similar. The real test of this game is only the mentality of both sides. From this point of view, Song Yukon is much ahead of Wang Yuanshan." Indeed, Chu Yun nodded. He didn't understand horse racing, but he knew a little about human hearts and emotions. Through the previous conversation between Song Yukon and Wang Yuanshan, the two were basically sure that Wang Yuanshan had indeed poisoned Song Yukon's horse and used very dishonorable means. Now, the two of them unexpectedly bumped into His Royal Highness. Facing Zhao Qianli's identity, the two of them were already under great pressure. Among them, Wang Yuanshan, an ignominious character, was undoubtedly under more pressure. He was afraid that Zhao Qianli would find trouble with him. Song Yukon was different. If what he said was true, his mentality should be very relaxed. After all, he had already lost in the previous horse race, and now this temporary extra race, no matter what the result, would be a better result for him. It was a business where he would lose without loss and win with a lot of money. Under such different psychological states, there was a gap in the two of them. Now Song Yukon seized the opportunity to surpass Wang Yuanshan by half a head in a bend, which immediately made Wang Yuanshan's psychological pressure even greater, and he frequently whipped the black horse's butt with a whip. "This bastard, he doesn't cherish my horse at all." Zhao Qianli cursed immediately, and the final result, just as Zhao Qianli expected, was that the first person to cross the finish line was Song Yukon from the Huoyan Chamber of Commerce. 2 seconds after he arrived at the finish line, Wang Yuanshan was extremely unwilling to ride the black horse across the finish line. From this, it can be seen how outrageous the gap between the two in this race is. 2 seconds may not seem like much, but in fact, it is already a very exaggerated gap in a speed race. It is even more terrifying when reflected in the position and distance. The winner has been decided. Zhao Qianli stood up from the high platform, looked at the two people below, and said, "The grudge between your two chambers of commerce will come to an end here. This game will be supervised by me throughout the whole process. If you have any objections in the future, feel free to come to Bupinglu to find me. Now, go and sign the contract." He waved his hand, and two maids immediately came up from the high platform and brought up the contract document that had just been drafted, asking Wang Yuanshan and Song Yukon to sign it. "Thank you, Your Highness, for presiding over justice." Song Yukon was excited and happy. He took the contract document and signed his name on it. For him, today's incident can only be described by a poem. That is, when there is no way out, there is a new hope in despair. After Song Yukon signed the contract, his eyes immediately fell on Wang Yuanshan behind him, who still had a look of reluctance and resentment on his face. But, when the maid came to him with the contract document, Wang Yuanshan still pinched his nose and accepted it. He picked up the pen with a black face, signed his name in a sloppy manner, and completed the contract. There is no way. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. This is Bacon Mansion, the territory of His Royal Highness Zhao Qianli. This game was also completed under the witness of Zhao Qianli, and it was fair and just. Unless he didn't want to give Zhao Qianli a little face, he had to admit the result. As for flipping the table of the second prince of Qi Wangfu, this kind of thing, few people in the whole Jingxia city dared to do it, and even if they did it with courage, the end would probably be very miserable, because no matter how good Zhao Qianli's martial arts skills are, when he walks outside, he represents the Qi Wang mansion and the royal family of the Tangji dynasty. The halo of his identity alone is enough to make others feel suffocated. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing this, Song Yukon laughed and thanked Zhao Qianli again. "No need to thank me, I just presided over justice." Zhao Qianli looked arrogant and added at the end, "If you encounter any injustice in the future, you can come to Bupinglu to find me." Bupinglu. This was the second time Song Yukon heard this name, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Zhao Qianli paused and said, That is a special organization established by this young master. If anyone has any injustice, come to Bupinglu. Remember this name. Song Yukon was stunned by the bluff, and could only nod blankly, secretly remembering this name in his heart. Chu Yun, who was watching, could not help but chuckle bitterly, thinking to himself, "My good brother, your advertisement is too blunt. It is so pervasive that it is impossible to defend against it." At this time, as the contract was signed, a system prompt sound appeared in Chu Yun's mind, announcing the completion of the task. Ding! Congratulations, the task is completed. The task reward, 5 Earth-grade baits, 10 spiritual-grade baits, and 30 ordinary-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check it. After the system prompt sounded, Chu Yun's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of satisfaction. The reason was that the task was too simple and the reward was too generous. At this time, Chu Yun could not help but feel fortunate again that building the Buping building with Qianli was a very correct idea, and thought, not only did it fit in with the system, but the reward was also ridiculously high. Such a simple task had such a generous reward. Of course, Chu Yun also knew that this could be due to the first special task, but as the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two. There will definitely be other special tasks in the future, which is very worth looking forward to. Chapter 153 Pegasus Unicorn. The matter between Song Yukon and Wang Yuanshan was finally resolved. Although not everyone was satisfied, he dared not say anything to those who were dissatisfied. When the two left, Wang Yuanshan was dejected, like a defeated rooster, with a face full of unwillingness and helplessness. Song Yukon thanked Zhao Qianli profusely, and under Zhao Qianli's emphasis and request, he deeply remembered the name of Bupinglu, and promised that if he encountered any injustice in the future, or if someone around him encountered any injustice, he would go to Bupinglu to find him. In this way, the first business was completed. Zhao Qianli gained satisfaction and joy, while Chu Yun gained more, with 5 Earth-grade baits, 10 spiritual baits, and 30 ordinary baits. That night, Chu Yun spent a lot of time just fishing by the pond. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 300 years of martial arts enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a set of Linian armor of Earth-grade spiritual weapons. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a picture of the heavenly fire divine wind array. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the Earth-grade martial arts method Vajra indestructible gong. Great perfection. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a Pegasus unicorn. The 5 Earth-grade rewards are all very generous. Needless to say, 300 years of martial arts enlightenment is a must-have point for home and travel. Although Chu Yun currently does not have a suitable heaven-grade martial arts method to directly max it out, there will always be one in the future, and getting it is earning. Linian armor and Vajra indestructible gong are both extremely powerful aids to improve defense. The name of Vajra indestructible gong sounds very hard, and in fact it is really hard. It belongs to the same way as the eternal rejuvenation gong. It does not focus on other special skills, but special skills that specialize in improving defense. Linian armor is a complete set of armor, covering from head to toe. It has a complete range of defenses for various attributes. It has strong defense against various attacks such as wind, fire, lightning, and freezing. The best thing is that it can be attached to the body immediately with just a thought, and it is very convenient to wear. As for the Sky Fire Divine Wind formation, it goes without saying that it is similar to the Sky Water Flowing Cloud formation that Chu Yun used before. The one-time killing weapon formation diagram can basically trap the existence of Nirvana, and this last item, the Pegasus Unicorn, is the most surprising reward for Chu Yun. It is a snow-white horse with 2 wide white wings on its back, a spiral horn on its head, and 2 quiet and pure eyes, which looks full of divine light. This shape is simply terrible. I would like to call it a girl killer. Chu Yun shook his head and gave a very pertinent evaluation of the appearance of the Pegasus unicorn. What Chu Yun cares about most is naturally not the appearance of this spirit beast, but its ability. As a ground-grade spirit beast, it is just like the gold-digging spirit beast Da Huang. Its combat capability is not strong, and it is only equivalent to the level of a human Wanshai realm warrior. But, Just as the gold-digging spirit beast has the ability to hunt for treasures, this Pegasus unicorn also has its own special ability, that is speed, the ultimate speed. When humans reach the mountain and sea realm, they can fly in the air, but unless they are warriors with special talents or special means, no matter how high the realm is, the natural improvement of flying speed is actually very limited. If the initial flying speed of a warrior in the early stage of the mountain and sea realm is regarded as 100, then the initial flying speed of a peak warrior in the mountain and sea realm is only about 110. When it comes to the Nirvana realm, it is only between 150 and 200 at most, and the gap with the mountain and sea realm is not particularly large. But of course, the higher the cultivation of the strong, the more likely it is to master some special means, whether it is equipment, skills, or martial arts. They can all increase the flying speed, so in actual combat, the flying speed of the Nirvana realm warrior is overwhelming for the mountain and sea realm. The Pegasus unicorn is a super killer weapon that increases speed. Its own flying speed has reached the level of Nirvana, and when someone rides it, its fastest speed can even approach the peak of Nirvana. Of course, this peak speed can only last for a very short time, which is a burst speed, but at normal speed, it is also faster than ordinary Nirvana. Moreover, more importantly, the Pegasus unicorn itself also has a healing aura, which can provide rich vitality supplements for all the lives around it, which is also effective for itself. When it is injured, it can rely on the aura to heal itself, and when it is not injured, this aura can make it ignore fatigue. In other words, it can fly at the speed of Nirvana all the time, without feeling tired or needing to rest. It is completely imaginable how powerful this is when traveling. At the beginning, Chu Yun came to Daming Prefecture from the demon-suppressing mansion. It took him several days to fly by himself, but if he came on the Pegasus unicorn, it would probably only take 1 day and 1 night, lie on the horse to sleep, and arrive early the next morning. You know, even ordinary Nirvana realm warriors can't fly at full speed without sleep. That kind of consumption is very terrible. Chu Yun can fly continuously without rest because he can recover through the eternal rejuvenation technique. In fact, even a real Nirvana realm warrior is not as good as him in terms of rushing. In the following days, Chu Yun lived very peacefully in Bacon Mansion. Everything was going on as scheduled. The foundation of the Bupping building was laid and it was being built up layer by layer. After listening to Chu Yun's opinions, Zhao Qianli felt that he couldn't just wait in the mansion, so he ran outside these days. For example, the urban areas where the poor gathered were the most favored by His Royal Highness, because in the face of injustice, those who could not resist or were powerless to resist were often these poor people at the bottom. It's true that Chu Yun followed Zhao Qianli several times, and after a search through the streets and alleys, he really found a lot of villains who were causing trouble in the village. Of course, these people are bullies in the eyes of the locals, but in front of Zhao Qianli, they are just small hooligans who can't stand up to the stage. They usually bully the people with their bravery, but in front of the real big men, they are nothing. In this way, relying on the eradication of a few bullies, the reputation of Bupping gradually spread in some urban areas. According to the past situation, when the hooligans in an area are cleared out, there will often be a new wave to replace the previous ones. But this time, after the bullies were eradicated, the rest of the hooligans heard the news and couldn't help but flee, and all ran to the countryside to hide. There is no way. The identity of this person is too heavyweight. As long as you get involved, you are basically in trouble, and no one wants to touch the bad luck at this time. Of course, they will not quit the hooligans industry. After all, the days of idling and bullying are still very comfortable. They just think that when the prince gets tired of this, they will come out again. However, they will definitely have to pay a very painful price for this wrong perception, because Zhao Qianli is not just playing around this time. After each time he fights for justice, he will leave his contact information at Bupping Building on Bacon Street to the local victims. If there is anything else in the future, you can go to Bupping Building to find him. The after-sales service is very thoughtful. It's great. This kind of life is what I want. After Zhao Qianli dealt with a few more bullies, he followed Chu Yun back to Bupping Building. On the way, He was always reminiscing about the excitement and joy. He looked at Chu Yun and said, "Good brother, do you know that those of us who have not gotten rid of vulgar tastes have a desire to destroy in our bones? Smashing things, bullying people, these bad things will bring us the pleasure of venting. But the bad thing is that there is still something called morality in our hearts, like a rope, hanging our necks, so that we can't sink easily. But now, the situation is different. It feels good to bully people, but we can't do it. But it feels good to bully bad guys, and we can do it. Although there is no sense of accomplishment in cleaning up those ruffians, it should be said that it feels good. Alas, why didn't I wake up earlier before?" After listening to such a self-monologue, Chu Yun couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Are you considered to have released the devil in your heart? Count it. But is a devil who specializes in fixing bad guys still a devil?" Zhao Qianli smiled strangely. Chu Yun looked at him calmly and said, "Generally speaking, it doesn't count, but everything is afraid of going to extremes. Many times, if a person has the mentality of I am doing the right thing and uses extreme means to promote certain things and deal with certain people, the destructive power that this person can cause when he goes astray is stronger than many purely bad people. Of course, I'm not referring to you. Just to be a warning." After the voice fell, Zhao Qianli's expression gradually became serious, and the smile on his face faded a little bit. Finally, he nodded, pondered for a long time and said, "Brother Chu's advice, I will remember it." Chu Yun smiled and patted his shoulder. By the way, at this time, Zhao Qianli suddenly smiled, blinked mysteriously at Chu Yun, and said, "I prepared a special gift for you today. Just come with me to see it." "What gift?" Chu Yun was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and was a little curious. "You'll know when you get here." Zhao Qianli laughed and brought Chu Yun to the cafeteria of Buping building. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a large table in the middle, which was filled with various fragrant dishes. Obviously, they were all cooked at a certain time and just out of the pot. In the middle of the table, there was a lid on the pot. "I don't know what was inside. Is this the gift you mentioned?" Chu Yun looked at the table of dishes. Although the specifications were very high, they were available every day these days. To be honest, they were not special gifts. It shouldn't be worth Zhao Qianli's mentioning it deliberately, right? At this time, Zhao Qianli smiled and came forward to open the lid in the middle of the table. Suddenly, a strange food aroma came to his face. Ah, this. Chu Yun showed a trace of surprise on his face. What he saw was a bowl of noodle soup. It looked ordinary, but its soup was fiery red, and it was piled with red peppers cut into small pieces. It looked very spicy, but under the careful adjustment of the chef, it exuded a spicy smell. He looked at Zhao Qianli with some surprise and couldn't help laughing. "Where did you find these peppers from?" "Western regions." Zhao Qianli looked proud and chuckled. "After listening to what you said that day, I asked someone to ask around and found out that there was such a special ingredient in the Western regions. So I spent a lot of money to find Western region merchants and asked them to send a box over as soon as possible. These things arrived last night. I went to Shunshin restaurant and studied all night before I found a more delicious way to cook it. I made it for you today." As he said that, Zhao Qianli brought the bowl of unimaginably red spicy noodle soup to Chu Yun and said, "Come on. Try this thing. How does it taste?" Chu Yun heard that and felt a slight warmth in his heart. He picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He felt the spicy taste instantly spread from the tip of his tongue to his entire upper body. With a hiss sound, the noodles were sucked into his mouth, and the spicy and warm taste also entered his body all at once, flowing through his limbs. "It's delicious, and it still tastes familiar. But why do you have to rush it and make it today? I can eat it tomorrow, too." Chu Yun smiled bitterly, looking at the dark circles under Zhao Qianli's eyes, and said, "Because today is your birthday." Zhao Qianli was stunned for a moment. My birthday?" Chu Yun was also stunned, and after a long time of confusion, he gradually came back to his senses. "Yes, today is March 22nd, his birthday." Chu Yun had a vague idea of birthdays in his previous life, because he didn't have many friends and didn't celebrate his birthday too deliberately. After coming to this fantasy world, he didn't care about it even more. However, he never expected that Zhao Qianli would remember it immediately after he just mentioned it to him casually, and then specially prepared such a thoughtful surprise on the day of his birthday. At this time, Chu Yun also discovered that the bowl of spicy soup noodles was a stick connected from beginning to end, with 2 poached eggs on it. "This is a bowl of longevity noodles, brother. What's wrong with you?" Zhao Qianli saw Chu Yun didn't speak for a long time, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Chu Yun's eyes. It's okay. Chu Yun smiled slowly, looked at Zhao Qianli, and suddenly said, "Brother Zhao, has anyone told you that you are very handsome?" "Haha, now it has." Zhao Qianli laughed. Chapter 154, The Soft Persimmon. Under Zhao Qianli's personal supervision, the construction of Buping Building was completed as scheduled with the efforts of hundreds of craftsmen. In just 1 month, a 9-story building rose on Bacon Street. Not to mention in Bacon District, even in the inner city, it was extremely rare, like a crane standing out from a flock of chickens. On the day when Buping Building was completed, Chu Yun moved out of Bacon Mansion and moved into this luxurious 9-story building with Zhao Qianli. On that day, the old housekeeper also prepared a grand event, hanging lights and colorful decorations on Bacon Street, and invited a special performing arts team to perform in front of Buping Building, making it so prosperous and lively. At this point, at least many people in Bacon District have already known the existence of such a place as Buping Building, and the slums farther away have already remembered this name. Regardless of how long they can hold out for their slogans, at least at this moment, if anyone encounters injustice, as long as they go to the door of Buping Building, they can basically get it solved. 9 out of 10 people can leave with satisfaction and be grateful to Buping Building. As for the only one left, almost all of them were involved in some problems, but they were the first to complain. Zhao Qianli naturally would not tolerate this situation. When the celebration reached noon, it was close to mealtime. The old housekeeper generously set up a buffet and spread it out on the entire street outside Buping Building. Anyone who went there could eat at will, and the quality of the dishes was very high. They were all things that ordinary people would not eat at ordinary times. In this way, naturally, people who came here would have a particularly deep impression of Buping Building. Chu Yun stood on the attic, watched the excitement for a while, and then moved his eyes elsewhere. As the saying goes, when you are on the top of the mountain, you can see all the small mountains. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Standing on the 9th floor of the Buping Building, he could see most of the North City District, because there was no other building in the entire city that was taller than the Buping Building. It is foreseeable that the 9-story building of the Buping Building will even become a local landmark in the future, with special representative significance. When Chu Yun glanced at the courtyard, his brows quickly frowned. There was Yang's courtyard, next to the Buping Building. At this moment, in the courtyard, little Yang Jian was practicing hard, while his sister Yang Xiaoqan was still sleeping under the poplar tree. Suddenly, there were 2 bangs, and the courtyard door was pushed open, and then 3 young men walked in. Each of them looked big and strong, about 17 or 18 years old. "Young master, how are you?" The leading young man had short hair and looked almost bald. When he spoke, he rubbed his hair with his hands, and a very careless smile appeared on his face, with a bad look. "Zhang Qin, what are you doing here?" When little Yang Jian saw the young man, his expression paused slightly. He put the iron bucket in his hand on the ground, rubbed his sore arm, and moved 2 steps to the side without leaving a trace. His sister Yang Xiaoqan was sleeping under the tree in that direction. "Young master, what you said is too chilling, isn't it? We were once the old men of Shunfeng Escort Agency. Can't we come to see you?" Zhang Qin smiled playfully and tickled his ear with his little finger. "Don't come on," little Yang Jian said in a deep voice. "You were expelled by my father for stealing the escort items. You are no longer a member of Shunfeng Escort Agency. If it weren't for your brother Zhonglong who strongly protected you as the main culprit, you would have been broken for such a taboo. How dare you claim to be a member of my Shunfeng Escort Agency now?" As soon as the voice fell, the smile on Zhang Qin's face quickly disappeared. Thinking back to that experience, his eyes quickly became vicious. It turned out that Zhang Qin and Wang Wu and Zhao He behind him were originally members of Shunfeng Escort Agency, but they were all ordinary in character. Once they owed gambling debts and couldn't pay them back, They even thought of stealing the goods. As a result, they were caught on the spot because their methods were too crude. Logically speaking, as a martial artist of the escort agency, the goods should be more important than life. This kind of behavior of stealing by the public is definitely a violation of the most inviolable bottom line. As the main offender, Jong Kin was punished by having his hands broken. But, Jong Kin also has an elder brother named Jong Long, who is an old man of the escort agency. He has worked with Yang Jian's father for many years and has made great contributions. In order to protect this useless younger brother, he cut off one of his fingers without saying a word to atone for Jong Kin's sins, and Jong Long has already done this. It is reasonable that the escort agency should not punish Jong Kin and the other two severely, so they expelled them and hastily ended the matter, which is considered to be letting Jong Kin go. Bah! Jong Kin spat on the ground, pointed at little Yang Jian and cursed, "Don't talk like you guys have done such a great thing. If you hadn't forced him, my brother wouldn't have cut off his own finger. Now, he's gone out with your escort agency and will die without a burial place. As your younger brother, I came here today for nothing else but to ask for compensation. Your escort agency must pay for my brother's death." Hearing this, little Yang Jian's breathing stagnated slightly, thinking of his father's death and the annihilation of Shun's escort agency. He was filled with grief for a while, but soon he shook his head and said in a deep voice, "My mother has distributed the pensions to all the brothers who died. Brother Jong Long's share has long been given to your mother." Jong Kin sneered. He knew about this. In fact, the day after the pension was issued, he went home and snatched the money, and then took his two brothers out to spend money. Now that the money was gone, he set his sights on Shun's escort agency. After all, you have to pick on the weak. And now Shun's escort agency is left with only Yang and her two orphans and a daughter. They are as easy to bully as they can be. Hee. Is it enough to just give the money to that old man? My brother's death is worth this little money? I tell you, it's impossible. Since you gave the money to that old man, you have to give me a share, Jong Kin said, taking a big step and rushing into the yard. He sneered as he walked, and said, "I heard that you just sold Shun's escort agency. Although it was a bit of a loss, I still have 10,000 taels of silver in my hand. Brother, I need it urgently now, so please ask my sister-in-law to come out and help me out." Chapter 155, Despicable. As he said that, Jong Kin sneered and rushed into the hall deep in the yard. To be honest, he brought his two brothers here this time for money, but when he thought of Yang's weak and docile appearance, he couldn't help but have an evil thought in his heart. In the past, when he was still in Shun's escort agency, he naturally didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts, and Yang rarely showed up in front of the martial artists of the escort agency. But now, Shun's escort agency has long been scattered, leaving only a pair of orphans and widows. No one will stop him from doing anything he wants, so he can do whatever he wants, and it would be best to get both money and people. Thinking of this, Jong Kin had already come to the hall, and his two brothers, when they heard that there was money to be made, were naturally very active. When they approached the hall, they looked around as if they were following into their own backyard, looking for Yang's figure. Stop right there. Little Yang Jian's face turned cold. He glanced at Yang Xiaokan, who was still sleeping under the tree, paused for a moment, then took a step and chased after her, blocking her in the hall, standing in front of Jong Kin and the other two. "Oh, is the young master unhappy?" Jong Kin had a playful look on his face, looking at little Yang Jian, who was only a little taller than his waist, with mockery in his eyes. Beside him, Wang Wu was in a hurry to get the money, and naturally didn't want to get entangled with this little guy, so he strode forward, grabbed little Yang Jian's shoulder, and was about to throw him out. The big hand just reached forward, but little Yang Jian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. His already short body squatted forward, and his shoulder brushed past Wang Wu's big hand, leaving the other party with one hand. Wang Wu's face changed. He didn't expect this little guy to be so flexible. He didn't succeed in grabbing him with one grab. When he was about to grab him with both hands, he found that Yang Jian, who had come to him, had already gathered all his strength and rushed forward with both fists. hitting him directly under the ribs. Bang, bang, these two muffled sounds rang out, and Wang Wu's body suddenly curled up in pain like a roasted shrimp, hissing and sucking in cold air. The lower half of the ribs is a relatively weak part of the human body. Although Yang Jian's strength is not great, he actually grabbed it accurately and did not hesitate to attack. This blow still caused Wang Wu a lot of damage. In fact, Yang Jian is still too pure and too upright. With his height, the most suitable area to hit is actually Wang Wu's abdomen. If these two straight punches hit Wang Wu's abdomen, Wang Wu would have difficulty standing up in the future, not to mention standing up now. Hiss, brat! Wang Wu's body twitched and twisted, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He raised his head and stared at Yang Jian, and was about to curse him. But who would have thought that when he raised his head, Yang Jian turned around and kicked him on the temple. There was a bang sound, and Wang Wu's head hit the ground heavily, and he completely fell into a coma and lost consciousness. Get out of here right now! Yang Jian stared at Zhang Qin and Zhao He, with a cold face, and issued a warning again. And he knocked Wang Wu to the ground in a few seconds, which really scared Zhang Qin and Zhao He. Even when they were fighting on the streets, they rarely saw someone knocking people down so quickly. It was even more difficult to imagine that such skills came from a boy of 8 or 9 years old. Zhang Qin narrowed his eyes. He not only wanted money, but also wanted to get both money and people. With his inflated mind, how could he be easily scared away? He winked at Zhao He beside him, who immediately understood and moved to the back of Yang Jian. This was also a common tactic used by street hooligans in fights. As long as there were more people than the opposite side, no matter how many more, they would find a way to go around and attack from both sides. Originally, I just wanted to get my brother's pension back, but now, you have injured my brother. It's really unreasonable not to pay several thousand taels of silver for the cost of making soup and medicine. Zhang Qin sneered and spoke to attract Yang Jian's attention. On the other side, Zhao He had already touched the back of Yang Jian, and the three of them stood in a straight line. Get him! Zhang Qin roared, and together with Zhao He and the other two, they rushed towards Yang Jian at the same time. Although the two of them were both useless hooligans, at the age of 17 or 18, and their cultivation had not yet reached the Qianjun realm, the 8-year-old Yang Jian had an even lower cultivation level, much lower than these two. Yang Jian's face darkened, and soul light appeared around him, transforming into a slender black dog. This was his martial soul, ranked 5th grade, named Howling Moon Dog. At this moment, facing the attack of Zhang Qin and the others, Yang Jian released his martial soul and then separated from Howling Moon Dog, one in front and one behind, and each met Zhang Qin and Zhao He. Warriors whose cultivation level was not as good as the Qianjun realm had very weak spiritual power and soul power. When fighting, they often could not rely too much on the martial soul, because the martial soul at this time did not have the ability to fight alone, and the warriors themselves had to use their thoughts to control the actions of the martial soul. In this case, the warriors have to fight and control their martial souls, which makes it easy for them to be unable to do two things at the same time. Only when the cultivation reaches the Qianjun realm, the martial soul has the basic independent combat ability and can be widely used in battle. Gangsters like Zhang Qin and Zhao He, who have the cultivation of the flesh realm, never use their martial souls when fighting. Once they are distracted and cannot control it well, their martial souls will be destroyed and will backfire on themselves. So, when they saw that Yang Jian summoned his own martial soul to deal with Zhang He, they all sneered, thinking that young and inexperienced boys, with only the cultivation of the flesh realm, what martial soul can they use? It's called the flesh realm, and fighting must rely on the flesh. I see your martial soul being destroyed later, won't you cry on the spot? However, the slender black dog spirit, under the control of Yang Jian, was extremely agile. When it approached Zhao He, it suddenly jumped up in front of Zhao He's attack, and scratched Zhang He's back with its 2 claws, leaving 2 very long bloody marks. Ah! Zhao He screamed, feeling a burning sensation on his back, and his pounce missed. The black dog spirit behind him suddenly turned and bit his butt fiercely. With a puff, the bite was solid, and several sharp canine teeth pierced into the flesh. Zhao He's eyes widened instantly, and he jumped up, his eyes full of fear, and he ran out of the door, ran out of the yard, and left. John Kin, wait, I'll go find someone. He only said this, and he ran away without a trace. Fuck you. John Kin couldn't help but widen his eyes and cursed angrily. The feelings between street thugs are often so simple and real. When they see that the situation is not right, they will run away immediately. However, even if both brothers were killed by this little guy, John Kin was not panicked at all, because he could see that Yang Jian was already at the end of his strength. When Yang Jian controlled the black dog to fight He just now, he was doing two things at the same time. Basically, he didn't have much combat power, just circling back and forth with him. In fact, John Kin's judgment was correct. With Yang Jian's current 4th grade cultivation in the physical realm, his soul power and spiritual power could not withstand consumption. After controlling the black dog martial spirit to drive Zhang He away, a layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and even the existence of the martial spirit could not be maintained. Little Yang Jian took several deep breaths. When his martial spirit disappeared, he felt that all his strength had been drained away. He wanted to collapse on the ground and rest, but it was obviously not the time to rest, so he could only grit his teeth and stand in front of John Kin. How is it? Exhausted? John Kin sneered, staring at little Yang Jian's neck and chest. After seeing the cruel methods of this little guy, he no longer had any luck in his heart. If he attacked again, he would definitely attack little Yang Jian's vital points and make sure to cripple him with one move. It's enough to deal with you. Little Yang Jian took a deep breath, unwilling to drag it on any longer, and rushed directly towards Zhang Kin. His short body swayed left and right, and made a few fake moves, so that before Zhang Kin could figure out, the two of them had already closed in. Zhang Kin strode forward, raised his leg and swept towards Yang Jian. Zhang Kin, who often fought in the streets, had some skills that he had practiced hard. This sweeping kick was his specialty. Because it was very smooth, the opponent would often be unable to react when he was on guard. However, Yang Jian still saw some clues from the opponent's tense waist before the sweep, so he jumped up and punched Zhang Qin's neck. Zhang Qin grabbed with his big hand, and his palm pressed on the front of Yang Jian's fist. There was a difference in absolute strength between the two. Even though Zhang Qin's arm was not straightened, the force of this punch was blocked. Then, Zhang Qin grabbed Yang Jian's arm tightly, and was about to lift him up and throw him heavily to the ground. However, Yang Jian seemed to have calculated it well. When the opponent swung him up, he kicked forward with his feet and kicked Zhang Qin's neck in midair. He actually used Zhang Qin's strength to kick himself. Bang! Zhang Qin's head tilted, and his neck made a crack sound, almost breaking. His whole body was also kicked to the ground by Yang Jian. His head hit the hard ground with a bang, and blood came out of his forehead. He didn't move. Yang Jian's body, after the kick, had no strength left. He was thrown out by inertia and hit a chair. His small body smashed the chair directly. The broken wood of the chair pierced his lower back. He groaned in pain and his face suddenly turned pale. At his age, he should have cried out in pain after being thrown, not to mention the piercing of wood in his waist. The tiny wood thorns pierced his body, which was unbearable. However, Yang Jian bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from crying. After taking a few deep breaths, he stood up from the pile of wood tremblingly, and then slowly pulled out the wood stuck in his waist. Yang Jian's eyes widened in pain. His back was soaked with sweat, his body was stretched straight for a long time, and his breathing was stagnant. After the severe pain passed, he closed his eyes and gasped for air. Looking back into the hall, Wang Wu had been knocked unconscious, and Zhang Qin was also knocked to the ground. The latter's injury seemed to be more serious, and blood was flowing from his forehead. Is he dead? Yang Jian's heart tightened and he was a little worried. He was not worried about the life of this gangster, but Zhang Qin's death might bring trouble to them, an orphan and a widow. If he was taken away by the government because of murder, even if he was acting in self-defense, the government would not let him go easily. After all, outsiders knew that his family had money after selling the escort agency. With the character of those skin-peeling ghosts, they would definitely not stop until they took the opportunity to blackmail him. At this time, two figures quickly emerged in his mind. One was Grandpa Zhu, the old housekeeper of Bacon Mansion, and the other was Chu Yun, whom he had only met once. Those two were kind and capable people. If they knew about this, they might be willing to help him. Thinking of this, Yang Jian calmed down a little. He walked forward and prepared to take a look at Zhang Qin's situation and confirm whether the person was dead or not. If he was not dead, that would naturally be the best situation. However, when Yang Jian walked in front of Zhang Qin, something strange happened suddenly. The unconscious Zhang Qin suddenly opened his eyes, reached into his arms, and sprinkled a handful of lime powder, which rushed directly into Yang Jian's eyes. Little Yang Jian was caught off guard. Before he could close his eyes, he was hit by lime powder. He felt a sharp pain and couldn't open his eyes. His whole face seemed to be burned by fire. Little bastard, die! Zhang Qin had disheveled hair and blood on his face, but he had a hideous smile on his face. After stumbling to his feet, he grabbed a chair, raised it high, and was about to smash it on little Yang Jian's head. There are 3 tricks in street fighting: spreading lime, monkey stealing peaches, and stabbing eyes. Although these tricks are lowbrow, they are very effective. Zhang Qin did not faint after falling to the ground, so he was ready for a sneak attack, and he took advantage of little Yang Jian's unpreparedness and succeeded in a sneak attack. Little Yang Jian's heart was pounding, and he was full of regret and despair. He knew what it meant to spread this handful of lime. The last man in their family fell down, and his mother and weak sister would suffer misfortune. This was something he didn't want to see even if he died. Suddenly, swish, a clear sword light flashed before Yang Jian's eyes. Even though he was blinded by the lime powder and couldn't see the scene in front of him, the flash of sword light still entered his heart. Then, he heard a bang sound, and in front of Yang Jian, it seemed that something fell to the ground, accompanied by the sound of wood breaking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Disciple. What happened? A trace of confusion flashed through Yang Jian's mind, and the fear of being about to face a fatal crisis was suddenly eliminated. Then, he felt a pair of warm and powerful hands pressing on his shoulders. Don't be afraid. It was a familiar voice, very magnetic, with a hint of appreciation. Immediately, Yang Jian felt a pair of fingers wiping past his eyes, and suddenly, a very cool feeling flowed from his burning eyes to his whole body. When the fingers passed, Yang Jian's eyes, which were burned by lime powder, also recovered immediately. He opened his eyes in a daze, and then saw a figure in white standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Mr. Chu. Yang Jian recognized the identity of the man. It was Chu Yun who had visited with the old housekeeper many days ago. Moreover, because Chu Yun proposed the idea of installment payment to protect them, Yang Jian was deeply impressed by Chu Yun. When he was thinking about looking for someone to help, Chu Yun's figure also appeared in his mind. Now seeing it here, he was immediately surprised. Then, Yang Jian looked straight ahead, where he first saw a head falling to the ground, blood gushing out, shooting upwards, and splashing a gorgeous blood flower on the roof. This head, without a doubt, was Zhang Qin's. The clear sword light just now passed through Zhang Qin's neck. If it was a moment later, his life would be gone. Mr. Chu, have you been here for a long time? Yang Jian hesitated and asked. Chu Yun looked at the lime powder on his face, wiped it with his thumb, then looked at the wound on Yang Jian's back that was pierced by the wood thorn, nodded without disguising, and said, "Yes, I have noticed the situation here since these 3 people pushed the door in." As he spoke, Chu Yun smiled slightly, pointed at the injuries on Yang Jian's body, and said, "Why, will you blame me for being too late?" "No." Yang Jian shook his head and whispered, "No matter how late you acted, sir, you saved my life. No matter what your reason is, you choose to help at this time, this kindness will not change." Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and patted Yang Jian's shoulder with satisfaction, and said, "Then you might as well guess. Why did I wait until the last moment to act?" "Sir, Do you want to test me? Yang Jian asked tentatively. That's right. Chu Yun nodded and said, I could have taken action at the beginning, but to be honest, I am very interested in you, little guy, so I want to see what you would do, what you can do, and to what extent you can do it in this situation. And now, thinking of how he was panicked and blinded when a handful of lime powder was sprinkled on his face, little Yang Jian's expression suddenly became very gloomy and said, I disappointed you, sir. No, not. Chu Yun held little Yang Jian's shoulders with both hands, squatted down in front of him, his eyes level with little Yang Jian's eyes. He looked into his eyes, and said very seriously, you performed very, very well, even better than I expected. But I was ambushed by him with lime powder in the end, and I almost died. No, if you hadn't helped me, sir, I would be dead now. Little Yang Jian shook his head, extremely dissatisfied with his performance just now, because if he was alone, if no one else helped him, he would be dead now, and his mother and sister would be exposed to an extremely dangerous environment, which would be hell. You are only a child of 8 or 9 years old. Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, no one can ask a person to do anything difficult under any circumstances. That is not realistic. As a little guy who has just entered the martial arts, your performance can be called amazing. When your strength is far weaker than that of the 3 opponents, you can still defeat them. Among them, it reflects your control over the battle situation, your control of timing, your super psychological quality, and your firm execution. What I said above can basically be regarded as part of your talent. Being able to possess these qualities at the same time proves that you are a natural warrior. As for the fact that you failed to guard against the lime powder of the gangster in the end, it is a problem of another dimension, which belongs to experience, because if you have dealt with these street gangsters enough, you will naturally know what kind of despicable and dirty tricks the other party will use. With experience, you can be prepared. My satisfaction and affirmation of you is based on your talent. As for experience, this thing can be gradually supplemented and enhanced through acquired training, but talent, if you don't have it, you can't practice it. These words made Yang Jian raise his head, and look at Chu Yun with a complex and hopeful look. Chu Yun smiled slightly, stood up, and nodded to him. Master. Yang Jian immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Chu Yun, knocking his forehead 3 times. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but sighed. What a smart little guy. As he said, he walked forward, pulled up Yang Jian, wiped the dust on his forehead with his hand, and smiled at the corner of his lips, saying, from today on, I will accept you as my apprentice. You will be my disciple in the future. I don't have any other characteristics, but there is one thing, I protect my shortcomings. From today on, no one can bully you anymore. Yang Jian was pulled by Chu Yun's big hand. Hearing these words, a warm current surged in his heart. Chu Yun looked at the wound on his back, grabbed it with his big hand, and took out a resurrection fruit from the system space and sent it to Yang Jian. It's for you, eat it. Yang Jian looked at the fruit and was very surprised, because he had never seen such a magical operation as Chu Yun's, who could easily produce a fruit. It was just like taking something out of thin air. When Chu Yun asked him to eat the fruit, Yang Jian did not hesitate at all, because he knew that Chu Yun would not harm him and had no reason to harm him. Thank you, Master. Yang Jian took the radiant revival fruit and took a bite. The revival fruit tasted sweet in the mouth, and the flesh seemed to have no substance. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current and rushed into his body. In an instant, his whole body was wrapped in this warm current, and the wound on his back healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Jian looked back in surprise and saw that his back, which was originally bleeding, was now smooth as before. It felt very smooth when touched with his hand, and he was very surprised. In the past, even the best healing medicine in Shunfeng escort agency had never had such a terrible effect. It took almost only the blink of an eye. Isn't the wound healed too quickly? Chapter 157 Meeting Gift. To be honest, even though Yang Jian accepted Chu Yun as his master without hesitation, he didn't think Chu Yun was that powerful in his heart. After all, Chu Yun looked too young, and he looked about the same age as John Keen and the other 2 people he defeated. At this age, How powerful could he be? But the appearance of this fruit in front of him made Yang Jian deeply realize that his young master seemed to be really powerful. Just the means of taking things from the air was something Yang Jian had never heard of or seen before, and the magical effect of this fruit even subverted Yang Jian's cognition. In simple terms, it caused a great impact on his young mind. Master, this fruit must be very expensive. Yang Jian looked at the revival fruit that he had bitten but still had more than half left, and felt very sorry. This fruit has such a good effect that just a small bite can directly heal his serious injuries. It would be a waste to eat the remaining half, and if you don't eat it, the medicinal power will definitely be lost from this gap. Good disciple, you know how to be frugal. Chu Yun smiled with satisfaction, rubbed Yang Jian's hair, and said, but don't worry, your master is still very generous. You can eat this fruit as candy. Yang Jian thought of the sweet taste, and then looked at the revival fruit in his hand, and suddenly felt a little greedy. He put it to his mouth and was about to take a bite, but stopped. Then, he scratched his head embarrassedly and looked at Chu Yun. Master, can I give it to Xiaoqin? That girl likes sweets the most. You can do whatever you want with the things given to you. Chu Yun smiled. Hearing this, little Yang Jian felt respected and was very happy. After respectfully bowing to Chu Yun, he trotted out of the hall and woke up Yang Xiaoqin, who was still sleeping under the tree in the yard. What are you doing, second brother? I'm sleeping soundly. Yang Xiaoqin rubbed her eyes and pouted her lips. She was a little grumpy, but when she sniffed, she smelled the fruit that little Yang Jian had brought to her. Yang Xiaoqin's eyes lit up in surprise. She took it and took a bite. The sweet feeling of the fruit flesh made her squint her eyes comfortably. She took 2 more bites, and her cheeks were filled with it. Second brother, you eat too. Yang Xiaoqin handed the half-eaten revival fruit to little Yang Jian. Little Yang Jian quietly swallowed his saliva, but smiled and shook his head, pointing to the gap he had bitten on it, and said, second brother has eaten it. Yang Xiaoqin took a look and nodded, then opened her mouth and ate it. In a few bites, she ate the revival fruit. Her whole body suddenly felt warm and she turned over comfortably. Second brother, what kind of fruit is this? It's so delicious, and it's still warm after eating. My little feet don't hurt anymore after falling this morning. It's great. Yang Xiaoqin muttered happily. This is what my second brother's master gave me. As Yang Jian said this, he was about to take his sister to the hall to see Chu Yun. Suddenly, he remembered something and was startled. He quickly covered his sister's eyes with both hands, fearing that she would see Wang Wu and John Qin in the hall. The former was fine, unconscious on the ground, but the latter had his neck cut off by Chu Yun's sword, and his head and body were separated. Such a scene could not be seen by Yang Xiaoqin. Second brother, what are you doing? Yang Xiaoqin twisted her body in dissatisfaction, but Yang Jian did not dare to let go, looking at Chu Yun with a look of help. Chu Yun smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 2 flames flew out and landed on Wang Wu and John Qin. In just one breath, the scorching dragon flames burned the bodies of the 2 into ashes, which dissipated in the air without any trace. Among them, John Qin was already dead, so cremation was not a big deal, but Wang Wu was in a coma and was burned to ashes. Seeing this, Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, loosened his hands on his sister's eyes, and then pulled Yang Xiaoqin to Chu Yun. Xiaoqin, come and meet the master with your second brother. Yang Jian said softly. Meet the master. Yang Xiaoqin obediently followed Yang Jian and knelt on the ground, paying homage to Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, you have helped me accept another little apprentice. Well, for your sake, I will also accept this girl. Thank you, master. Yang Jian was grateful in his heart and thanked Chu Yun sincerely. Then you will be my master from now on. Yang Xiaoqin opened her big round eyes, blinked twice at Chu Yun, and said, Master, do you have any candy? I'll go out and buy it for you later. Chu Yun said, patting his forehead lightly, and said, I just remembered that since you have become my disciples, then as a master, I should give you some gifts. Thinking of this, Chu Yun stretched out his hand and grabbed a cold and domineering spear from the system space. It was ranked as the ground grade. It was the weapon Chu Yun had used before, the Overlord Soul Locking Spear. "Little Yang Jian, come here and take this spear," Chu Yun said, and sent this overlord soul-locking spear to little Yang Jian, and the moment this spear appeared, little Yang Jian's mind trembled, and he couldn't help holding his breath, looking at the spear, feeling the sharpness on the spear tip. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Yang Ningxi, the father of the Yang brothers and sisters, is the owner of Shunfeng's escort agency. He has the cultivation of the early Shanghai realm and also owns a ground-grade weapon, a diamond-long stick. That weapon is the best weapon of Shunfeng's escort agency, and countless martial artists envy it. But now, the overlord soul-locking spear that Chu Yun took out gave little Yang Jian the feeling that it was actually stronger than his father's diamond-long stick, and it was not just a little bit stronger, but a whole level of difference. "Master ... is this a little too expensive?" little Yang Jian said stumblingly. "Take it." Chu Yun patted little Yang Jian on the shoulder, winked at him, and said, "From my intuition, you are more suitable for this kind of long-handled weapon, especially the three-pointed two-edged spear. But I don't have such a weapon now, so I can only give you an ordinary spear to use first." This made little Yang Jian not know how to answer. He originally thought that Chu Yun was a swordsman and should teach him to practice sword, but he knew that Chu Yun said that he was suitable for long-handled weapons. "How is this suitable? Is it the unique eyes of a master? But I have never used a long spear." Little Yang Jian didn't understand. In Chu Yun's heart, there was a strange sense of coincidence. In fact, this sense of coincidence had already arisen in his heart when he first saw Yang Jian, because the 8 or 9-year-old little Yang Jian in front of him was too similar to the mythical figure Langshen Yang Jian in Chu Yun's previous life. Not only do they have the same name, but they also have the same seniority in the family. Both are the second oldest, and both have a younger sister. In the myths and legends of the previous life, some sisters are called Yang Chan, and some are called Yang Lian. If it is the former, then they are even more similar. It is based on this that Chu Yun has a wonderful sense of time and space dislocation, so that he has paid special attention to the Yang brothers and sisters from the beginning. And now, Chu Yun has accepted little Yang Jian as his disciple, and he also wants to build him in the direction of the Langshen Yang Jian in his previous life. The weapon must have a long handle, and it is best to get a three-pointed two-edged gun, and then wear a silver armor, a black cloak, and be surrounded by 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Ahem, the last point is a bit unrealistic. But there is still no problem with the previous shape, and this can also be regarded as a little bad taste in Chu Yun's heart. As for Yang Xiuqin, Chu Yun thought for a moment, then reached out and took out a small bracelet. He pulled Yang Xiuqin's slender hand and put it on her wrist, saying, "You haven't formally practiced martial arts yet, so you can't use the weapon. Just wear this protective gear for the time being. Don't take it off at ordinary times. It can save your life when you encounter danger." Oh. Yang Xiuqin nodded her head. Although the style of this bracelet was very beautiful and she liked it very much, she was still a little disappointed when she saw that Chu Yun didn't take out anything delicious. Little Yang Jian smiled helplessly, and quickly pulled his sister to thank the master together. "Let's go. Take me to see your mother." "Now that you have become my disciples, you naturally have to tell your mother." Chu Yun patted little Yang Jian's head. "Master, please come this way." Little Yang Jian nodded and pointed the way for Chu Yun to the bedroom behind the hall. When he entered, he found that Yang was not there. Little Yang Jian showed a bitter smile, and then took Chu Yun to the morning hall behind. When he entered, he found that Yang was kneeling silently on the futon in the middle of the morning hall. Her weak and slender body looked very lonely. When she heard the movement behind her, she turned her head silently. "Mother, Erlang has something to tell you," little Yang Jian said, leading Chu Yun into the morning hall, and said, "This is Mr. Chu Yun, whom you met a few days ago." Erlang and his sister Xiuqin have now become Mr. Chu's disciples. Yang looked at Chu Yun with a little surprise, then she slowly stood up, bowed to Chu Yun, and said, "Mr. Chu is a kind person and must be worthy of trust. In the future, I will trouble you to take care of my 2 children. I, the widow Yang, would like to thank you very much on behalf of my husband." "Madam, you are too polite." Chu Yun stepped forward, helped Yang up, and turned his eyes to the morning hall. There was a memorial tablet on it, on which was engraved the memorial tablet of her late husband Yang Ningzi. For a moment, she was silent. Then, he picked up a stick of incense, lit it, and lit a stick of incense on Yang Ningzi's memorial tablet to express his condolences. On the other side, Yang pulled Yang Xiaoqun over and wiped the dust off her face with her thumb. She said, "Your second brother has been a sensible and opinionated child since he was young. Xiaoqun should listen to his brother more. When you follow Mr. Chu into the sect, you should listen to the master more and respect him more. You should regard him as a father. Understand?" Xiaoqun knows. Yang Xiaoqun responded obediently. It was unknown how much she, such a heartless child, had listened to. Yang rubbed Yang Xiaoqun's hair, then looked at Yang Jian and said, "Relang, take good care of your sister, and take good care of yourself." "I understand." Little Yang Jian's eyes were a little red, and he nodded and agreed. Yang hugged the pair of children in her arms, rubbed their hair, then stood up and looked at Chu Yun. "Mr. Chu, my husband has passed away. I have to keep vigil for him for 3 years. I have to stay in this small courtyard. I was worried that the 2 children would be too depressed, but now I feel relieved to let them follow you," Yang said sincerely. "No problem." Chu Yun nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "Madam, the deceased is gone. Please accept my condolences. You still have a pair of children. They have a bright future. When you see them again in 3 years, you will be proud of their brilliance. Of course, if they miss you during these 3 years, they will come back to see you at any time. After all, this Buping building and Yang mansion are only separated by this wall." Yang's eyes were slightly red. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then nodded to Chu Yun. Chapter 158 Portable Farm. "Is this your new disciple?" In the meeting room on the top floor of Buping building, Dao Qianli looked at Yang Jian and Yang Xiaoqun with a strange look on his face. After a pause, he lowered his voice. "You didn't take them as your disciples because you felt sorry for them, did you?" "No." Chu Yun shook his head, and without any taboo, he looked at Yang Jian with a smile and said, "This child has a special affinity with me, and his talent is very good, which impressed me deeply." Then, Chu Yun briefly told Dao Qianli about what he had just seen in Yang Mansion. After listening, Dao Qianli's eyes lit up with envy, and he hugged Yang Jian directly and said, "This little guy is really good. At such a young age, he can defeat 3 people with higher cultivation than him. There is no doubt that this is a rare martial arts genius." "You are too kind." Yang Jian was not used to others being so intimate with him, and lowered his head a little uncomfortably. Seeing him so shy, Dao Qianli couldn't help but want to tease him. But Chu Yun pulled his little apprentice over and said, "Okay, this little guy is rather shy, so don't tease him. Look, that girl has been wanting to eat something delicious. Take her to play." "Okay." Dao Qianli accepted everyone who came and pinched Yang Xiaoqun's little face. He also thought that this little girl was cute, and said, "Tell brother, what do you want to eat?" Yang Xiaoqun held her cheeks with her 2 white little hands, and after thinking seriously, she said, "I want to eat something delicious." Dao Qianli was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Okay, then I'll take you to eat something delicious." With that, Dao Qianli took little Yang Chan out. After the 2 left, only Chu Yun and Yang Jian were left in the meeting room. Chu Yun patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, "Today is the first day that your master accepts you as an apprentice. According to the rules, I should first test your root bones. Come here and let the master take a good look." "Yes, master." Yang Jian nodded and came forward. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and placed it on Yang Jian's eyebrows. He probed into Yang Jian's sea of soul with a wisp of spiritual power. As soon as he entered, he felt that the soul power in it was quiet and heavy, which was a proof of full energy and solid foundation. He nodded with satisfaction, then reached down and pressed his hand on Yang Jian's heart. After careful perception, he found that the little guy's blood and qi were full. His heart was calm and strong, his physique was also very strong, and his root bones were excellent. Further down, at the Danshan, Chu Yun carefully felt that the several small realms of the physical realm were all very solid, even a little too solid. "Not bad." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Your bones are very good, both because of your innate reasons and the help of your hard training. According to my guess, You are now practicing a kind of thunder attribute spiritual practice, which mainly uses thunder energy to temper the body. Am I right? Master is really discerning. Little Yang Jian's eyes lit up and he nodded in admiration. Just through this method of touching bones and reading physiognomy, he found out what kind of practice he was practicing. This ability is naturally extraordinary. Chu Yun smiled lightly. This is really nothing for him. Although the practice rewarded by the system is perfect right from the start and does not need to be practiced, it does not mean that Chu Yun knows nothing about it. The system rewards experience, which is equivalent to all the insights and understandings of the predecessors after practice, all of which are directly instilled into Chu Yun's mind. Therefore, Chu Yun has understood all aspects of all the skills and martial arts that he has mastered now, and he is extremely detailed. Over time, he is considered one of the best experts in skills and martial arts, at least at the level of Earth grade and below, because no one can master so many martial arts and skills at the same time like him, and he has cultivated them to the state of great perfection, which can be regarded as a master. Master, I have a set of Earth grade skills here, called Zengxin Qinyu Ju. I also have higher grade skills, but with your current physical realm, you can't learn them. Chu Yun said, stretched out his hand and took out the original copy of Zengxin Qinyu Ju from the system space, and sent it to Yang Jian. Chu Yun does have a lot of Earth grade skills here, but if he wants to choose one from them and teach Yang Jian, then Chu Yun would think that this Zengxin Qinyu Ju is the most suitable. First of all, its characteristics are very strong and comprehensive. It can enhance the mind, enhance defense, and strengthen the body. It is not like the extreme method of the eternal rejuvenation, which can only enhance a single item. In addition, this book of the true God King Yuanju has a deep origin. It is not just a pure Earth grade method. It was learned by the leader of the True God sect from the Bluestone Gate. With the level of the leader of the True God sect, he can only comprehend a local grade method from the gate. After Chu Yun used his martial arts comprehension to comprehend it, he was able to push the level of this method to a level close to the heaven grade level. This means that the upper limit of this method is actually very high. Earth grade method. Little Yang Jian exclaimed, looking at the ancient book. He was very surprised. Seeing his look, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This little guy really didn't know what kind of master he worshipped. Is a mere Earth grade method worth making a fuss about? Not to mention, Chu Yun also has a top grade martial arts such as the Divine Yuan illusion art, and even higher, there is the Tanshan Xing art, whose specific grade Chu Yun does not know yet. In addition to this, Chu Yun also has a real killer in his hand, which is the world's #1 martial arts taught to him by Zhu Bo, Wu Jigong. However, these cannot be taught to Yang Jian for the time being, because he is too young and his foundation is weak. He is not like him who can directly use martial arts comprehension to max out martial arts. He can only concentrate on practicing one martial arts like ordinary people, and then practice other ones after practicing well. When Yang Jian masters the Zengxin Qinyu art, he does not need to reach the great perfection, but only needs to reach the small success. Chu Yun can teach him Wu Jigong and let him practice the next martial arts. You can open it and take a look. If you don't understand something, just ask. Chu Yun smiled and said, yes, master. Yang Jian nodded, then opened the book attentively and read it. It was at this time that Chu Yun realized that little Yang Jian's comprehension was really amazing. He basically had no problem understanding this local grade technique in the early stage. He occasionally encountered a problem, but that was because his cultivation level was too low and he had never been exposed to similar concepts. As long as Chu Yun explained it to him clearly, he could quickly draw inferences from one example. What a talent! Chu Yun couldn't help but shook his head, quite emotional. Maybe little Yang Jian's martial soul was not of high grade, only of the 5th grade, but other than that, every one of his characteristics could be called amazing. As for the martial soul, Chu Yun touched his chin, thinking that his Earth Demon Ape was once only a 6th grade martial soul, and later, after absorbing the power of the earth veins of the Orthodox God sect, it was promoted to a local grade martial soul and transformed into the ancient fierce ape. This means that the grade of martial soul is not fixed, And the talent of martial soul can also be improved through opportunities. Although Chu Yun does not know how to improve the grade of little Yang Jian's martial soul, since this path exists, there must be a chance to go through it. He believes that such a talented and hard-working child will grow into a stunning and extraordinary genius in his hands within 3 years, and let the whole world know his existence and the dazzling light. Since you understand, then practice well. After Chu Yun explained the whole book of exercises to little Yang Jian, he looked at the eager little Yang Jian and suddenly remembered something. He waved his hand and took out the blue stone door and placed it in front of little Yang Jian. Suddenly, this young guy was greatly shocked. In the past, Chu Yun took things from a distance, and took out small things such as fruits, weapons, and exercises. If something like this was taken out of thin air, Yang Jian could still think that Chu Yun had hidden them somewhere on his body beforehand. But now this door, oh my god, how could it be hidden? Where on earth did it come from? Yang Jian's eyes widened. Chu Yun smiled, waved his hand in front of Yang Jian's eyes, and let the little guy come back to his senses, and said, I didn't pull out this door to scare you. Look carefully at the patterns on the door. The technique I just taught you was learned by a warrior from this door. You look at this door, comprehend and practice at the same time, which will definitely be much faster than practicing by yourself, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Master, where on earth did this door come from? Yang Jian said in a daze. Don't worry about it. This is Master's unique skill. Others can't learn it even if they want to. Chu Yun smiled and rubbed little Yang Jian's head. After thinking for a while, he took little Yang Jian and walked into the bluestone gate. He said, since there is a chance, I will take you in to have a look. This is Master's portable farm. There is a very kind and lonely little sister in it. You can go in and accompany her more often after you practice in the future. As he said, Chu Yun took little Yang Jian and crossed the light gate and walked into the small world inside the bluestone gate. Although those who have not practiced the righteous God Kinyu cannot enter the bluestone gate by themselves, Chu Yun has the ability to give others the ability to enter the bluestone gate. Wow! Little Yang Jian opened his mouth in surprise. After walking into the gate, he found that he had come to an extremely wonderful small world. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong fragrance of flowers and medicine. What he saw was a piece of greenery and clusters of flowers. Too fresh. This is the most direct feeling of little Yang Jian. When his vision was completely clear, little Yang Jian looked around and found that this space was full of various spiritual medicines. There were countless spiritual flowers and herbs on the ground that he had seen and had not seen, all growing freely and wildly. In the distance, several figures rushed over here at a very fast speed. Little Yang Jian's heart tightened and he was shocked by the speed of the other party. However, before he could make any evasive movements, a white horse appeared in front of him, with a pair of wide wings and a single horn on his forehead. On the back of this horse, a young lady in a white skirt sat sideways. Her body was translucent with a faint glow, like a spirit, light and weightless. To be honest, this picture was just like a scene that would only appear in a dream, but now, it appeared clearly in front of little Yang Jian, which made his young mind suffer a huge shock. Not long after, a chubby big yellow dog ran over from behind the horse, panting and spitting out its big tongue, obviously very tired. Ha ha, Big Yellow is so slow. Ali's crisp laughter sounded, and then she flew up and floated in front of Chu Yun and Yang Jian, saying, Ah, why did you bring someone in this time? It's so small. Is there such a small person? Ali floated in front of Yang Jian and poked Yang Jian's face with a translucent and glowing finger, as if to confirm what kind of species it was. In fact, it's not Ali's fault. After all, Chu Yun brought her dogs or horses before. In short, they were all animals. Now bringing a person in suddenly did surprise her a little. I will grow taller. Yang Jian shrank back in dissatisfaction, and then muttered seriously, Are you shy? The human cub is so cute. Ali laughed and poked Yang Jian's face with his finger. Chu Yun shook his head helplessly and said, This is my disciple, Yang Jian. I am teaching him to practice the righteous God Kinyu recently, so he has to observe the bluestone gate often to comprehend and practice. He will come in often to accompany you in the future. Okay, okay. Ali was naturally satisfied when she heard it. and smiled sweetly at Chu Yun. She has been in this closed space for so many years. Now she can often be accompanied by a fat dog named Die Huang. A few days ago, Chu Yun also sent a horse named Zhao Bei. Now there is a cute human cub, which makes Zhao Li almost forget what it feels like when she is alone. Those are. Yang Jian looked at the center of the medicine garden while Zhao Li rubbed his face. Under the group of Yanling fruit trees, he saw 3 slightly smaller saplings, namely the burning spirit fruit tree, the flowing light fruit tree and the revival fruit tree. When little Yang Jian looked at the revival fruit tree, he was surprised to find that the powerful recovery elixir that could revive the dead with just one bite was actually in his master's portable farm. Oh my god, what should I do if I accidentally worship a very rich master? Chapter 159. Ziabai, silly, are you stunned? Chu Yun walked up to him, patted little Yang Jian's head, and asked. A little. Little Yang Jian nodded in a daze, then turned his head with extremely curious eyes, looked at Chu Yun, and asked, Master, what kind of sect do we belong to? In his opinion, Chu Yun was so young, if it was not given or inherited by the elders, how could he have so many treasures? Their sect might also be very powerful. Chu Yun touched his nose. After hearing this question, he couldn't help but ponder for a while, and then said, Master, I did come from a sect, but later some things happened. I did some things outside. In order not to implicate the sect, I took the initiative to leave. As for the real master, you actually have another master. He has great magical powers and extraordinary origins, but now he is not in Daming Mansion, and maybe not in Tanji Dynasty. When he comes back, I will take you to see him. Oh. Little Yang Jian nodded, showing sufficient curiosity about the 2 adjectives great magical powers and extraordinary origins in Chu Yun's mouth, because in his opinion, Chu Yun can be regarded as having great magical powers and extraordinary origins, and the master who can be called by Chu Yun as having great magical powers and extraordinary origins must be a real immortal figure. Maybe can be comparable to the master of the mansion. However, this conjecture was just a naive conjecture of little Yang Jian. He actually didn't set his expectations so high, because a figure like the palace master could be regarded as a godlike figure who could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. If he stomped his feet, the entire Tanji dynasty would tremble. While the two were talking, the gold-digging spirit beast Die Huang and the Pegasus unicorn Zhao Bei came to the front of their master Chu Yun and rubbed against him. Although they had often accompanied Zhao Li in this space inside the Bluestone Gate since their birth, especially the Pegasus unicorn Zhao Bei, who had hardly had contact with Chu Yun for a long time after his birth. But Chu Yun was still their master after all, and he could clearly feel the intimacy beyond the soul as soon as he came in. Master, why do they all have horns on their heads? Little Yang Jian looked at them curiously. He wanted to touch them but didn't dare to. He stared at the Pegasus unicorn Ziabai with his big eyes and was very amazed. For any little boy, such a cool-looking Pegasus was too attractive. He couldn't help asking, are they all monsters? Why aren't they fierce at all? These are spirit beasts, Chu Yun said, rubbing Dang's face hard, and said, they are different from monsters. They are special species that cultivate spiritual power rather than demon spirit power. Each of them has its own unique abilities and characteristics. For example, this big fat yellow dog, its race is a gold-digging spirit beast, and its ability is to discover treasures and eat. Ali raised his hand and interjected, it eats too much. Look at how fat it is now. There are several more circles of fat on its belly, but it feels soft and nice. Chu Yun smiled bitterly and nodded, then looked at the Pegasus unicorn Ziabai, reached out and touched it, and said, as for Ziabai, his race is Pegasus unicorn, and he has the ability to heal and fly at high speed. When he flies at full speed, even ordinary Nirvana Realm warriors can't catch up. Even the Nirvana Realm can't catch up? Yang Jian was shocked and couldn't believe it. In his opinion, the Nirvana Realm is already a big figure. Those who can have this level of cultivation are undoubtedly big figures in Daming Mansion. Only the existence of the Mansion Lord can suppress these people. And now, Chu Yun actually said that this very handsome white horse has a speed that even the Nirvana Realm warriors can't reach. Isn't this too exaggerated? Seeing this, Chu Yun didn't explain much. He picked up Yang Jian and put him on the back of the Pegasus unicorn, saying, "Hold on tight, let Zhao Bei take you for a spin." Before Yang Jian could react, Zhao Bei, the Pegasus unicorn under him, had already snorted in dissatisfaction. As a spiritual beast, Zhao Bei's intelligence level is also very high. He can understand human conversations and naturally know that he has doubts about his ability to carry this little guy on his back. So now, Zhao Bei has to use actual actions to prove his speed to Yang Jian. Whoosh! In just a moment, Zhao Bei's wings fluttered, and his figure had turned into a stream of white light, disappearing from the original place, circling and flying towards the sky of the medicine garden space at an extremely fast speed, faster and faster, gradually reaching a level that cannot be captured by the naked eye. Yang Jian hugged Zhao Bei's neck tightly. He was so nervous that he dared not move at all under this high-speed flight. Everything around him was already very blurry. Even Chu Yun's figure on the ground below became difficult to detect. The whole field of vision was completely blurred. This was because Yang Jian's own physical condition was not good enough to match such a speed, so he could not see anything clearly. All that appeared in his field of vision were the after-images of the past overlapping, so it looked like dozens of shadows stacked together. "Slow down. He can't open his eyes," Chu Yun said helplessly. After the voice fell, Zhao Bei slowed down a little, allowing Yang Jian to lie on the horse's back and barely see the scene below. It was not until this time that he tried to stand up slowly and found that he could relax a little. When sitting on Zhao Bei's back, no matter how fast Zhao Bei was, he was very stable, as if he was covered by an invisible protective film, and he would not be thrown off at any faster speed. Otherwise, with his current arm strength, he simply cannot withstand such a fast speed and pressure. He will be thrown out if he cannot hold on for even a breath. After a long time, Zhao Bei gently flapped his wings and landed gracefully on the ground. The horse's head leaned in front of Chu Yun, closed his eyes, and rubbed against his master affectionately. Chu Yun touched its fur, then smiled and looked at Yang Jian on the horse's back, and said, "How do you feel? Is this speed okay? Master. I feel a little. I want to vomit." Yang Jian's face turned bitter, and he covered his mouth with both hands, squeezing out these words from his fingers. "Ha ha ha." Chu Yun couldn't help laughing, and naturally he would not let him vomit here. With a wave of his hand, he took Yang Jian out of the space of the bluestone gate and returned to the Bupping building. Chapter 160 Tai Kai. Your foundation is already very solid. With the help of this Zhengshan Kinyu technique, you can quickly advance your cultivation in a short period of time. Previously, your cultivation was stuck at the 4th level of the physical realm and could not break through because of the limitations of your technique. Now, you can break through as much as you want. Chu Yun returned to Bupping Tower, smiled at Yang Jian, and said, "If you can break through to the peak of the physical realm within a month, your master will give you a gift you want very much." What gift? Yang Jian was stunned for a moment and scratched his head to express his curiosity. He had not told Chu Yun what he wanted, but seeing that his master was so confident, he couldn't help but look forward to it. "Okay, I will definitely work hard to practice and will not let my master down." Yang Jian clenched his fists and vowed. Chu Yun patted his shoulder, then took out some high-quality auxiliary pills from the system space, placed them next to Yang Jian, and said, "These pills are enough for you to practice to the peak of the physical realm. If you use them up, feel free to come to me again. I don't lack this kind of thing." And he himself doesn't need it. Chu Yun hid this half-sentence. "Thank you, Master." Yang Jian nodded vigorously. He believed this. After all, he just came out of the medicine garden. The various spiritual medicines in it can only be described as a dazzling array of flowers. This master is really too rich. But Yang Jian didn't think that because the master was rich, it was natural for the master to give him things. No matter how rich others are, it is their own money. If they are willing to share with themselves, it is a favor. This will not change because the other party is rich or poor. Favor is favor. So, at this moment, Chu Yun was so kind to Yang Jian that Yang Jian would not say anything in a special way, but he would remember all of this deeply in his heart and never forget it. "Okay, practice hard. Master is optimistic about you," Chu Yun said, leaving the bluestone gate here. letting Yang Jian practice and comprehend beside him, and he walked out of the door. Yang Jian's talent is actually very good. His practice progress was not fast before, just because he was restricted by the thunder system technique he practiced. The level of that technique is actually quite good among the spiritual techniques, but the problem is that it requires special thunder energy to cooperate, and it is only best to practice it on a thunderstorm day. In recent years, the weather in Daming Prefecture has been pretty good, and there are rarely thunderstorms, which directly led to Yang Jian's practice progress not keeping up. But now, Chu Yun has changed a technique for little Yang Jian, explained it in person, and provided an object for comprehension, as well as a very comfortable environment. In this way, it is definitely not impossible to break through to the peak of the physical realm within a month. There is a chance to do it. After leaving Buping Building, I met Zhao Qianli on Bacon Street. At this moment, the prince was wandering around the street with Yang Xiuqin, holding a bunch of snacks in his hands and mouth, eating them happily. "You came out? I was just about to look for you." Zhao Qianli's eyes were sharp, and he saw Chu Yun at once, and he came over with Yang Xiuqin, grinning. "What happened?" Chu Yun asked. "That's not the case." Zhao Qianli shook his head and said, "Didn't you ask me to help you keep an eye on the newly unearthed ruins outside the city? I just got news from the Prince Chi's mansion that the protective formation inside the ruins was so strong that even the lord of the mansion himself couldn't break through it." "What?" Chu Yun was shocked when he heard this and said, "A person at the level of domain lord is already a strong man in the Nirvana realm. The lord of the mansion will be even more terrifying. Even such an existence can't break through the protective formation? Are the ruins so scary?" "You know, Chu Yun came to Jinxia City just for this relic. As long as he can enter it, with the map given by the system, Chu Yun can go in and reap the harvest as if he is in an empty place. But if this formation is so strong that he can't even get in, what else can he talk about?" "That's not the case." Zhao Qianli smiled and shook his head, and said, "If the palace lord wants to be serious, he can naturally break it. However, this formation is special and is completely related to the ruins as a whole. If violence is used to break the formation forcibly, the entire ruins will be destroyed. That's why the palace lord is helpless now." After he finished speaking, Chu Yun's frown relaxed slightly, but did not completely relax. He said, "If that's the case, then there is still some hope. However, if it cannot be broken by brute force, then we can only ask a master who specializes in formations to break it with clever force." "Is there such a person in Jinxia City?" "As far as I know, there is no." Zhao Qianli shook his head and said, "I heard that the palace lord has sent people to the royal capital to ask a special formation master to come and break the formation. However, this will take a long time. I'm afraid it will take at least a month or two to open it." Chu Yun nodded. It didn't matter if it was a little slower, as long as it could still be opened. "Well, come to think of it, I almost want to learn formations." Zhao Qianli sighed, touched his chin, and said, "When I was a child, I went to Beijing with my old man and met a big shot from the Formation Master Guild. He said that I had amazing bones and was born to be a martial arts genius. Well, actually, my soul power is stronger than that of normal people, and I am more suitable for practicing formations, but my old man refused." "Refused? Why?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Zhao Qianli snorted twice and said, "Because he doesn't want me to get too close to the people of the Formation Master Guild. We are not from the same party, and the big man said that I have a good talent, but it may not be true. It may just be a pretext to pull my old man closer to their Formation Master Guild." Then, Zhao Qianli shook his head again and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's all party struggles between old bones. Politics is like this, very complicated and dirty." Chu Yun touched his chin, thinking about something in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, his brows suddenly frowned. Then, Chu Yun turned around suddenly, and his sharp eyes stared at the 9th floor of the uneven building. "What's wrong?" Zhao Qianli's reaction was half a beat slower, but he also vaguely felt that something strange seemed to have happened on the 9th floor of the uneven building. From that place, an extremely deep and powerful aura emanated. Little Yang Jian is in trouble," Chu Yun said as he flew into the air, heading straight for the attic on the 9th floor of the bumping building. He broke in through the window and blew in like a cannonball. When he entered the attic, he suddenly discovered the shocking scene. Little Yang Jian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his hands clasped together, changing his spells from time to time, and the blue stone door around him, which had been standing still, was now falling apart and turning into small pieces of gravel, floating in the air, and constantly rotating around little Yang Jian. If the stones were rotating in the eyes of outsiders, they would probably be incomprehensible, but after Chu Yun came in, he recognized their rotating shape at a glance. Tai Kai, one yin and one yang, the yin and yang fish. Chu Yun frowned, and felt an ancient and vast power from the rotating Tai Chi, and little Yang Jian, who was sitting on the ground, was wrapped in the Tai Kai diagram, with his brows tightly tangled, because, when the Tai Kai was in motion, it attracted the spiritual power of the surrounding heaven and earth, and gathered towards Yang Jian's body. That energy was extremely pure and huge. Fortunately, that power was only unconsciously dissipated and absorbed by Yang Jian. If the energy in the Tai Kai diagram was vented with him as the center, Yang Jian would have been blown up by this energy at this moment. But, even so, this energy was also rapidly advancing Yang Jian's cultivation, leaping to a higher level, the 5th level of the physical realm, the 6th level of the physical realm, the 7th level of the physical realm, the 8th level of the physical realm. The peak. Yang Jian's brows were getting tighter and tighter, and his small body began to tremble violently, as if he had fallen into a bottleneck. Energy continued to pour into his body, but there was no place to knead it. More and more energy was piled up in his body, which also made his body swell more and more, and gradually began to change in shape. It was seen that the body of little Yang Jian was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His arms, legs, and limbs became longer, and the muscles on his chest and back began to bulge. He turned from an 8 or 9-year-old child to a teenager who looked like 15 or 16 years old. Not good. Chu Yun's heart tightened. If he continued to grow like this, little Yang Jian's life would probably pass quickly. If he didn't do something, little Yang Jian would probably age quickly and die. So Chu Yun took a deep breath, walked to the Tai Kai diagram, and grabbed forward with his big hand. In the form of Tai Kai push hands seen in his previous life, he tried to inject his own energy into the Tai Kai diagram to affect the magnetic field formed by the fragments of the blue stone gate. And this time, it was really useful. After being initially rejected, Chu Yun's power was quickly assimilated by the magnetic field spiritual power of the Tai Kai diagram itself. Then, the energy that was still running and had nowhere to vent poured into Chu Yun's gap and quickly poured into his body. Surprisingly and delightfully, Chu Yun's cultivation realm was pushed forward by this energy, and he advanced rapidly from the 4th level of the mountain and sea realm, the 5th level of the mountain and sea realm, the 6th level of the mountain and sea realm. Finally, when he reached the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm, this energy was finally consumed, and the magnetic field of the broken stones returned to a calm state and became easier to control. Chu Yun let out a long breath, and tried to control the magnetic field to stop completely with the method of the righteous god Qin Yuanju. During this short period of operation, he seemed to feel a different charm, and his understanding of the righteous god Qin Yuanju was getting higher and higher. In addition, the level of the righteous god Qin Yuanju was also constantly improving, and soon it crossed the peak of the earth grade method and reached the level of the heaven grade method, and it was still climbing. After a long time, the surrounding bluestone gate fragments completely come down, scattered on the ground, and turned into a complete Tai Kai yin-yang fish image. Chu Yun's current location is the position of the sun, while the position where Yang Jian sits cross-legged on the ground represents the position of the moon. Crack! The sound of stones breaking rang out one after another, and each piece of bluestone fragment broke apart, turned into powder, and scattered on the ground, losing all its charm and luster. Chu Yun frowned, but saw that Yang Jian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground opposite him, had a mark of the yin-yang fish on his forehead, but only the half that symbolized the yin. He also felt something in his heart, and reached out to touch his own forehead, where there was also an extra mark, which symbolized the other half of the yang. Chu Yun's mind moved, and the mark on his forehead radiated a ray of light, shining in the air in front of him, and turned into a door. He stepped in and came to the medicine garden space. As soon as he entered, Dao Li's figure immediately flew over and said, "Chu Yun, what happened just now?" "The blue stone door broke. Is your place also affected?" Chu Yun asked. "Yeah." Dao Li slowly rose up and looked around again, saying, "The space here has been expanded a lot, and I can't see the edge at a glance. I was wondering what's going on." Chu Yun was also shocked when he heard this. He looked around again and found that the spiritual power content in the medicine garden space had become more abundant than before, and the area had become very large. Originally, it was all white and it was impossible to walk to the edge, but now, the ground here was spread out, and there was actually a ground that could be walked on. Moreover, the ground spread out to the distance, and it was impossible to see where the end was at a glance. According to Chu Yun's visual estimation, the space they can go to now is at least as big as the entire Jinxia city. "Yang Jian is awake. I'll be back later," Chu Yun said, leaving the light gate and returning to the Bupping building. He saw Yang Jian sitting cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes blankly, looking at his enlarged body. The sleeves that originally reached his wrists have now been squeezed to his forearms and elbows, and are tightly stretched by the swollen muscles. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yun blankly, saying, "Master ... what happened?" "I don't know." Chu Yun shook his head, looked at him calmly, and said, "When I came back, I found that the blue stone gate shattered and turned into fragments, forming an energy field around you, injecting spiritual power into your body, not only improving your cultivation, but also rapidly catalyzing your growth. So you became what you are now, but ... how all this happened, only you know." Chapter 161, Destroying the Demonic Spirit. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian immediately fell into deep thought. He thought about it carefully, and then tentatively said, "After you left, Master, I began to comprehend the technique. While looking at the blue stone door, I seemed to see something special inside, and then my spirit and attention were increasingly attracted to it. Then, I seemed to understand something, to understand some rules. Then, I don't remember anything." After saying this, Yang Jian could not help but remain silent, staring at his hands in a daze, and then reached out to touch the clothes wrapped around him that had become tight. Still not quite used to his current changes, his words made Chu Yun thoughtful. "It sounds like you are somehow attracted and touched by the mystery contained in this blue stone gate, causing the power in the blue stone gate to be injected into you," Chu Yun said, exhaling slowly, and said, "It's just that your body is still too immature and can't withstand so much and such a huge force. After it pushed your cultivation to the peak of the physical realm, you couldn't withstand the subsequent force before you broke through the realm of Thousand June. This caused your body to be stimulated by this energy, and now you have grown from 8 or 9 years old to about 18 or 19 years old. If your master hadn't intervened in time, you would probably have become old and frail now, or even died of natural causes." As soon as these words came out, little Yang Jian shuddered. Then, he quickly looked at Chu Yun and said, "Master, your body." Chu Yun was startled when he heard this, then waved his hand with a smile, and said, "You care about Master? Not bad, not bad, but the energy in this blue stone gate can't do anything to me. Instead, it has turned out to be a blessing in disguise for me. My cultivation has improved a lot, almost equivalent to 300 years of cultivation." This is not false, because after Chu Yun absorbed that energy, his realm was upgraded from the 4th level of the mountain and sea realm to the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm, a full 3 levels of improvement. You know, Chu Yun's previous reward for 300 years of martial arts cultivation only improved his realm by 3 levels, and now this accident has given him an effect comparable to that. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a blessing in disguise. "I'm glad that Master is fine." Little Yang Jian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that, and said, "If Master is injured because of me, little Yang Jian will die 100 times and never forgive himself." Chu Yun patted his shoulder and helped him up. Looking at the tight robes that little Yang Jian was wearing, he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Immediately, Chu Yun reached out and took out a set of his own clothes from the storage space, handed it to him and said, "You have grown up now, and that set of clothes is not suitable for you. Come, change into this one." "Thank you, master." Little Yang Jian took the clothes, blushed a little when he saw the children's clothes that were tight on him, and then slowly took off his clothes and changed into Chu Yun's set. During the process, Chu Yun turned around and looked out the window. Although both of them were men, little Yang Jian was still a child after all, and he was thin-skinned. As a master, he didn't need to create embarrassment for others. After a while, Yang Jian put on his clothes and said to Chu Yun, "Master, I'm done." Chu Yun turned around and his eyes lit up. He saw Yang Jian standing behind him, with a tall and strong figure, standing there like a jade pillar supporting the sky, with a resolute and handsome face, revealing a pure youthful spirit. "Not bad, disciple. This handsome look is not much different from my master." Chu Yun laughed, which made Yang Jian a little embarrassed, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. He did not continue to tease him, and said, "How do you feel about your body? Are there any discomforts or pains?" No. Yang Jian carefully sensed his own physique, took a deep breath, and punched on the spot. His movements were crisp and powerful. He punched with a normal boxing style, but it was like a tiger with a strong wind. Between stillness and movement, it was like a thunder explosion. "I feel that my body has become particularly strong, and there is nothing wrong with it. Moreover, it seems that there is a special energy in my body." He picked up a scattered porcelain teacup from the ground, put it in his hand, and suddenly clenched his broad and slender palm, and the porcelain cup in his hand was crushed into powder. The appearance of this scene made Chu Yun raise his eyebrows. "Very good." He looked at the porcelain bowl powder in Yang Jian's hand and said, "Ordinary Qianjun realm warriors, below the 6th rank, do not have your current strength. That energy has given birth to your body and strengthened your body at the same time. Let me feel it." As Chu Yun said, he stepped forward and put a finger on Yang Jian's meridians. The spiritual power in his hand was about to be sent out, but it was unexpectedly rejected. "Huh?" Chu Yun was a little surprised, and sent in more spiritual power to explore Yang Jian's meridians, but it was all bounced back by a spiritual power. Little Yang Jian saw his master frowning, thinking something was wrong. He bit his lips and said, "Master, my body. Did something bad happen?" "No." Chu Yun shook his head, still thinking, and said, "Stand straight, let me try." As he said that, he flicked his finger, and a spiritual power shot out and shot towards little Yang Jian's thigh. Bang! The spiritual power shot towards little Yang Jian's thigh. Little Yang Jian subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he didn't. The next moment, the spiritual power fell on his leg, as if it fell on a copper wall and was directly bounced away. Seeing this, Chu Yun laughed and said, "Good disciple. You picked it up this time. Now your body has become different from that of ordinary warriors, forming a special spiritual body." "What spiritual body?" little Yang Jian asked hurriedly. "Demon-breaking spirit body." Chu Yun looked at Yang Jian with blazing eyes and said, "Now your body is invulnerable to all spirits. Other people's spiritual power cannot invade your body. Just now, I attacked you with the spiritual power of Qianjun realm, but was directly bounced off by your flesh. This shows that now you can resist the spiritual power attack of Qianjun realm warriors with just your flesh power." Yang Jian was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then looked at his thigh that had just been hit, rubbed it and smiled bitterly. "Although the spiritual power did not invade my body, it still hurts when it hit my leg." "Hey, a real man should not be afraid of pain," Chu Yun said, pulling Yang Jian and said, "Come on, let your master try again to see if the attack at the Wanshai realm level can break your demon-breaking spirit body. Come on." Little Yang Jian's heart was beating fast. In his cognition, the Wanshai realm was already a very strong man. In the Shunting escort agency, only a few confidants of his father Yang Ningzi had this level of cultivation, and each of them was a person he respected very much. And now, Chu Yun was actually going to use the Wanshai realm's attack to deal with his 8-year-old child in the flesh realm. Well, his flesh body was no longer 8 or 9 years old. Bang! Another spiritual power shot out and landed on little Yang Jian's legs, and was once again directly bounced off. At the same time, little Yang Jian couldn't help but groan, and his whole body shook backwards. His feet were directly in the air, and he was hit forward by the inertia of this attack, and he was about to fall on his face. However, Chu Yun would naturally not let his apprentice embarrass himself. He gently pushed forward with his right hand, and dragged little Yang Jian's figure up with a soft spiritual power, and landed safely on the ground. Very good, and somewhat incredible. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, and said, I have observed carefully just now, when the spiritual power shot out by the master fell on your leg, it was not only bounced off by your body, but also a small part of it was dissolved. With such characteristics, you will be invincible in future battles. However, this does not mean that you can ignore the spiritual power attacks of others, especially the attacks from a realm far beyond yours. Although their spiritual power itself will not hurt you, the force of the impact will still affect you. Having said that, Chu Yun planned to stop. There was no need to try spiritual power attacks of a higher realm on Yang Jian, because if it was higher, the impact force alone would be enough to break Yang Jian's leg. If Yang Jian encountered such an opponent in reality, whether he had a demon-breaking spiritual body or not, he would have no way out. After hearing what Chu Yun said, Yang Jian was very happy. Although he still had some difficulty understanding some of the details in Chu Yun's words, he still understood the reason. That is, he suddenly became very strong, a strength that he could not imagine before. It's just, I accidentally broke the master's bluestone gate. Yang Jian looked at the fragments and powder of the bluestone gate on the ground, and felt extremely guilty. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and said, Sister Ali, Da Huang, Bao Bei and others who live in the gate, it's okay. Chu Yun smiled and shook his head, saying, I confirm their safety at the first time. They are fine now and have not been affected. As soon as these words came out, Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he pressed his chest with his hand to calm himself down. Chu Yun's mind moved, and the sun mark on his forehead emitted a ray of light, which fell in front of him and formed a light gate. He said, Now, the power of this bluestone gate is divided into two. The yang is on my master, and the yin is on you. I can use this mark to open the gate, and you should be able to do it too. Try it. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Jian touched his forehead and felt the Taiyin mark there. He tried to use it, and sure enough, a light gate was emitted from it and fell in front of him. Seeing this, Chu Yun said, I wonder if your door also leads to the medicine garden. Let's go in and take a look. As he said this, Chu Yun stepped into it. Seeing this, Yang Jian hurriedly followed him. The two of them entered the gate one after the other. The moment they passed through the light gate, they soon arrived at that familiar place, and the fragrance of the medicine garden came to their faces. At this moment, Zhao Li was waiting for them with Da Huang and Zhao Bei. When he saw Chu Yun and Yang Jian coming, he hurried forward, and then Zhao Li was surprised. Isn't this the human cub? How did it grow so big all of a sudden? Zhao Li looked at Yang Jian in surprise. Yang Jian scratched his head embarrassedly and whispered, Sister Zhao Li, I don't know what happened either. Something unexpected happened. The bluestone gate broke, and its power dissipated and merged into my body and my body. But don't worry, we still know how to open the gate, and now it seems to be more convenient. Not only me, but Yang Jian can also open the gate at any time, Chu Yun said, and suddenly he had an idea and said, in this way, you and me, the master and disciple, can meet directly through the transfer station of the medicine garden space no matter where we are. Yang Jian was startled when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up, nodded, and said, it seems to be like this. I can open the light gate, and so can you, master. We open the doors in two places and can travel back and forth between the two places at any time. Ha ha ha. This is too much of a lie. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing. Although the summoning speed of this light gate was not as fast as teleporting directly, even in actual combat, if the opponent did not consciously destroy the light gate, then Yang Jian and Chu Yun would have a means of teleporting over a long distance to escape thousands of miles away. This is too abnormal. Zhao Li was listening, and although he didn't know what they were talking about, he still understood the general meaning. So, you can come in and play with me anytime in the future? Zhao Li flew in the air happily and said, otherwise, You can just move in and live here. Now that this place has been expanded and become so big, it doesn't matter if you come in and build some houses. It doesn't matter how many people live here." After the voice fell, Chu Yun's heart moved, because this made sense. The space inside the bluestone gate has now been expanded to an outrageous degree. Chu Yun didn't even know where its boundaries were. Since there is a wide enough space, it is of course a very good choice to be a place where you can move in and live. Good idea, but we still have to wait for a while to see if this space is stable. If it shrinks back, it will be a big trouble. Chu Yun pondered for a moment and said shrewdly. Hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "My master is really too steady." Chapter 162 Gift. In order to test the safety of the space inside the bluestone gate, Chu Yun thought for a while and decided to walk to the border. With his speed, flying at full speed, it would take more than half a day to cross the entire area of Jingxia City. Now that he has Ziabai by his side, it will be even easier to explore. So, Chu Yun asked Yang Jian and Zhao Li to stay in the center of the medicine garden and not move, while he rode Ziabai and went in one direction at a very fast speed. To be honest, this was also the first time Chu Yun rode Ziabai at full speed. It can be seen that Ziabai himself was a little aggrieved. Since he was born, this was the first time he acted with his master. Therefore, in order to show himself, Ziabai was completely full of energy and flew at full speed. The terrifying speed surprised Chu Yun himself. Just for this burst speed, even a strong man in the Nirvana realm, if he does not have special means of flying or speed secrets, can't catch up at all. Chu Yun thought to himself, traveling in the world, safety is the first priority, and now he has more and more means to save his life. While traveling, Chu Yun looked around. There was still nothing in front of him and on both sides. It was just an empty land, surrounded by a vast white sky. Of course, it was not accurate to say that it was the sky, except for the land under their feet, which was indeed made of mud. The rest of the space was nothingness. After flying to a certain height, they would touch something like an air wall and had to lower their altitude. It's too far. From what I can see, it has already exceeded the entire city of Jingxia City. After this space is expanded, it may become larger than the entire Daming Prefecture. Chu Yun slowly exhaled. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It was like carrying a small world with you. You know, this place is not only for storing things, but also for living people. If Chu Yun wanted, he could even migrate some humans from the outside world into the space of the Bluestone Gate and live in it. Of course, if that's the case, there are many problems to solve, because there is nothing here except air and land. Normal humans, even warriors, need more than this to survive. If you want to survive here for a long time, only special life forms like Ali can do it. If you can't build a completely self-sufficient internal circulation and ecological chain in this space, then this space can only allow people to live in the short term, and all living materials must be purchased from the outside world. But even so, this is an unimaginable existence. Chu Yun thought to himself. After flying for a full hour, Chu Yun gently patted Zhao Bei's neck and said, "Go back." Although he knew that this space would not be endless after expanding, he had been flying for so long and had not reached its boundary. This was enough to prove that, at least in the short term, Chu Yun did not need to care about whether this place had a boundary. The existing space can already meet all of Chu Yun's needs. No matter what he wants to do here, it can be completely realized. The first idea that came to Chu Yun's mind was to build some areas where people could live for a short period of time. If they encountered something unpleasant outside, they could hide in this space to rest temporarily. And it was not just him. As many people as he wanted could come in. After a while, Chu Yun returned to the area where the medicine garden was located. To be honest, it was really a bit difficult, because after flying so far, it was too difficult to find the location of the medicine garden by visual observation. Chu Yun only dared to fly in a straight line in one direction, and then return along this straight line to find it back. "Master, how is it?" Yang Jian was teasing Da Huang. When he saw Chu Yun flying back on Zhao Bei, he quickly stood up and asked. "Very big," Chu Yun said, exhaling slowly, and said, "The area of this space is much larger than I imagined. It basically has no end. The entire area is larger than Daming Mansion itself. I didn't go any deeper because I was afraid that you would be waiting here anxiously, bigger than the entire Daming mansion. Yang Jian was a little dumbfounded. Carrying a whole mansion with him, isn't this too cool? Chu Yun looked at Zhao Li and said, you were born in this space. Now that this space has undergone such a drastic change, do you feel uncomfortable? That's not the case. But to be honest, I seem to have some strange things in my mind, like some information. I didn't take it seriously just now, but now the information is getting more and more. Zhao Li rubbed his little head in distress. The halo on his head emitted a flashing red, which looked quite scary, as if the robot was overloaded. Chu Yun was startled and thought that Zhao Li's head was going to explode. Zhao Li stuck out her tongue and laughed. The red light on her head suddenly flashed, and it went through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, like a revolving lantern. It turned out that this was controlled freely by her, the luminous spirit. It's okay, but I really want to take a nap to digest and process all this extra information. I haven't felt so sleepy for a long time, Zhao Li said, and began to yawn. Okay. Chu Yun nodded and said, it seems that the changes in this space will indeed affect you, but I don't think this should be a bad change. Zhao Li also nodded her little head like a revolving lantern, and her figure slowly floated up, gradually faded, and disappeared into the air, leaving only a sentence, wait until I wake up, and come to play with you. After that, the figure disappeared. Master. Little Yang Jian looked at Zhao Li's disappearance in surprise, and said, Sister Zhao Li, isn't she a human? Yes. Chu Yun nodded and said, she is a special life form, born with light. Since she became conscious, she has been in the space of this bluestone gate. Hundreds or even thousands of years have passed. Hearing this, little Yang Jian couldn't help but sigh. Even if she is not a human, she will feel lonely. Just come in more often to accompany her in the future, Chu Yun said, patting little Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, okay, let's go out. Little Yang Jian nodded in response, took the initiative to open the light door, and let Chu Yun go first. A moment later, the two appeared together on the 9th floor of the Bupping building. Chu Yun? At this time, a cry of surprise came from the side. Chu Yun looked in the direction of the sound, and it was Zhao Qianli, with Yang Xiaokan beside him. The two stood in the meeting room, looking blankly at Chu Yun and the others who suddenly appeared from the light door. Earlier, when Chu Yun sensed that something had happened to Yang Jian from Bacon Street, he flew over at the fastest speed. Although Zhao Qianli didn't know what had happened, he rushed over with Yang Xiaokan. However, when they arrived, Chu Yun happened to be taking Yang Jian into the space inside the bluestone gate, so when they entered the door, they only saw a light door. Zhao Qianli tried to touch the light door because he felt that Chu Yun might be inside, but he had not learned the Zengxian Kinyu and Ju, so he couldn't make the power in the light door recognize him and couldn't get in at all. Just when he was at a loss, Chu Yun suddenly appeared with a Yang Jian, which scared Zhao Qianli. What happened just now? Zhao Qianli walked quickly to Chu Yun and was about to ask about what happened just now, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the little Yang Jian following behind Chu Yun. No, now it should be said that it was a big Yang Jian. He was immediately shocked. You. Why do you look so much like that little Yang Jian? Could it be? It's me, Uncle Zhao. Little Yang Jian smiled bitterly and spoke, but his eyes were more focused on Yang Xiaokan beside Zhao Qianli. He was nervous and expectant, wondering if his own sister could still recognize him after the change. Wow! Yang Xiaokan looked at him, opened her mouth in surprise, and said, Second brother, what did you eat? How did you become so tall all of a sudden? I want to eat too, I want to eat too. Upon hearing this, the bitter smile on little Yang Jian's face became even more intense. He walked forward, hugged his sister in his arms, and said, Second brother didn't eat anything, it's just. He became like this all of a sudden. Zhao Qianli was stunned and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He walked to Chu Yun, poked his lower back, and asked in a very low voice with his mouth, What's going on? An accident. Chu Yun also held his forehead and smiled bitterly, but overall, it's a good change. This little guy got a blessing in disguise. Not only did his cultivation soar to the peak of the physical realm, but he also gained a special spiritual body that is immune to the influence of other people's spiritual power. His future is limitless. Now Qianli widened his eyes full of "Are you deliberately coaxing me because you think I'm easy to fool?" And he almost asked if it's true or not. "It's true." Chu Yun nodded again and said in confirmation, "Okay." Now Qianli rubbed his face and said, "Since you think there is no problem, then it's fine. I'm not in a position to ask more about the inheritance of your sect." As he said that, now Qianli couldn't help but look at Yang Jian with a strange look and said, "Now, you take your sister out and say that it's father and daughter, and people will believe it." Yang Jian looked resentful, looking at his broad figure and hands and feet. He couldn't help but sigh. Although his cultivation level skyrocketed and he gained a spiritual body, it was indeed a very happy thing, but he suddenly grew so tall and aged several years, and he didn't know how to explain it to his mother. Fortunately, since he became a disciple, Yang Jian didn't see his mother every day, so it was reasonable to cover it up for a short time. It was better not to let Yang know first, so as not to worry about him. "Disciple, come with me." At this time, Chu Yun patted Yang Jian's shoulder and motioned him to follow him out of Buping building. Little Yang Jian put his sister down, and immediately followed Chu Yun obediently, saying, "Master, what are we going to do?" "Remember what your master said to you before?" Chu Yun smiled and said, "Your master once promised that if you can reach the peak of the physical realm within a month, then I will give you a special gift, a gift that you want very much. Now, in just one day, you have completed this task. Does this count as?" Little Yang Jian couldn't help scratching his head, looking a little embarrassed. He was actually planning to fulfill his master's requirements through hard practice, but the emergence of this change really made people a little unprepared. "Of course it counts." Chu Yun nodded and said, "Once words are spoken, they can be spilled. A man's word is as good as his bond. A promise is for a lifetime, so you must never be careless." Upon hearing this, little Yang Jian nodded in acceptance. Then, he couldn't help but look at Chu Yun with curiosity and said, "Then, Master, what gift have you prepared for me?" Chu Yun smiled, his eyes became sharp, and said, "Master will take you to kill someone." As soon as he finished speaking, little Yang Jian's body shook. "Kill people? Who?" "Black Tiger Mountain." Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice, looking into the distance, and said, "Since the first time I met you, you have been practicing hard. You are so young, but you are willing to practice so hard. If you don't have the support of hatred, you can't do it. After I decided to accept you as my apprentice, I have been waiting for you to take the initiative to ask me to take you to revenge, but you never meant to do so. If I am not mistaken, you didn't plan to tell me this at all. You just wanted to take revenge after you practice well, right?" After saying this, Yang Jian fell into silence at that time, and then nodded with a deep face, saying, "Master, you are right. I plan to take revenge myself. I believe you will not treat the master as an outsider. The reason you don't want to tell me is that you are afraid that I will be in danger if I go to Black Tiger Mountain." Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. Yang Jian didn't say anything, but his expression had already acquiesced, and the fact was just like that. In his opinion, the evil bandits of Black Tiger Mountain were very powerful. His father Yang Ningxi, as a warrior of the mountain and sea realm, brought the elite of the entire Shunfeng escort agency, but they were still completely wiped out. Chu Yun was so young. Even if his cultivation was high, he could not reach the level of Nirvana realm. Being able to reach the mountain and sea realm was already the best among men. In this case, the strength of Chu Yun and his father with the escort agency should be similar, and they would not be the opponents of the evil bandits of Black Tiger Mountain. In this case, in order not to cause trouble to Chu Yun, Yang Jian never mentioned the word revenge in front of Chu Yun from the moment he became his apprentice. But, not mentioning it does not mean that Yang Jian does not hate it in his heart. The revenge for killing his father and the disaster of destroying the family. Such a deep hatred can only be washed away with blood. If Yang Jian was a weak and cowardly person, it would be fine, but he had a strong character like iron. How could he dare to forget such hatred? Therefore, what Yang Jian was thinking in his heart was to practice hard, learn from a master, and when he grew up, he would go to Black Tiger Mountain to settle accounts with those evil bandits and take revenge. But Yang Jian never expected that Chu Yun could see through his thoughts in this regard, and had already prepared to avenge him. To be honest, when Chu Yun said that, Yang Jian's heart suddenly surged with endless emotion, and looking at Chu Yun's smiling face, his eyes slowly turned red. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, 10 years is too long, seize the day. If possible, I hope to train you, so that you can become strong, and then seek revenge on the evil bandits in Black Tiger Mountain. But I can't do this because it's very selfish. Bandits like those who kill and rob will create more tragedies if they live a little longer, and more people will be destroyed like you. So these days, I have asked the old housekeeper to help collect intelligence. Chu Yun smiled slightly, patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, and said, hatred is not a good thing. It can certainly make people's will more determined and have an accurate goal to push themselves forward, but it can also make people lose themselves and embark on a paranoid path. You are still young, still a child. If you always live with the idea of destroying certain people in the future, it will be a very, very bad thing for you. People say that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, but whether a person who has spent 10 years in hatred will still be a gentleman is debatable. So today, your master will take you to settle this hatred. Things like sleeping on straw and tasting gall for many years, let others do it. We have a grudge between master and disciple, so let's just take revenge directly. After hearing these words, little Yang Jian closed his eyes tightly, wiped it with his sleeve, and then knelt on the ground, bowed to Chu Yunchang without saying a word. At this time, he could no longer think of any accurate words that could represent his mood and gratitude to his master Chu Yun. Chu Yun pulled him up, and the two went to Bacon Mansion together, and met the old housekeeper in the accounting office. The old housekeeper opened his eyes and saw little Yang Jian beside Chu Yun. He was stunned for a moment, and the abacus in his hand stopped moving, and his eyes were full of surprise. Grandpa Zhu, I am Yang Jian, little Yang Jian said softly. I recognized you, but it's only been a few days. How come you've become like this? The old housekeeper smiled bitterly, walked up, pulled little Yang Jian to look around, pinched his bones and muscles, looked at Chu Yun, and said, I heard that you accepted this child as your apprentice. Is this the secret method of your master? It was an accident. Chu Yun slowly exhaled, with helplessness in his eyes, and said, but fortunately, the result is good. There is no flaw in his current state. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. When the old housekeeper heard this, if someone else said it, he would definitely not believe it, because such a drastic change must mean that there are unusual secrets in it, and generally speaking, such a drastic change often makes people think of the principle of forcing things to grow. But, since Chu Yun said this, the old housekeeper chose to believe it at the first time. Although he and Chu Yun had not known each other for a long time, judging from Chu Yun's quality of doing things, he was definitely a trustworthy and reliable person. After the examination, the old butler did not find anything wrong with little Yang Jian, so he could only nod slowly and sigh. The world is so big, there are really all kinds of wonders. Little Yang Jian felt very strange after hearing this, but he didn't say anything, because he could predict that everyone who knew him in the future would have the same emotions and reactions when they saw him like this. Chu Yun came to the counter and said, do you have any clues about the things I asked you to do a few days ago? You don't need much information, as long as you make sure that the other party's strength has not reached the Nirvana realm and their exact location. That's enough. You are really confident. The old housekeeper looked up at Chu Yun and smiled faintly. What if the other party's strength has reached the Nirvana realm? Chu Yun heard this, glanced at Yang Jian beside him, and said, if so, then we can't take him with us on this bandit suppression trip. After the voice fell, the old housekeeper was slightly startled, and found that he had just said that Chu Yun was really confident, but now it seems that he underestimated it. This is more than just confidence, it's simply inflated. Doesn't it mean that he will still go without taking Jiangjian? Going there knowing that the other party has reached the Nirvana realm is not something that can be described as confidence. I don't know if you are joking, but there are indeed no strong men in the Nirvana realm on Black Tiger Mountain. The old housekeeper shook his head and said, those who can reach the Nirvana realm are all overlords without exception. They can suppress an area of land. How many people are willing to become bandits and do the business of robbing and killing people? That's true. Chu Yun nodded. This answer was more in line with his expectations. If there were no Nirvana realm warriors, then Black Tiger Mountain would basically be equivalent to an uninhabited place for him. However, don't be too careless. Although there are no Nirvana realm warriors on Black Tiger Mountain, there are many warriors in the mountain and sea realm. Conservatively speaking, there are still 10 to 20 people, the old housekeeper reminded. So many? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and the little Yangjian beside him had begun to turn pale. You know, Chu Yun was born in the Yuan sect in the Linghai area. The entire sect of the Yuan sect, including those who are away all year round, has only a dozen or so Shanghai realm warriors at this level. A mountain bandit in the Black Tiger Mountain area actually has the power equivalent to that of a sect, which makes Chu Yun feel a little surprised. Not bad. The old housekeeper nodded in confirmation and said, now, are you still going? Of course. Chu Yun smiled faintly. He has killed 2 Nirvana realm beings, and there is no telling how many Shanghai realm warriors have died in his hands. How can a mere Black Tiger Mountain scare him? It's just that the Black Tiger Mountain is not far from Jinxia City. With such a group of forces, why would the government not care? Let them occupy the mountain and be the king? Chu Yun asked. The old butler replied, it's not that we don't care, but it's difficult to manage. In the past few years, the government has carried out many encirclement and suppression operations against Black Tiger Mountain, but they have not been very effective, and they have not been able to eradicate it completely. The reason is that the situation in Black Tiger Mountain is special. How special? Chu Yun was very curious. With the power of Jinxia City, with a lord who has surpassed the Nirvana realm and dozens of Nirvana realm people under his command, this level of power can be said to be an overwhelming existence. Anyone in the Nirvana realm can take action, which is enough to wipe out the banditry in Black Tiger Mountain. But what special situation can allow them to survive until now? I don't know if you've ever heard of the saying, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people? The old housekeeper looked at Chu Yun with a smile and said, Black Tiger Mountain is located in a group of mountains outside Jinxia City. Their base camp is in Black Tiger Mountain, but their range of activities almost covers the entire mountain range, and there are thousands of mountain villages scattered in these mountains. The bandits in Black Tiger Mountain kill and rob, and do all kinds of bad things, but they are also very principled. They uphold the concept of rabbits don't eat grass near their nests and will never lay a hand on the villagers in the surrounding mountains. In many cases, they will even rob the rich to help the poor, and use the money they robbed to help the villages in the mountains. Therefore, whenever the government came to encircle and suppress them, the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain would immediately break up into small groups and disperse to various villages, disguising themselves as ordinary villagers, and the unruly people in those villages would often take the initiative to shelter them and help them deceive the government. No. It's actually not accurate to say that. In those villages, many bandits are actually villagers themselves. They have homes in the villages. When the government is not here, they are vicious bandits. When the government is here, they are just ordinary villagers at home. In this case, how do you think the government should encircle and suppress them? After hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help laughing and said, okay, the bandit leader of the Black Tiger Mountain is a smart guy. He actually knows how to get close to the people and pull ordinary villagers to be his umbrella. He made the people and bandits a family. It's interesting, really interesting. Yes, this is exactly what the government is worried about. If they really want to suppress the bandits, they can do it, but in this way, they have to eradicate all the villages in the mountains. However, not all of the tens of thousands of villagers are bad people. Besides, it's not good to spread it out. So until now, The Black Tiger Mountain has almost become a headache for the government, and there is no way to deal with it, the old housekeeper said, shaking his head. It is not necessary to eradicate them completely. We can just check them one village at a time. However, this will consume too much work and human and material resources. No wonder those officials are too lazy to care, Chu Yun said, sneering twice and said, but, you can't escape the fate of the Black Tiger Mountain today. Chapter 164 Guard. After all this, you still want to go? The old housekeeper looked at Chu Yun, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. Black Tiger Mountain, which even the government is so troubled about. Chu Yun is going to eradicate the banditry alone, with a child of 8 or 9 years old. Well, this child now looks like a teenager, but in the final analysis, he is just a small burden. Chu Yun is going to go to such a hellish start? Of course. Chu Yun laughed and said, the young man is chivalrous and makes friends with heroes from the 5 cities. He is brave and his hair stands on end. In the conversation, he is willing to die and live together. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. He looked at little Yang Jian and said with high spirits, as his master, I have already said that I will help him get revenge. A real man should keep his word. If I can't do it, how can I set an example in the future? Besides, this Black Tiger Mountain, in my opinion, is not a big deal. Hearing this, the old housekeeper was silent for a long time. He was deeply touched by Chu Yun's casual poem. After a while, he slowly exhaled and said, I am old and cannot bear to hear the passionate things of you young people. But if you insist on going, I, an old man, can still help a little. If you need anything, just ask. There are indeed some places that require the cooperation of the old housekeeper, Chu Yun said. The old housekeeper pondered for a moment and said, at most, I can send 3 mountain and sea realms from the mansion to go with you. More than that, it is beyond my ability. That's not necessary. Chu Yun shook his head and said, I just need you, the old housekeeper, to send someone to pretend to be a caravan and pass through the territory of the Black Tiger Mountain. Are you trying to fish for law enforcement? The old housekeeper was stunned. Chu Yun laughed and said, yes. That's right. It's better to make a big noise and release the news that this caravan is very valuable, so that more Black Tiger Mountain bandits will take the bait. The old housekeeper stared at Chu Yun for a while with a scrutinizing look and said, are you sure? Is there a problem? Chu Yun didn't say anything, with a smile on his face, and stretched out a hand to the old housekeeper. Hey, the old butler couldn't help but laugh, and he also stretched out a hand, and held Chu Yun's big hand together. These 2 hands, one is broad and strong, with slender fingers, and the other is dry and skinny, which looks very uncoordinated, as if the latter will be broken at any time. But, from the perspective of little Yang Jian, it can be clearly seen that the skinny hand, holding Chu Yun's hand, is constantly exerting force. But Chu Yun's palm has always been motionless, as stable as Mount Tai. This is a test. Chu Yun took the initiative to invite the old butler to test his strength, and now it seems that Chu Yun is not at all inferior. The old butler slowly exhaled. After a long stalemate, he loosened his hand, put it on Chu Yun's shoulder, patted it gently, and said, young people are formidable, young people are formidable. Thank you. Chu Yun smiled gently. The pressure the old butler had just put on him had reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm, close to the level of Nirvana realm. To be honest, this surprised Chu Yun himself. He didn't expect that this old man who seemed to be approaching old age actually had the strength close to Nirvana realm. If the old butler could be given a Nirvana pill, he would probably have broken through the Nirvana realm long ago, right? It's a pity, in such a social environment, Nirvana pills are hard to come by. If you don't rely on the power of the government, it's hard to get one in your entire life. No matter how good your talent is, you can only stop at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. You have such strength. Even if you are not good enough, you can take this little guy away safely. In this case, just go ahead and do it. I, an old man, will cooperate with you, the old housekeeper said, taking out a token from under the counter, handed it to Chu Yun, and said, take this token and go to the mansion to find Captain Zhao of the guard team. He will do it according to your wishes. Thank you. Chu Yun took the token, bowed to the old housekeeper, and smiled at the back, looking at Yang Jian, and said, "Why don't you thank Grandpa Zhu?" "Thank you, Grandpa Zhu." Yang Jian immediately bowed deeply, and was helped up by the old housekeeper with a smile, and then watched them walk out of the account office. After the two left, the old housekeeper faced the empty account office, and after a calm silence for a while, he suddenly said, "This friend of the young master is a good person. You can go and see him, don't let him really get into trouble." In the dark, someone seemed to say him, and then everything returned to calm. The old housekeeper slowly stretched his waist and continued to tap the abacus slowly. After leaving the accounting office, Chu Yun took Yang Jian and went to the Bacon Mansion's guard team with ease. Although they had only lived here for a few days and moved to Bupping Building, with Chu Yun's memory, he would never forget any place he had passed by. "Mr. Chu, is there anything?" It was noon, and the guards were all having lunch in the yard. Chu Yun brought people to the main hall and saw the 5 captains of the guard team gathered at a table. Chu Yun smiled and bowed to Captain Zhao, who was in the middle, saying, "I am here because I have something to ask Captain Zhao and the brothers of the guard team to cooperate with me." As he said that, he put the token given to him by the old housekeeper on the table and said, "I want to go to Black Tiger Mountain to suppress bandits. I hope you can pretend to be a caravan and pass by the Black Tiger Mountain area at this time tomorrow. It is best to release some news before that to attract the people of Black Tiger Mountain to take the bait." As soon as these words came out, the guards looked at each other in surprise. To be honest, this was indeed an unexpected change for them, because the main responsibility of the guard team was to protect the safety of Bacon Mansion and Bacon Street. Usually, the most they did was to walk around Jinxia City, and going out of the city to suppress bandits was indeed an area they had never touched. But, looking at the token of the old housekeeper, Captain Zhao pondered for a moment, then stood up, nodded to Chu Yun, and said, "Since it is the old housekeeper's intention, then the brothers have no choice but to do it." Captain Zhao was straightforward. Chu Yun cupped his hands, and this was considered a deal. "You can just call me Yao Zhen," Captain Zhao said, and asked someone to bring a map. After removing the wine and food on the table, he spread the map flat on the table. After searching carefully for a while, he pointed to the mountains in the northwest of Jinxia City and said, "This is the Black Cloud Mountain Range. Black Tiger Mountain is located on one of the peaks." "Which one?" Chu Yun asked. Captain Zhao shook his head and said, "I don't know, and no one knows." Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and was confused, but he did not continue to ask, but waited for Captain Zhao to give an explanation. Captain Zhao said, "As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The bandits on Black Tiger Mountain have many dens, but only the core members know where the real headquarters is. Many ordinary bandits on the periphery have never been to Black Tiger Mountain in their lives. They just obey orders on the periphery." "I see." Chu Yun nodded. "As a bandit force that has survived for so long under the eyes of the government, it is impossible not to have some tricks." However, after the old housekeeper and Captain Zhao's explanation, Chu Yun suddenly realized that the bandits on Black Tiger Mountain have too many tricks. If it was laid out in the open, even if the bandits on the Black Tiger Mountain rushed forward, it would not be impossible for Chu Yun to deal with them. However, the problem facing Chu Yun now was not here, but that the bandits on the Black Tiger Mountain were too cunning, like an old turtle curled up tightly in its shell, and it seemed difficult to know where to start. However, after just a brief thought, Chu Yun said with certainty, "Since a core member knows the location of Black Tiger Mountain, then just capture a core member. Tomorrow, Captain Zhao, you pretend to be a caravan passing by. With the protection of mountain and sea realm warriors, Black Tiger Mountain will definitely dispatch warriors of this level, or even more than one person. Warriors at this level are already the top combat power on Black Tiger Mountain. As long as we can capture one person alive, we will definitely be able to find out the true location of Black Tiger Mountain." "That makes sense, but it's hard to do." Captain Zhao smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "There are 5 captains in the mansion guard team, all of whom are mountain and sea realm warriors. According to the rules, I can only bring 2 captains at most to go with me. If only one mountain and sea realm warrior is revealed on the surface, Black Tiger Mountain will conservatively estimate that 5 mountain and sea realm warriors will be dispatched. or even more. The three of us, plus you, Mr. Chu, are only 4 warriors of the mountain and sea realm. Although we are confident that our own strength is stronger than those wild bandits, we can only tie with 4 people, and dare not say that we will win. In this case, it is difficult to capture the enemy's mountain and sea realm warriors alive. Captain Zhao, don't worry, we have made arrangements in advance. The enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. Naturally, we can't use the strength on paper to measure the real situation. And Chu Yun's heart moved, and he gave Captain Zhao a shot of cardio tonic. When he spoke, Captain Zhao on the opposite side seemed to be in hesitation, because in Captain Zhao's view, although the suppression of bandits is a good thing to eliminate harm for the people, it should be the responsibility of the government, and they are just guards of the palace. Why do they have to fight those mountain bandits to death? If their own strength is stronger, it will be fine. But now it is clear that the Black Tiger Mountain has a little more advantage, and he began to retreat in his heart. At this time, a voice as thin as a mosquito's hump passed through the crowd and reached Captain Zhao's ears directly. I will go. After the voice fell, Captain Zhao's body shook, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he knew who the owner of the voice was, and he felt a little excited about it. If it was that person, the mere Black Tiger Mountain would not be a big deal. Chu Yun, who was lobbying, raised his eyebrows slightly at this moment, and looked at a dark place calmly, and the words he said in his mouth also stopped at this moment. Just now, was it someone transmitting secret sound? Chu Yun's heart moved slightly. He himself had the means of transmitting secret sound, so he was particularly sensitive to the tiny sound source that no one else could perceive. Just now, when Captain Zhao was hesitant, it was obvious that someone in the dark had transmitted something to Captain Zhao in secret, and judging from Captain Zhao's expression at this moment, he was obviously persuaded. Okay, let's do as Master Chu said. Captain Zhao slammed the table and said in high spirits, a mere mountain bandit dared to commit crimes outside Jingxia City. I have long disliked them. Today, since Master Chu is interested, let's go and wipe them out. Deputy Captain Song, Deputy Captain Li, you two will follow me to the Black Cloud Mountains to suppress the bandits. Yes, the 2 deputy captains responded and agreed. Outside the yard of the guard team, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof, looking at the house in the next yard, as if his sight could penetrate through layers of buildings and directly see Chu Yun inside. Good boy. Such a keen perception. With a mutter, the figure disappeared again. Chapter 165 Live for Yourself. After leaving Bacon Mansion, Chu Yun took Yangjian and went to the Black Cloud Mountains in the northwest. As soon as they left the city, Chu Yun summoned Zhao Bei and asked it to carry the 2 of them and fly to the northwest. According to the plan, Chu Yun had to check the spot in advance to confirm the location of their ambush. Disciple, what are you thinking about? Chu Yun looked back at Yangjian on Zhao Bei's back. The latter had been silent since he sat on the back of the horse. Nothing. Yangjian was slightly startled, then shook his head. After a while, he realized that there was no need to lie in front of Chu Yun, so he said honestly, I'm thinking about suppressing bandits. Is this a bit too difficult? Chu Yun stretched out a finger, bent it and flicked Yangjian's head lightly, making a light bang sound. It didn't hurt much, but Yangjian was surprised and covered his forehead, not knowing what Chu Yun was doing. Don't think about it. Chu Yun shook his head and said, you are still too young and don't have enough power to influence anything. This matter was brought up by me, your master. What you need to do is to trust me unconditionally. So, don't think of the bandits on Black Tiger Mountain as trouble. From the moment I decided to take action against them, they were already a group of dead people. Little Yangjian's mouth shrank, thinking that this was a bit too arrogant. Chu Yun didn't want him to think about it anymore, and changed the subject. What you need to think about now is another question. What kind of person do you plan to become? What kind of person do I plan to become? Little Yangjian was stunned. For the 8-year-old, this question was a bit too far-reaching and too heavy. Before the tragedy of Shun's escort agency, the 8-year-old little Yangjian was just an ordinary child. Although he was more precocious and sensible than other children of the same age, he was just a carefree child. At that time, What he thought about every day was how to practice hard and lay a good foundation for himself, so that he could help his elder brother and father and take good care of Xiaoqin. After that incident, overnight, Yang Jian's family was broken up, and the two pillars of the family, his father and elder brother, all fell down. At that time, Yang Jian really felt that the sky had fallen down. When he learned the bad news, he almost fainted directly, because compared with the heartless and innocent Yang Xiaoqin, he already knew what death meant. It meant that the two most important people in his life, his father and brother, would never come back again. In this cruel world, only he, his mother and his sister were left to depend on each other. But when Yang Jian heard the bad news and his eyes went black, he saw that his mother fainted first. Yang Jian loved his mother very much, and Yang was also a very good mother, but she was also a weak mother. When the two pillars of the family collapsed one after another, the mother's pillar was about to collapse. Little Yang Jian didn't think about anything else, but he realized at that moment that he must not fall, otherwise, the family would be over and there would be no hope. So, at that moment, little Yang Jian stood up with all his strength, like a little adult, and followed the example of his elder brother and father to arrange the funeral. When Yang woke up from the vortex of sadness, little Yang Jian had already dealt with the affairs of the escort agency. Although there must be something wrong in the process, for him, who was only 8 years old, it was the limit to rush into the battle and fight the whole way without turning around and becoming a deserter. When she learned about these situations, her mother Yang cried very sadly, hugged little Yang Jian and said that she used to be a rich lady who had never touched the water of the spring. Before she got married, she was well taken care of by her parents. After she got married, she was well taken care of by her husband. Now, her husband is dead, and her 8-year-old son has to take care of her again. It is said that a mother is strong, and she should have held on at this time and taken care of her children, but the result was, little Yang Jian clearly remembered how much self-blame and pain his mother had felt at that time. So, he hid all the grievances and sorrows that he had accumulated over the past few days, and the impulse to cry to his mother, and showed a bright smile and said, "It's okay, I can do it." At that time, there were only two things that little Yang Jian wanted to do, that is, to take good care of his mother and sister, and to take revenge on the evil bandits of Black Tiger Mountain. The 8-year-old little Yang Jian only had his own family in the world. Taking good care of the surviving family members and avenging the dead family members were what he had to do. And now, he worshipped a very powerful master, and his mother and sister can be taken care of very well, and the master also has to help him with revenge. So, when Chu Yun raised this question, asking him what kind of person he planned to become, or what he wanted to do in the future, he immediately fell into confusion, because he had never thought about this question before. "Do you realize it?" Chu Yun sighed softly and said, "After these few days of contact, your master has discovered a problem. That is, after experiencing a drastic change, you are in a state of loss. You are now living to take care of your mother and sister, to avenge your father and brother, but you are not living for yourself. Your master asks you this question to wake you up. After today's revenge, you must of course take care of your sister and mother, but you must know that that is not all of your life, nor is it all of your life. You must have your own life. What kind of person do you want to be?" Little Yang Jian trembled all over and fell into confusion. He looked at Chu Yun with a look that was almost like asking for help, and said, "Master, what kind of person should I be?" "I can't answer you." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "Only you can answer this question. I am your master and your guide. I will help you, but I will not manipulate your life. All I can tell you is to keep a good attitude and see more of the world. It is cruel, but sometimes it also has warmth. You will find what you like, the direction you pursue, and your goals in this diverse world, but the premise is that you have to open your eyes to see, rather than locking yourself in a vicious circle of living only for others." As he spoke, Chu Yun patted Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, "Master has heard a very heartbreaking story before. There was a guy who thought he had done something wrong, which led to the destruction of his and his sister's family. Since then, in his long life, he has lived only for his sister. Everything he thought and did was to make up for his debt to his sister. In the end, His sister lived a good life, but he himself fell into a situation of no return. This is very sad. Master, thank you. I understand. Yang Jian took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Although he didn't know whether the story the master told was about him, he still understood what Chu Yun meant, and at this moment, it was deeply engraved in his heart. Chapter 166, Stunning Sword. On the south side of the Black Cloud Mountains, there is a very wide official road that runs from Jingxia City in Daming Prefecture to Tanliang City in the west. It was noon. On one side of the official road, dozens or even hundreds of figures were lurking in the woods by the roadside, holding weapons in their hands, looking around the road from time to time, obviously waiting for something. Why haven't they come yet? In the crowd, a young man in a black python robe impatiently held a dogtail grass in his mouth and spat it on the ground with a puff sound. Sixth boss, don't worry, according to the information from Jingxia, there will definitely be a group of fat sheep coming today. If we take this deal, our harvest will not be much different from that of the eighth boss. A middle-aged man with a mustache beside the young man whispered. After the words fell, the young man snorted coldly and said, he is just lucky to have bumped into the fat sheep of Shunfeng Escort Agency. After that job was done, he almost rode on my head. What a bastard. Yes, you are right. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. This young man, named Zhu Ziyun, was a bandit named Soul Breaking Knife. He was one of the bandit leaders who sat on the sixth chair on Black Tiger Mountain. The one-eyed dragon he mentioned was another bandit leader on Black Tiger Mountain, ranked 8th. The two were both fierce bandits who became bandits. Although their rankings were not far apart, one was the 6th and the other was the 8th. But their relationship was extremely poor. If it weren't for the pressure from the big boss and the military advisor, the two would have killed each other long ago. But even if they maintained peace on the surface, the two sides had always been fighting openly and secretly. The struggle between the bandit leaders was nothing more than a competition of who had more brothers and who had stronger means. What did the bandits rely on to win people's hearts? There was nothing else except money. So whoever led people to rob more money could win over more brothers and become more popular. Just last month, the 8th Master, One-Eyed Dragon, and his brothers took over the Shunfeng Escort Agency and robbed all the escorts. He made a fortune and is now in the limelight on the Black Tiger Mountain. He is about to get rid of the position of the 8th Master and get ahead of him, the 6th Master. Soul Breaking Sword Zhu Ziyun is only in his 30s this year, still a young man. And how can a young man not be angry? If he is not angry, he is not a young man, so he can't stand this. For the whole month, Zhu Ziyun has been thinking about how to do a big job and suppress the arrogance of the 8th Master, One-Eyed Dragon. After waiting for so long, he finally got a chance. Yesterday, news came from Jingxia City that a caravan from the imperial capital would pass through the Black Cloud Mountains to Tanliang City at noon tomorrow. Therefore, Zhu Ziyun brought along his 3 trusted followers, and also brought along 2 other brothers who were on good terms with other masters, a total of 6 Shanghai realm people, to come here together to make this deal. Here they come. At this time, there was a slight commotion among the bandits near the end of the team. Soon, there were tremors on the ground, and Zhu Ziyun and others in the woods were shocked. They looked over and saw a long team coming from a distance. The caravan was dozens of meters long, and it was estimated that there were no less than 50 people escorting. The horses carrying the goods were not ordinary horses, but domesticated monsters, some of which were of the 2nd and 3rd levels. Not to mention the value of the goods, these monsters alone were worth a lot of money. Damn it, it's really a fat sheep. Zhu Ziyun's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a greedy and bloodthirsty light like a wolf, and the expressions of the hundreds of bandits beside him were exactly the same. After confirming the value of the caravan, Zhu Ziyun immediately looked at the head and tail of the team, looking for the experts who were escorting the goods. Then he saw Captain Zhou and another deputy captain, both riding tall horses, with their hands on the hilts of their swords, looking around vigilantly. 2 Shanghai realm warriors. Hee, they are all here to deliver food to Grandpa. Zhu Ziyun sneered twice, winked at the man with a mustache beside him, and said, don't be anxious, put them in front and then fight them. Be ruthless, and kill with one blow. They were setting an ambush here, and it would be unreasonable not to use some shady tricks. When they received the news, they decided to take action and had already dug traps and ambushes on the road ahead. Once the caravan passed by, those traps and mechanisms would certainly not threaten the Shanghai realm warriors, but the caravans and ordinary warriors behind them would not be able to escape at all. At that time, it would be easy for the Shanghai realm warriors of the caravan to escape by themselves, and the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain would not stop them. However, if they wanted to take away the goods in danger, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was also the main purpose of the Black Tiger Mountain bandits. They only wanted the goods, and killing people was just a byproduct. Stop. At this time, Captain Zhao at the front of the queue changed his expression, and suddenly chopped out with a knife, slashing at the woods beside the road. Immediately, a scream of awe was heard. A bandit who was closer to the official road exposed his presence and was directly killed by Captain Zhao's knife. There is an ambush. Retreat. The tail of the team will become the head of the team, and the head of the team will cover the rear. Captain Zhao roared, and the entire caravan immediately began to change. Everyone turned their horses around, showing their well-trained experience. In almost a breath of time, they had already fled quickly in the direction they came from. Want to run? Zhu Ziyan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Captain Zhao to be so vigilant and to have discovered their ambush directly. He was surprised at the time, but soon he stood up and chased after him with a knife, shouting, "Brothers, follow me, we can't let these fat sheep run away." As soon as the voice fell, the mountain bandits in the woods on both sides of the official road suddenly rushed out in a black crowd, and the ambush war turned into a sudden pursuit war. Captain Zhao was now at the end of the team. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and reveal a hint of sneer. This wave was that the bandits thought they had received intelligence and were ambushing the caravan, but in fact, it was just a false news they released in advance, and the caravan was also fake. It was the people in Bacon Mansion who planned in advance to trick Haiyu Mountain. So in essence, the bandits of Haiyu Mountain thought they were on the second floor, but in fact they were on the first floor, and the people in the caravan were on the first floor on the surface, but in fact they were in the stratosphere. At this moment, Captain Zhao saw through the ambush on the roadside and took the initiative to retreat. In fact, he was also luring the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain to take the bait and turn the situation to a more favorable one for them. After all, if they just broke into the trap set by the bandits, it was obviously not what Captain Zhao wanted. At this moment, he pretended to see through the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain and lured them to chase him, which was equivalent to letting the plans of the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain fall into the air, and let the hidden power of Black Tiger Mountain become exposed. In this way, he took the initiative. "I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, leave money to buy your way through." Zhu Ziyan laughed and threw out this set of jargon when he appeared on the stage, which was regarded as a tribute to his professional characteristics. Then he took 5 warriors from the mountain and sea realm and chased them at full speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 6 warriors from the mountain and sea realm. "That's all?" Captain Zhao sneered in his heart. On the surface, there were only 2 mountain and sea realm warriors guarding the caravan, him and Deputy Captain Li, but in fact, there was also Deputy Captain Song who had hidden his cultivation, and Chu Yun who was following in the dark, and the big man who said "I will go." All the people in front were not important. The big man behind was enough to wipe out the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain. Therefore, Captain Zhao was not under any pressure at all at this moment. When he saw 6 mountain and sea realm warriors coming with hundreds of bandits, he prepared to fight back without hesitation. They had already prepared a plan. In the process of being chased, they used some heavy weapons carried by the caravan to catch the bandits off guard. Those tamed monsters carried large boxes on their backs. They were not filled with gold, silver, jewelry, or cultivation resources, but all weapons. When the bandits came after them, the well-trained guards of Bacon Mansion had already quickly climbed onto the monsters, ready to open the boxes and activate their weapons to launch a counterattack. A great battle was about to start, and the pursuit would become a ruthless butcher knife. launching a fatal attack on the pursuing bandits. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure suddenly appeared from a distance, holding a blazing longsword in his hand, with dragon flames burning on the sword. With just one sword, it was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, bringing a gorgeous and amazing arc. And that arc went from left to right, and its trajectory just happened to cover 5 of the 6 Shanghai Realm warriors. The thin line of fire went from the neck of the first person, to the chest of the second person, to the ribs of the third person, to the abdomen of the fourth person, and to the waist of the fifth person. Swish, the sword flashed, and the bodies of the 5 Shanghai Realm warriors were also split in two. The first person's head was separated from his body, and his head was cut directly from his neck by the slight arc. The second person's heart was cut directly from his chest, and his shoulders and head fell off his torso. The third person was cut off from the ribs, and the fourth and fifth people were directly cut in half. After just one sword, blood was everywhere. Zhu Ziyan was stunned, because a sword stopped in front of him. The sword pointed directly at his throat. If he moved forward even a little bit, the sword would pierce his throat mercilessly and take his life. Besides Zhu Ziyan, the sound of blood splashing was endless. That was the sound of his 3 confidants and the other 2 helpers being cut off. Blood flowers were everywhere, splattering and spraying mercilessly, staining his head and face red, and his clothes were soon soaked with blood. But when he opened his eyes, he found that the young man in white clothes opposite him was spotless, and there was not even a drop of blood on his white clothes. One sword, 5 people, 5 masters of the mountain and sea realm, 5 evil bandits that people feared, all died under the sword. Zhu Ziyan was stunned, and Captain Zhao was also stunned. The entire official road was silent. Only the bodies of the 5 evil bandits in the mountain and sea realm fell to the ground, making a click-click sound. No one didn't know why Zhu Ziyan was still alive, and no one would question whether that sword could kill Zhu Ziyan directly. The man holding the sword took the initiative to leave Zhu Ziyan alive, and if he wanted, that sword could actually kill all 6 evil bandits. Those were 6 warriors in the mountain and sea realm. This is too strong. Captain Zhao stood there in a daze, looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, all of which were beheaded and died cleanly, without even a little room for resistance. This was an absolute crushing. And it was also an absolute subversion of common sense, because even if a strong man in the Nirvana realm took action, the extent he could achieve was probably only this, right? No, the strength of a strong man in the Nirvana realm depends on the incarnation of the law. When he took action, the momentum was huge and earth-shaking. Even if he could do this and kill 5 warriors in the mountain and sea realm, it would definitely not be so delicate and light. Chu Yun's sword was amazing. Whether it was the timing, strength, or speed, it was perfect. This was not a problem that could be explained by the realm alone. The sword made people think of only 4 words, that is, Sword Master. A Sword Master who was only 20 years old. Men in Sword are 1, invincible. Chapter 167 Vow. The sword light fell, and the 5 people were beheaded. In the dark, on the side of the mountain road, Yang Jian rode on the back of the Pegasus unicorn Ziabai, watching this scene in surprise, and was shocked 5 times. Although he could not have a specific perception of the cultivation of those bandits, but he still had basic common sense. Those 6 bandits were all flying in the air. Only the strong ones above the mountain and sea realm could do this, and the master actually killed 5 warriors of the mountain and sea realm with 1 sword. So clean and neat, so amazing. What kind of person do I want to be? At this moment, thinking back to Chu Yun's question, Yang Jian suddenly had the answer in his heart. What he wanted to be was a person like the master. 5 mountain and sea realm warriors were killed in an instant. Such a fierce scene immediately shocked the bandits present. Seeing that the only remaining mountain and sea realm expert, their 6th leader Zhu Ziyan, had now fallen into Chu Yun's hands, the bandits were all in despair, and fled in all directions like monkeys scattering when a tree fell. Captain Zhao and the guards of Bacon Mansion came to their senses from the shock at this moment, and hurriedly chased after them. In an instant, the offense and defense were reversed, and the caravan that was being chased now became the one chasing the bandits. In this encirclement, Zhu Ziyan, who was standing opposite Chu Yun, looked at the sword blade that was so close, with astonishment and fear in his eyes. His fierce bandit spirit disappeared without a trace at this moment, and his body trembled, as if he was a frightened sheep. "You, don't talk nonsense." Chu Yun raised a finger, placed it in front of his lips, made a gesture of silence, and said, "From now on, you will answer whatever I ask. If you say the wrong thing, you will die." This voice was not cold, and even had a warm and easy-going feeling, but in Zhu Ziyun's ears, it was as if there was a bone-chilling cold wind blowing from his head to his heels. Hero, what do you want to know? Just ask. I will tell you everything I know, and I will tell you everything. Zhu Yunzai said tremblingly, his eyes fixed on the sword tip in front of him, fearing that Chu Yun would be inadvertent and his life would be over. Very good. Chu Yun showed a faint smile and said, I came here for revenge, to take the life of your boss, but I know that he almost never leaves Black Tiger Mountain, so, can you help me? Hearing this, Zhu Ziyun's heart moved, and then he knew that Chu Yun came for their boss Yun Zonglong. It seems that the two sides have some private grudges. If that's the case, then it's easy. Although this killer star became his 5 Shanghai realm subordinates right from the start, since he was spared, he must be useful. Hero, how do you want me to help you? Zhu Ziyun flattered. I want to know the details of Black Tiger Mountain, how to climb the mountain, what kind of defense forces are there on the mountain, and a series of intelligence. Tell me everything you know. Chu Yun looked at him calmly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Zhu Ziyun swallowed his saliva and slowly said, Brother, no, Yun Zonglong, that beast, has indeed been staying on Black Tiger Mountain, except for us leaders who can sit on the top. Other brothers can't even see him. The real Black Tiger Mountain is hidden in the mountains, located behind Zifeng Ridge and Luoyan Gorge. There is a maze outside the mountain all year round. Only on a specific full moon night can you use a special method to get through the formation. What special method? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Zhu Ziyun paused for a moment, did not answer, but stared at Chu Yun. Hero, I told you this method, can you let me go? Since you're here for the big boss, it should be insignificant to let a small character like me go? Okay. Chu Yun nodded and said, as long as you tell me the way to enter Black Tiger Mountain, I promise not to kill you. Zhu Ziyun looked at the people around him. Captain Zhou had already taken the guards and captured all the fleeing bandits. He killed those who caught and killed those who killed. He said as if he was gambling his life, you must swear in public that you will not kill me, so that I can believe it. Otherwise, if you turn around and regret it, I might as well die directly. Hey! Chu Yun's lips curled up and showed a smile, facing Zhu Ziyun's situation. He was also amused in his heart. In Zhu Ziyun's view, people like Chu Yun who are extraordinary, who are very face-saving and graceful at a glance, are simply pretenders. Once they swear in public that they will not kill him, they will definitely not regret it. After all, he is just an insignificant little character. How can he be compared to the face of such a hero? Okay, I promise you. Chu Yun nodded, looked around, and said, I swear here that if you tell me the way to enter the Black Tiger Mountain, I will not kill you. Hearing this, Zhu Ziyun looked at Captain Zhou and others, suddenly shouted, and added, you can't let these people do it either. Okay. Chu Yun nodded again and said, I won't let these people kill you either. Are you satisfied now? My patience is limited. I hope you seize the opportunity and don't challenge my bottom line again. After all, you are not the only one in charge of the Black Cloud Mountains. It's the same if I catch others and ask them. After Zhu Ziyun got Chu Yun's 2 assurances, he was completely relieved. He took out a token from his arms and respectfully presented it to Chu Yun. This is the medium to enter the formation, a token made of a special material, moonstone. Only with this token can you pass through the fog on a full moon night and enter Black Tiger Mountain. Zhu Ziyun said, and added, if you don't believe it, you can also go and ask someone else. On the official road in the southeast direction, there is the 8th leader of our Black Tiger Mountain, One-Eyed Dragon. He is also a confidant of Yun Zonglong and has this token on him. You can catch him and ask him to see if what we say is right. When he said this, it was obvious that he meant to divert trouble and drag the 8th leader, One-Eyed Dragon, who he usually disliked, to Chu Yun's presence. Chu Yun heard this and couldn't help laughing, and said, "It seems that you really hope that the 8th leader will be unlucky. What did he do to make you unhappy?" "Hero, you don't know." Zhu Zion spread his hands helplessly and said, "In our Black Tiger Mountain, the real leader is the beast Yun Zonglong from the first leader. He usually does nothing and just stays on the Black Tiger Mountain, waiting for the leaders under us to rob everywhere, and we have to give him a share of the robbed things." To be honest, I have disliked Yun Zonglong for a long time, and this one-eyed dragon, relying on the fact that there is also a dragon in the bandit group, flatters Yun Zonglong all day long. Last month, he robbed a big order and took out the Shunting escort agency in Jinxia City, giving Yun Zonglong a big order. Now this kid is on the Black Tiger Mountain, and he is almost riding on my head and shitting. If I could beat them, I would have turned against these bastards long ago. He spoke with righteous words, as if he had put himself on the opposite side of Yun Zonglong and Yuan Long, and together with Chu Yun, he expressed contempt and accusation against the two poisonous dragons. But Chu Yun looked at him, but a strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Well said, but unfortunately, I don't like being used as a gun." After the voice fell, Zhu Zion's heart trembled, and he smiled and apologized. "Look at what you said, I didn't mean that at all, you misunderstood." As he was speaking, Zhu Zion suddenly saw that the long sword in Chu Yun's hand shook twice in front of him, and a sword flower was drawn. With two swish sounds, the sword flower fell down, and his danchin was like a dam bursting, and spiritual power rushed out wildly, and his cultivation was destroyed in an instant. Zhu Zion wailed in pain, screaming and falling from midair, landing heavily on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yun, his eyes full of pain and resentment, gasping in pain, unable to speak at all, but his eyes were asking Chu Yun why he did this. "I only said I wouldn't kill you, not that I wouldn't do anything else to you, just ruin your cultivation, just be more open-minded," Chu Yun said. Zhu Zion took a deep breath, his body twitched and shook twice, but he still managed to suppress the anger. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. He is now in trouble and fell into Chu Yun's hands. To be honest, he is lucky to be able to keep his life. For a warrior, especially a bandit who licks blood on the tip of a knife, this cultivation is certainly important, but now that it can't be saved, he can only be more open-minded. As long as he could still survive today, he could retire on the spot. With the money he had accumulated as a bandit for so many years, after leaving Daming Prefecture, he would go to a city where no one knew him. The money would be enough for him to spend in his lifetime. For a bandit who killed people like crazy, this was also a good end. Apart from anything else, how could those poor people, who worked hard all their lives, compare to his current worth? Even when he was at his lowest point, he was much better than ordinary people. Thinking of this, Zhu Zion finally let it go. He hid the resentment in his eyes and looked at Chu Yun and said, "Thank you, hero, for sparing my life and giving me a chance to reform. In the future, I will definitely do good deeds and become a new person, and never touch these things again." "Hey!" Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and shook his head and said, "Don't joke, you've made me laugh. You don't even believe what you said, so what do you say he did?" As he said that, Chu Yun shouted to the mountain road in the distance, "Good disciple, come over and see the blood." Chapter 168 Fat Sheep. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Zion, who was lying on the ground, trembled all over, stared at Chu Yun with his eyes, stretched out a trembling finger, pointed at Chu Yun and said, "You don't keep your word." "Really?" Chu Yun touched his nose and said, "I think I just said that I won't kill you, and these people won't kill you either. That's all." As he spoke, he looked at Yang Jian, who was riding a Pegasus unicorn from a distance, with a half-smile on his face, and said, "But think about it carefully. Did I say that he wouldn't kill you?" Zhu Zion took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell violently, and his expression was extremely excited. He never expected that he had misjudged the person. The young man in white with the demeanor of a master in front of him was actually a person who didn't care about his face. At this time, if the other party was shameless, his life would naturally be in danger. The Pegasus unicorn slowly flew to Zhu Zion's front, A young boy got off the horse. He stared at Chu Yun, who was lying on the ground with his eyes, holding a domineering spear in his hand. Chu Yun saw a familiar emotion in his eyes. It was an angry emotion, an emotion of revenge. "Hey!" Chu Yun grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. At this time, he was too lazy to pretend to be a grandson. Anyway, he was going to die anyway. He just wanted to cause a little more harm to the enemy before he died, even if it was just verbal pain. "Your master said that he came for revenge. Is it revenge for you? Tell me, what is your grudge with our boss? Was your father killed, or your mother?" Before he finished speaking, the spear in Yang Jian's hand suddenly pierced through Chu Yun's chest, pierced his heart, and nailed Chu Yun's body to the ground. During this process, Chu Yun had been carefully observing Yang Jian's state, and then he found that Yang Jian's expression was actually very calm, and his hands did not tremble at all. When he pulled the tip of the Overlord soul-locking spear out of Chu Yun's chest, he did not show any panic. He was terrifyingly calm and frighteningly steady. This was Chu Yun's evaluation of Yang Jian in his heart. "This should be the first time you have killed someone," Chu Yun said. "Yes, master." Yang Jian nodded, and when he was about to draw out the Overlord soul-locking spear, he suddenly twisted the gun body, letting the gun tip rotate in Chu Yun's chest and completely crushing his heart. And then he was relieved to completely pull out the gun tip, and then took out the handkerchief he carried with him and wiped off the blood on the gun tip. After wiping the blood, Yang Jian threw the handkerchief on the ground, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Master, do you think I am a little too calm and cold-blooded?" "Yes, a little." Chu Yun nodded without denying it, then laughed at himself and said, "I still remember that after the first time I killed someone, my mind was blank for a long time, far less calm than you are now. But I can't say I was cold-blooded. Your experience is in front of you, and I can understand you." Killing Chu Yun this time was indeed the first time that Yang Jian really killed someone, but before in the hall of the Yang Mansion, when Yang Jian defeated the two rogues, he also mistakenly thought that he had killed one of them, John Qin. In that experience, Yang Jian's performance was no different from that of ordinary people, a little confused, a little unbelievable, and a little difficult to accept. And the most important thing is that at that time, Yang Jian relaxed his vigilance and was sprinkled with lime powder by John Qin, who pretended to be dead, and almost capsized and was killed. That experience taught Yang Jian a lesson, so after that, Yang Jian has been reminding himself that killing people is not scary. The scariest thing is to think that you have killed someone, but in fact you have not. Therefore, when killing Chu Yun this time, Yang Jian had no distractions in his mind. All he thought about was how to kill the enemy under the gun. Only when he saw the enemy completely dead, he would feel at ease. "Thank you, master," Yang Jian whispered to thank Chu Yun for his understanding. Chu Yun smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, then looked at Captain Zhao on the side, and said, "So far, this operation can be said to be a complete success. Thank you, Captain Zhao, for your full cooperation." "Mr. Chu, you are too polite." Captain Zhao waved his hand hurriedly, with a kind smile on his face. His attitude was not just a little bit friendlier than before, and even in his eyes, one could see a hint of awe. He hurriedly said, "We just followed and helped, and we didn't have any chance to really contribute. How can we deserve this thank you from Mr. Chu?" And this is indeed the fact. From the beginning of the battle, Captain Zhao and the two deputy captains have been paddling on the sidelines of the 6 mountain and sea realm warriors from the Black Tiger Mountain side. Chu Yun killed 5 as soon as he appeared on the scene, and the last one was subdued with his bare hands. He didn't need the 3 of them at all. If Captain Zhao hadn't led his brothers to attract the firepower from the front, I wouldn't have had such a good chance to succeed in one strike, Chu Yun said modestly, and then said, "However, the same trick is enough for these cunning bandits to use once." "Captain Zhao, you don't need to take action in the next matter, you can just go home directly." "Is that all?" Captain Zhao raised his eyebrows. Although they have now annihilated the faction of the 6th Master's soul-breaking sword, compared with the entire Black Tiger Mountain's sphere of influence, It is not a serious blow. It can only be said that it has just started. Chu Yun actually wants them to leave now. Isn't it too early? However, thinking of Chu Yun's amazing sword just now, Captain Zhao couldn't help but remain silent. With such strength, he didn't need their help from the beginning. Now that the attributes of the two men have been fully exerted, Chu Yun really doesn't need their help. After knowing the specific location of Black Tiger Mountain, Chu Yun alone is enough to eliminate the bandits. Yes, just here. Chu Yun nodded. Immediately, he bowed to Captain Zhao, and then looked at a certain place in the dark. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly, which was a question mark. In the dark, a figure quietly disappeared. Before leaving, he sent a secret message to Captain Zhao, saying, "Let's go. He can do it himself." After the voice fell, Captain Zhao's body shook, and he also bowed and said goodbye to Chu Yun, and then took the members of the guard team disguised as a caravan to clean up the battlefield and prepare to return to Jinxia City. On the other side, Chu Yun took Yang Jian on foot into the depths of the Black Cloud Mountains and headed towards the location of Black Tiger Mountain. When Zhu Ziyan explained the situation just now, "You also heard it, right?" Chu Yun asked as he walked. "I heard it." Yang Jian nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "He said that the 8th leader of Black Tiger Mountain, the One-Eyed Dragon, was the murderer who killed my father, and is now on the official road in the southwest direction." "Yes, we will go and kill him now." Chu Yun smiled slightly. As soon as the words fell, Yang Jian's body shook, and he suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously to Chu Yun. At this moment, his eyes showed a lot of complicated meanings. While walking on the road, Chu Yun calculated the time. The nearest full moon night was 3 days later. It happened that he could take Yang Jian to stroll around the periphery of the Black Cloud Mountains during these 3 days. On the way to the southwest, the master and apprentice passed by a village they were not going to go in. When they passed by, a sharp-eyed man at the entrance of the village saw them. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Someone is passing by. They look like 2 fat sheep." The man shouted, and the village soon became lively. Fierce-looking strong men came out of each household with weapons. Among them, there were even some sturdy women who were big and strong. From a distance, they were not much different from a strong man. Seeing this, Chu Yun touched his nose. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he did not continue to pass by, but walked towards the village with Yang Jian. "Oh, you dare to come to our door? You really don't know that the people in our Black Cloud Mountain range are simple and honest? Ha ha ha, you are still 2 stupid fat sheep." The strong man at the entrance of the village shouted, holding a large machete made of black iron in his hand. Although it was not of high grade, the way it was wielded was quite intimidating. "Disciple, go." Chu Yun patted Yang Jian's shoulder, pointed at the unruly people at the entrance of the village, and said, "These people are no different from the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain. Go and kill them. Just regard it as your master's experience for you." After the voice fell, Yang Jian nodded in silence. This was something he had guessed. Otherwise, with the vision of the master, how could he stop in front of this small village? Yang Jian exhaled deeply, holding the Overlord soul-locking spear in his hand, and took a firm step, because while he was talking to his master, 20 to 30 figures had gathered at the opposite entrance of the village. Among them, the cultivation levels were high and low. Most of them were warriors in the physical realm, and a few were already warriors in the Qianjun realm, possessing the means to control spiritual power for long-range attacks. In the past, even if Yang Jian was at the peak of the physical realm, he would definitely not dare to fight with so many people at the same time. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. And the opponent also has a Qianjun realm warrior whose cultivation level is 1 major realm higher than his, who can control spiritual power to attack him remotely. But now, knowing that Chu Yun is behind him, Yang Jian does not feel any pressure at all. Chapter 169 Master and Disciple. Dozens of figures rushed from the entrance of the village with ferocious faces. Yang Jian took a deep breath, clenched the Overlord soul-locking spear in his hand, took a firm step forward, and faced forward with the spear tip. Like a dragon entering the sea, Yang Jian jumped into the crowd with a spear in hand, and used his long weapon to sweep through the army. This wave made these unruly people dare not get close. Several people went around Yang Jian and wanted to attack from behind, but Yang Jian easily reacted and swept across with a gun, killing one person on the spot and seriously injuring two. "Damn, this is a tricky idea, come on together and don't hold back," someone called out. As soon as the voice fell, the rest of the people came forward and attacked Yang Jian in groups. All kinds of attacks from all directions hit Yang Jian like raindrops. Little Yang Jian's way of dealing with it was also very simple, that is, he rushed in one direction, fought his way out, and tried to avoid being attacked from both sides. It must be said that for a beginner who did not have much combat experience, it was a very rare thing to have such clear ideas and understandings. Chu Yun watched from the side and nodded in appreciation. At this time, he saw that in the crowd at the entrance of the village, not everyone surrounded and killed little Yang Jian. There were still 2 or 3 people who were staring at him, as if they were afraid that he would run away, and it was a bit like they were supporting those unruly people, fearing that Chu Yun would suddenly attack. Hey! When Chu Yun realized this, he couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hands at those people and said, "Don't think too much, you almost made me laugh." He chose not to join the battle in order to support Yang Jian, and the Qianjun realm warriors on the opposite side had the same idea as him. To be honest, the first question that came to Chu Yun's mind at this time was, "Are you worthy?" It can be seen that those Qianjun realm warriors should be the highest level figures in this village. They are used to being bossy. After being ridiculed by Chu Yun, they couldn't sit still. They rushed forward one after another, and a basket of dirty words came out of their mouths, wanting to take Chu Yun down. However, Chu Yun didn't even look at them. While shaking his head and looking away, he flicked his fingers and shot out several streams of light, which pierced through the eyebrows of those people in an instant. There were several plop sounds, and those figures fell to the ground one after another, dying silently. In their self-esteem, their cultivation of Qianjun realm was already considered masters, but in fact, in the eyes of the real strong, they were nothing. And in this delay, Chu Yun saw that the battle situation on Yang Jian's side had evolved more and more fierce. Yang Jian rushed left and right, charging in one direction, always making it impossible for the unruly people to surround him, and the few people who came forward were all killed directly by Yang Jian with the Overlord soul-locking spear. In low-end battles, the power that a good magic weapon can exert is really too important. The weapons in the hands of those unruly people can't even resist a single attack from the Overlord soul-locking spear. As long as the two meet, they will be pierced directly by the Overlord soul-locking spear. Among the group of unruly people, there were also 2 or 3 Qianjun realm warriors who had the means of long-range attack. They had been at the end of the team, hanging far away, using spiritual attacks to sneak attack Yang Jian. But, at this time, it was Yang Jian's turn to use his demon-breaking spirit body. During the previous test, Chu Yun used the power comparable to that of a Wanshai realm warrior, but he was unable to do anything to the demon-breaking spirit body. These few wild warriors in the Qianjun realm were even less worthy of being on the stage. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? Someone couldn't help but curse. With their shallow vision, they had never seen such a powerful weapon, nor had they seen Yang Jian's unique spirit body, which was rare in the world. So the whole battle was a battle that completely subverted common sense for them, and they didn't understand what was going on. And ignorance will cost you your life. After a long time, Yang Jian shot through the last enemy, who was a very wretched Qianjun realm warrior. He had been hanging behind him and used his spiritual power to remotely attack Yang Jian's vital points, such as his eyes, throat, and lower body. In short, he did everything he could, which was very despicable. After the situation was reversed, seeing that the situation was hopeless, this man began to retreat and prepared to escape first, but was still caught up by Yang Jian, who, Yang Jian let out a long breath. Watching the last corpse fall in front of him, he slowly pulled out the tip of the Overlord soul-locking spear. Watching the wisps of soul fragments being tightly bound by the gun body, his mood gradually calmed down. Chu Yun stepped forward, walked past the corpses, came to the side of little Yang Jian, and said, "How do you feel?" "What a waste." Little Yang Jian frowned, thinking about the battle just now, and said, "When I was fighting just now, my emotions were still a little tense, and I didn't let go completely. This caused me to miss many opportunities. The handling of many details can be said to be very unsuccessful. There is a lot of room for improvement." "How many can you recall?" Chu Yun asked with a smile. 6 places. After thinking silently for a while, Yang Jian came to the position just now and said, "The first place is here." At that time, there were 3 people in front of me, attacking me from this position, the side and the front. At that time, someone was chasing me from behind, so I chose to avoid it. But in fact, I could have seized a suitable opportunity when all the enemies from all 4 directions were close to me, and severely injured at least 2 of them at the same time. As he said this, Yang Jian felt deep in his heart and felt ashamed of his poor performance just now. While he was talking, he saw that the figure of the master in front of him actually changed, as if he had a clone technique, and transformed into 3 other figures. "Come, your master will accompany you to practice again," Chu Yun said with a smile. Then, he controlled those phantoms, picked up the weapons of the cunning people from the ground, and completely simulated the scene at that time. Even the positions and postures of each person were the same. After saying start, he controlled the phantoms to kill Yang Jian. Little Yang Jian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that his master had such a skill, and could replicate the scene almost exactly the same as before so accurately. Immediately, he seized the opportunity and moved forward to evade the position. Before Chu Yun's phantom clones were about to collide with each other, he propped the Overlord soul-locking spear to the ground, and jumped up with the pole. While dodging 4 attacks, he swept the spear in midair and hit 2 of the phantoms immediately. "Very good." Chu Yun nodded, very satisfied with little Yang Jian's performance, and said, "Remember this feeling. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, you will know how to deal with it." "Where is the next one?" Little Yang Jian bowed to Chu Yun excitedly to express his gratitude, and then hurried to the other side and said, "The second one is here." At that time, as he spoke, he described the scene at that time and the places where he handled it inappropriately. Then Chu Yun cooperated with him and re-drilled. The same was true for the next few places. After a total of 6 drills, Yang Jian suddenly felt that he had gained a lot. Fighting is to increase one's own combat experience. If you just fight, rely on instinct and subconsciousness to fight, then no matter how many games you fight, the harvest may not be very good. What Chu Yun is cultivating in Yang Jian at this moment is such a good habit of reviewing after doing things. This can make Yang Jian clearly realize what he did not do well in the previous battle, highlight it, and change it on the spot. When facing such a situation next time, Yang Jian will be able to make the most correct response without thinking. Many people say that the combat awareness of masters, but this thing is not innate, and more of it is determined through a lot of training and memory. Of course, in these 6 drills, Yang Jian was not able to get out of the predicament in the best way every time. There was a place where Yang Jian originally chose to avoid, but later he felt that there was a chance to counterkill, so he tried it 7 times, but failed. In this process, Chu Yun did not give an answer, but let Yang Jian find the ideal optimal solution by himself through continuous trial and error. He would only objectively say the main reason for Yang Jian's failure after Yang Jian's attempt failed, so as to guide Yang Jian to establish his own combat thinking. Finally, on the 9th time, Yang Jian successfully passed the level and completed a Jedi counterkill in adversity. When Chu Yun's phantom was broken by Yang Jian, he could hardly help but shout out in excitement. "Great!" Little Yang Jian waved his fist, his face flushed with excitement, and then he suddenly realized that what he had just shattered was his master's phantom clone. It was too unreasonable to be so excited, so he quickly restrained his emotions, bowed respectfully to Chu Yun and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I am very grateful." "You and I are master and disciple, so don't say such polite words." Chu Yun shook his head. Little Yang Jian smiled, then scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and asked, "Master, you have been watching the battle from the outside the whole time, and your thoughts and views should be more comprehensive than mine. From my perspective, I have disclosed 6 places, but in your eyes, there must be far more, right? You can realize this, which is precious. Chu Yun also smiled, with a slight arc at the corner of his lips, patted little Yang Jian on the shoulder, and said, "However, you don't have to consider what the master sees now, because your realm has not yet arrived. Within your ability, correcting these 6 flaws will be perfect. Of course, there must be a better way to do it here, but your realm has not yet arrived, so it is not suitable for you. To make a simple analogy, there is a river in front of you. With the ability of ordinary people, you can swim across, while rich people can choose to take a boat to go across. Strong warriors can walk on the water and run over, and stronger warriors can even fly directly in the air. You are just an ordinary person now. Within your ability, being able to swim over is the best solution. It is also the limit of what you can do within your realm. Master can certainly fly over, but my method is not suitable for you now. Thinking too much will only cause trouble for yourself. Do you understand?" After listening to this, Yang Jian nodded deeply and said, "Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, Master." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Old Village Chief. The battle at the village head started very quickly and ended just as quickly. When the battle subsided, some figures came out of the village and looked out of the village. Chu Yun glanced and saw a few chubby children looking at him with curiosity and nervousness. "Master." When little Yang Jian saw those peers, his heart sank. Those few unruly people just now could almost be regarded as reserve bandits of Black Tiger Mountain, and there might even be formal bandits among them. In addition, these people took the initiative to attack and wanted to take the lives of their master and apprentice. So when little Yang Jian started killing, he had no psychological pressure at all. But these figures at the moment were just little children of his age, and some of them were even younger than him, and about the same age as his sister Yang Xiuqin. If little Yang Jian wanted to attack these children, he would not be able to get over this psychological defense. "Go in and take a look," Chu Yun said, and he had already walked towards the village. Although I heard from the old housekeeper that the villagers in the Black Cloud Mountains and the evil bandits in the Black Tiger Mountain were of the same blood and protected each other, as the saying goes, hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. The facts are right in front of us, so we have to go and see for ourselves. The master and the apprentice walked towards the village and saw the big words Guanyang Village on the stone tablet at the entrance of the village. However, it was a long time ago, and the lines on the surface of the stone tablet have almost been weathered away. "Run!" They have entered the village. Several children were frightened and quickly scattered, running towards the houses on all sides in a mess, and each went back to their own yard. Chu Yun walked in calmly, looking at the way every household stayed at home, and said calmly, "Who is the village chief? Come out and talk." As soon as the voice fell, an old and skinny old man came out from a small courtyard next to the village entrance, trembling, and came to Chu Yun. His body was so weak that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him down. "Old man, are you the village chief of Guanyang Village?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and asked. "I used to be." The old man sighed softly, looked at the corpses outside the village entrance, and said, "The current village chief has been killed by you just now." Chu Yun followed his gaze and saw the man with the highest cultivation among the corpses outside the village entrance, and nodded casually. Then, Chu Yun looked at the old man and said, "From what you said, did this man steal your position as village chief?" "Actually, I gave it up." "There's a word for it. It's called abdication and making way for the wise." The old man had a strange look on his face and sighed softly. "But it doesn't make any difference whether you say it was stolen. Anyway, if I hadn't given up my position at that time, there would have been no peace in Guanyang Village." "Okay." Chu Yun nodded, moved a small stone block from outside the yard, placed it in front of him, and then sat down on it. He looked at the old man with a smile and said, "Then please tell me everything that happened in Guanyang Village." It seemed that he was difficult to say, but also that he could not refuse. "Anyway," the old man sighed, and then began to tell the story. The Black Cloud Mountains are located at the junction of Jingxia City and Danliang City in Daming Prefecture. Because of its special geographical location, many years ago, Danliang City existed as a border city of the enemy country. Later, it was incorporated into the territory of the Tangji dynasty. Therefore, that place has been uneasy since ancient times. In the past 100 years, the Black Cloud Mountains have been in a state of rampant banditry, but before that, there has never been a unified mountain stronghold. Before the appearance of Black Tiger Mountain, Guanyang Village, like the villages in other mountains, was barely able to protect itself and had almost no contact with the outside world. Every now and then, it would be robbed by roaming bandits, and life was extremely difficult. After the appearance of Black Tiger Mountain, the big boss Yun Zonglong set a rule that the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain were not allowed to rob the villages in the Black Cloud Mountains. In exchange, all the villages in the Black Cloud Mountains must provide shelter for the bandits when the Black Tiger Mountain bandits need it, and help them escape the government's search. This is a mutually beneficial thing. Everyone admits this. But to say that the Black Cloud Mountains at this time is a paradise on earth is far from the truth. As the saying goes, there are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. Although the head of Black Tiger Mountain has issued a clear order to prohibit the bandits from robbing the village, it is difficult to change one's nature. The bandits' fierceness will not disappear without a trace and become gentle and elegant gentlemen just because of this order. They will not rob openly in the village, but they have done all kinds of bullying, raping and robbing. The villagers of each village are just tools for the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain to satisfy their personal desires. For the villagers of Guanyang Village, the difference between Black Tiger Mountain and not having Black Tiger Mountain is that before, there was an uncertain group of people bullying them, and now, it has become a fixed group of people bullying them. However, although they are all bullied, but the people of Black Tiger Mountain at least have principles. Under the order of Yun Zonglong, they will not do anything too cruel. This is a huge benefit for many villagers. Therefore, after the establishment of Black Tiger Mountain, the rule of the bandits in various villages has become extremely stable. Although they are also not very good, for the villagers, the grievances they suffer now are much better than their previous situation, so most people can tolerate it. In fact, many of them took the initiative to curry favor with the bandits who entered the village, just to join the ranks of Black Tiger Mountain, and then turn around and squeeze other people in the village. The weaker and more stubborn people who were killed by Yang Jian at the entrance of the village were basically such people. History is really similar. Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Listening to the old man's narration, Chu Yun felt like he was dreaming of his past life. From this description, he seemed to see several very classic film and television characters jumping out of his mind. Then, when he looked at the old village chief of Guanyang Village, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. This is just like the common people who were bullied by the Japanese and the puppet army. Of course, this is just a wonderful metaphor. In fact, the two sides cannot be completely equated. There is no family and country hatred between the old village chief and ordinary villagers and the evil bandits of Black Tiger Mountain. It is just a relationship of the survival of the fittest between predators and hunted prey. Among those people who were just eliminated by my apprentice, how many are from Black Tiger Mountain? Chu Yun asked. Basically all of them. Those who are not, they have been flattering very loudly recently, and they were going to be soon, but now it seems that their dreams will be dashed. The old village chief answered frankly, even with a little humor. Chu Yun smiled and said, there should be many villages like yours in the Black Cloud Mountains, right? Do the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain hide in your village like this on weekdays? Yes. The old village chief nodded again, hesitated for a moment, and said, Hero, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Go ahead. Chu Yun nodded. He had asked others a lot of questions for such a long time, so it was only natural to answer one now. Hearing this, the old village chief pondered for a moment and said, if you are just a knight passing by here, I advise you not to go any further. The bandits on Black Tiger Mountain are very powerful. You are alone with a little apprentice, You can never defeat those evil guys. But if you are a government official who comes to suppress the bandits, then what? Chu Yun asked with a smile. If you are here to suppress bandits, I suggest you capture the leader first. As long as you can capture the big boss Yun Zonglong, the troubles in Black Tiger Mountain will be solved. The old village chief sighed slowly and said, the government has come here to suppress bandits several times before, but as long as Yun Zonglong is still alive, no one in any village dares to expose the people from Black Tiger Mountain, because the government will leave sooner or later, and Yun Zonglong is always there, and they will be retaliated by Black Tiger Mountain if they say it. But, if Yun Zonglong is gone, the stone weighing on the hearts of the people in the Black Cloud Mountain range will be removed, and the government will send people to suppress bandits again. I guarantee that no one will be willing to shelter those beasts. Very good advice. Chu Yun nodded to the old village chief after hearing this. Very courageous. The old village chief smiled dryly, shook his head, and said, I am already half buried in the ground. What's the point of talking about courage? If one day, before I die, I can see the clear sky in Quanyang village again, I will be willing to die. Chapter 171 Go back. As an authentic villager who has lived in the Black Cloud Mountains for a lifetime, the old village chief is illiterate and does not understand any knowledge, but his eyes for looking at the world are still bright. The problem of the evil bandits in the Black Tiger Mountain that troubles the government has only two most difficult points to solve. The first is that the local people are shielding the bandits and colluding with each other. The second is that the top leaders of the Black Tiger Mountain have always been hidden behind the scenes, which makes the villagers extremely afraid. As long as the roots of the Black Tiger Mountain are not pulled out, the ordinary villagers living in the Black Cloud Mountains will never dare to stand up and pull out the bandits in their village, because they still have to live here. After the government leaves, they are afraid of strong retaliation from the Black Tiger Mountain. The suggestion made by the old village chief at this moment can be said to be a sharp point, pointing directly to the core of the problem. As long as the big boss of the Black Tiger Mountain is killed, there will be no place for the bandits in the Black Cloud Mountains. But, the old village chief's words also caused him great trouble. As I said just now, there are many villagers in the village who just want to curry favor with the bandits and bully the villagers so that they can be the superiors. The words of the old village chief undoubtedly gave a very good handle. If anyone wants to lick the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain, they can send the old village chief out as a token of their loyalty. Master, little Yang Jian was very smart and quickly figured out the key points, but he didn't know what to do for a while. Should he rescreen the people present and deal with the villagers who have this tendency? This is a bit inhumane. After all, judging by deeds rather than heart, no one is perfect. If you just have this idea but haven't put it into action, you shouldn't be judged in advance. Chu Yun stepped forward and came to the side of the old village chief. He swept his eyes from the pairs of eyes that were looking out from every household, spoke loudly, and swept the whole village with spiritual power to ensure that everyone could clearly hear his next speech. My master and I are here to suppress the bandits. No matter what you have in mind, wait here for 7 days. Within 7 days, either the banditry will be destroyed or our heads will be hung high above the mountain stronghold. But no matter which outcome it is, you should keep your eyes open and not rush. Chu Yun said in a deep voice. This statement has made it very clear. Even if some villagers want to take the old village chief as a token of surrender, they should not go now. Wait for 7 days. If Chu Yun and his apprentice are killed by the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain after 7 days, it will not be too late for them to send their tokens of surrender. If Chu Yun and his apprentice succeed in suppressing the bandits after 7 days, they should immediately give up their thoughts in this regard, so as not to go the wrong way and fall to pieces. As expected of master, you have thought of such a good solution so quickly. Little Yang Jian showed surprise in his eyes. He was a smart kid, so he naturally understood the meaning of Chu Yun's words. It could be said that he was thinking about the problem from the villagers' perspective and gave the most reasonable suggestion. In this way, the old village chief's life should be saved, if they can win in 7 days. After Chu Yun showed his strength in killing 5 mountain and sea realms with one sword, Yang Jian was already very sure that the evil bandit from Black Tiger Mountain was dead. Thank you very much. The old village chief bowed to Chu Yun. It's a small matter, Chu Yun said, patting Yang Jian on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, disciple, it's getting late, let's keep going." "Yes, master." Yang Jian nodded, followed Chu Yun, and left Guanyang village under the gaze of the old village chief and a group of villagers. However, when Chu Yun walked a distance and confirmed that the people behind him could no longer see their figures, he stopped. "Master, why don't you leave?" Yang Jian was a little confused. "Disciple, let's go back." Chu Yun smiled slightly. "Go back?" Little Yang Jian was stunned for a moment, not quite sure what place Chu Yun was talking about, and said, "Where are we going back? Should we go back to Jingxia City or?" Chu Yun shook his head, touched little Yang Jian's hair lovingly, and said, "You are wrong, silly disciple. Your master wants to take you back to Guanyang village to save people." As he said that, Chu Yun took the lead and took a detour through the woods nearby. Seeing this, little Yang Jian was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and said, "We go back to save people? Why, master? Do you think the old village chief is still in danger? At the latest tonight, he will definitely be killed," Chu Yun said in a firm tone. Why? Little Yang Jian was stunned and said, "Master, you and those villagers have explained the truth very clearly. We are here to suppress bandits, and we will see the result in just a few days. If we win in the end, then those villagers who dared to murder the old village chief, aren't they afraid of our revenge?" In little Yang Jian's view, Chu Yun had made the truth so simple that as long as the villagers were not stupid, they should know what to do. Even if they had bad intentions, they should wait until 7 days later to see who would win or lose between Chu Yun and Haiyu Mountain before making a decision. No. Disciple, you have fallen into a very big misconception of thinking. Chu Yun shook his head, then smiled and said, "I want to take this opportunity to teach you a very important lesson, that is, don't be rigid and use your own way of thinking to fit into other people's choices." People standing on different positions often have completely different reactions and choices when facing the same thing and the same truth. People have different outlooks on life, the world and values. What you think makes sense may be completely opposite in the eyes of others. Take the matter of killing the old village chief as a token of loyalty. The master gave the villagers a choice and asked them to wait 7 days to see what the result of our fight with Black Tiger Mountain is, and then make a choice. In your opinion, this matter makes sense, because you are a reasonable person, and in this matter, you are standing from the perspective of a bystander. However, how people in this situation will view this issue is not certain. Take the villagers of Guanyang village for example. Their growth environment is completely different from yours. Those young people who are now in their 20s have often lived under the shadow of the rule of Black Tiger Mountain since they can remember. This long growth experience is enough to create a deep-rooted concept for them. That is, Black Tiger Mountain is undoubtedly the uncrowned king in the Black Cloud Mountains. Even if the government in the outside world is the largest, in the Black Cloud Mountains, Black Tiger Mountain is the immortal king. In this case, if you are a villager in Black Tiger Mountain, and suddenly 2 outsiders come and say that they are here to suppress bandits and eradicate Black Tiger Mountain, would you be willing to believe them? That is equivalent to challenging the villagers' deep-rooted cognition. Therefore, those villagers who are willing to surrender to Black Tiger Mountain will not fundamentally believe that our master and apprentice have the ability to eliminate the banditry in Black Tiger Mountain. Then for them, the 2 sides of the scale of this choice are completely unbalanced, and it becomes the choice of submitting a letter of surrender after 7 days and submitting a letter of surrender now. And in this case, the sooner this letter of surrender is sent out, the better. If it is too late, it may be preempted by other people with the same idea. After hearing this, little Yang Jian felt very heavy and his breathing was a little rapid. He said, "Why are they like this? Aren't they afraid that we really win? What if?" You also said that this is a one-time thing. For those villagers, it is a very small probability event. Of course, I guess they would not have completely thought of this possibility, but they probably don't really care. Chu Yun shook his head. "Why don't you care? I just killed a lot of people outside the village. Aren't they afraid of me?" Little Yang Jian found it a little difficult to understand. After all, no matter how precocious he was, He was just an 8 or 9-year-old child. He had never seen such mountain villagers before, nor had he dealt with such people. This involves another deeper problem. Chu Yun smiled and said, that is, they will certainly be afraid of you, but they are more afraid of the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain, because, although you all kill people, you kill people with reason, while the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain are often unreasonable. For these mountain villagers, if they make the wrong choice, they can cheat with reasonable people in exchange for opportunities, but if they are put in front of the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain, they will not dare to fart. So, even if we win after 7 days, and these villagers kill the old village chief, they will not necessarily die in front of us, because they can cheat, cry, make a fuss, and beg for mercy. And if they do nothing after 7 days, Black Tiger Mountain wins. Then if they want to send their surrender letter at this time, not to mention that the effect will be much weaker, the people of Black Tiger Mountain may also take the opportunity to make trouble, saying that they do not trust Black Tiger Mountain, and then kill them, which is also very likely. Choose the lesser of two evils. Under such a choice, those villagers who are ready to kill will definitely kill the old village chief. They can't wait any longer. Chapter 172, Digging a Grave. At night, in Quanyang village, after Chu Yun and his apprentice left, the old village chief called out the villagers and went outside the village together to drag the bodies of the Black Tiger Mountain bandits killed by Yangji into the cemetery outside the village. A pig-killing-like cry rang out from the crowd, mostly from the village women, basically the families of the dead bandits. They used to rely on the fierceness of their men to bully the village, and now that their men are dead, the noise they cry is earth-shaking, and their momentum is not reduced at all. That's enough. The old village chief shook his head, sighed softly, and said, after all, they all came from our Quanyang village. Even those mountain bandits are half villagers. Now that they have been killed, they need to be buried properly. Everyone, please dig a pit for each of them and bury them. After the voice fell, the villagers looked at the corpses, and their hearts were heavy and reluctant. After all, these people usually bully people in the village. Most of them hope that these people's corpses will be exposed in the wilderness, and it would be best if the corpses were taken away by wolfhounds. However, after the old village chief finished speaking, he had already taken a hoe and dug a pit in the open space, which played a certain role as a role model. The villagers were also afraid that if they left the corpses alone, the bandits of Haiyu Mountain would come to settle the accounts later, and then they would be in trouble. So they also started digging pits one after another, digging out a dozen pits on the grave. During the process, several thin men would look at the old village chief who was digging the pit silently from time to time with a strange look. Although they didn't communicate with each other, in fact, these people had the same idea in mind. That is, after everyone went back tonight, they would kill the old village chief in the dark, and then go to the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain overnight to inform them and hand in a letter of surrender. Although they didn't ask any questions, they also knew that the message had to be sent quickly. The two killers, Master Chu Yun and his apprentice, had just left Quanyang village not long ago. It would be most valuable if this information was sent out at this time. Although the bandits looked down on them for their weak physique, they were still willing to promote the villagers who made valuable contributions. After all, this would set an example for other villagers and establish a message, that is, there would be meat to eat if they followed Black Tiger Mountain. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. The villagers lit some torches and dug a pit for a long time. Soon, they dug out the corresponding number of graves, and then buried the bodies of the bandits one by one. When the villagers finished their work, breathed a sigh of relief, and prepared to go back to their homes to sleep, people found that the old village chief was still digging pits silently. Uncle Songen, no need to dig. A simple villager came forward, smiled and pulled the old village chief, saying, the bandits have been buried, one pit for each person. You dug too many graves. Not much, not much. The old village chief shook his head. He was old and his physical strength was greatly reduced. It took others a lot of time to dig a whole grave, but he didn't even dig half of it. Now that his hoe was taken away, he was so tired that he couldn't stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. In the end, he was supported by the young villager next to him. He stood up unsteadily, With a faint light in his cloudy eyes, he glanced at the faces of the villagers in front of him one by one and said, "I dug this grave for myself." As soon as he said this, the villagers who were supporting the old village chief were shocked. There was also an uproar in the crowd opposite. Only those few people who had evil intentions had complicated changes in their expressions, but they all kept silent and said nothing. "I know that many of you can't wait until 7 days later. Now that you go back, you are ready to kill me. We are all from the same village. I know what you are planning. I don't blame you." When I said those words to the two outsiders, I was already dead. The old village chief sighed and said, "In fact, we don't have much choice in this matter, or we have no choice at all. If we don't go to the bandits to report the news today, even if it's delayed for a day, the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain will definitely come to settle accounts with us later. I understand your thoughts. Living in this world, we can only do this. So, I will bury you here today for the good of everyone. But, there is one thing that I can't accommodate you. That is, you can't take my head to do a pledge of allegiance. That's not the right way." In the past 20 years, although Black Tiger Mountain has never fallen in the Black Cloud Mountains, the chivalrous knights of the rivers and lakes who suppress bandits and the officers and soldiers of the government have never stopped. We are ordinary villagers in the village. Our lives are a little bit hard and a little bit aggrieved, but at least it is stable. No matter whether it is the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain, the knights passing by, or the soldiers of the government, none of them will kill us. Living in such a world, this is the best result. Therefore, after I die, you can go to the bandits to report the news, and you must go to the bandits to report the news, but you must not dare to go the wrong way and take that road, or you will not have a good end. After the old village chief's earnest exhortation, the villagers looked at him standing alone in front of the newly dug grave, and their hearts were extremely heavy and complicated. Among the 5 or 6 villagers who had evil intentions, 2 or 3 of them closed their eyes, sighed deeply, and were about to give up. But there were 2 others, but in silence, they took a few steps forward and came in front of the old village chief. The 2 men were both quite old, nearly 40 years old, and were thin and frail, but they looked very similar. One of them was called Wang Ji, and the other was called Wang Li. They were brothers, and they were also born with disabilities, one blind in one eye, and the other deaf in one ear. The 2 brothers, among the hundreds of people in Quanyang village, had always been like stepping stones at the bottom of the food chain, and they were humiliated and ridiculed by the bandits on weekdays. Living in such a world, if we don't make some changes, we brothers might as well die. Wang Ji opened one eye, and the other eye was gray and white, and his eyelids could not close. It had been burned and charred. There were many marks of being punched and kicked on his face and body. His younger brother Wang Li, who was beside him, also looked extremely miserable, not to mention the scars on his body. His right ear was actually bald, and there was only a hideous scar at the base of the ear. Someone had cut off the entire ear with a knife. He was deaf in one ear, but not that deaf. But after the bandits learned that he couldn't hear from his right ear, they teased him and said that if he couldn't hear, why did he have an ear? It would be better to cut it off directly. Then, the bandits took advantage of their drunkenness and really went forward to hold Wang Li down and cut off his ear. When Wang Li was screaming in pain, they stuffed the severed ear into his mouth and forced Wang Li to eat it. And Wang Ji's eye was burned because the bandits thought that he was born blind and there was no use keeping it. Maybe burning it with fire could bring him back to life. The cruelty of the bandits is not just as simple as killing people like grass. Their real cruelty lies in not treating people as living people, but just tools for fun. Why? You. The old village chief staggered. He had just thought about who would stand up. It could be the black boy from the butcher's family, or the 3rd kid who was hunting. Those 2 people had wanted to join Black Tiger Mountain for a long time, but they never had the chance. But he never expected that the people who came out were the 2 brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li. Uncle Songan, we 2 brothers have had enough of being bullied like this. Since you don't want to live anymore, can you give us your head? Wang Ji looked at the old village chief. His tone was extremely repressed, and he forced himself to control and maintain it. The words he said were as simple as borrowing an egg from the old village chief. The old village chief was silent, and he slumped on the ground, not knowing how to answer. Even, I don't know how to refuse. Even more, I don't know whether I should refuse. He is willing to die for the sake of the village. Anyway, he has lived so long, and he has lived enough. However, the old village chief is not willing to let someone hold his head as a token of surrender, because in the old village chief's view, in addition to his own unwillingness, it may not be the right path for the person who gets the token of surrender. How can a bandit have a good end? But, for the brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li, the old village chief can't say such words. The villagers living in the Black Cloud Mountains are already miserable, and the brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li, who are born disabled, are even more miserable. When the bandits bullied the two brothers and treated them as two disabled playthings, the villagers were powerless to stop them, or they didn't want to stop them. After all, the bandits always bully people. If they don't bully the two brothers, they will bully others. Who is willing to stand up for them? No one. And now, the brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li want to use his head to exchange for a life without being bullied. Can the old village chief refuse? Should he refuse? The old village chief was at a loss. His lips trembled, and his heart was extremely confused. The brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li lived not far from him. For many days and nights, the old village chief could hear the brothers crying and shouting at home. He wanted to help, but he couldn't. And now, he seemed to be able to help, but letting them become bandits was really helping them? No. Apart from this, do the brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li have any other choice? Do they have any other way to go? Just as the two brothers said, living like this, if they don't make a little change, they might as well die. No matter what kind of change it is better than the current life, right? Anyway, there is no worse situation for them, right? The old housekeeper slowly closed his eyes, and after thinking it through, he opened his collar, revealing his skinny neck, and said to the brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li, "Okay, take it away." Chapter 173 One-Eyed Black Dragon. The old village chief closed his eyes, and at that moment, the noise around him seemed to disappear. There was silence. He waited for his own death with mixed feelings. Although he had imagined this moment countless times, when it came, a dark fear slowly crept into his heart. He heard a cry of surprise. Was his head chopped off? Why didn't he feel anything at all? The old village chief slowly opened his eyes. He found that in front of him, two silhouettes appeared. They were not familiar, but they left a deep impression on him. They were the two strangers who came to the village this morning. Alas, one of them sighed, facing the villagers' astonished eyes, slowly turned around and looked at the old village chief. "You are worthy of the responsibility of the village chief of Guanyang village." The old village chief trembled slightly, and many complex bitterness emerged in his heart. Although he didn't expect Chu Yun to come back, at this moment, his most concerned issue was not this. He pointed at the two brothers Wang Ji and Wang Li and said, "Hero, let them go. They are all poor people who have no choice." Chu Yun was silent, and then nodded, turning his eyes again, looking at Wang Ji and Wang Li. At this moment, the disabled brothers did not have any intense emotions, no despair, no excitement, no fear. The two looked at each other, and then sat on the ground one after another. Their bodies were thin and dry like two pieces of wood, lifeless, and they looked like they had accepted their fate. Although they didn't expect Chu Yun to come back, since the two of them had returned to Guanyang village, it was completely impossible for anyone to tip off the bandits in Black Tiger Mountain. "You really should wait for 7 days." Chu Yun sighed slowly. This was not an exhortation, but a sigh of his own, because this exhortation, an ordinary word, could not change the villagers' inherent ideas, and he was unwilling to continue to waste his breath. "Come out." Chu Yun waved his hand, and the space gate opened. The figure of the gold-digging spirit beast Da Huang jumped out of the space gate. He was majestic and imposing. Although he was not big, his deterrent power should not be underestimated. "In order to prevent you from doing anything irrational in these 7 days, I will let this spirit beast keep an eye on you in these 7 days. If our master and apprentice fail in 7 days, when the people from Black Tiger Mountain come to hold you accountable, you can throw the responsibility on my head." It was because I left the spirit beast to coerce you that you had no chance to tip off, Chu Yun said, and ordered Da Huang to stay here and follow the old village chief. Then he patted the dazed Yang Jian, and the two disappeared into the dark night again one after the other. This time, he really left, after leaving Da Huang behind. No matter who the villagers were, they would never hurt the old village chief again. As for Wang Ji and Wang Li, to be honest, Chu Yun didn't know how to deal with them. As an outsider, all he could do was to dispel the haze that shrouded the Black Cloud Mountains. As for the cruel life of individuals, he was powerless to save what had already happened. I'm sorry to let you see the cruel truth of this world. Chu Yun sighed softly. He looked at Yang Jian beside him and said, but, men are born to face all the cruelty of the world. How do you feel now? Too complicated. Yang Jian took a deep breath and said, everything that comes to my mind is too complicated. I don't know how to say it, but I know, we must eradicate Black Tiger Mountain, not only for the tragedy of our Shun escort agency, but also for these thousands of people. That's right. Chu Yun smiled and nodded, saying, this is exactly what we should do. After the master and apprentice left Guanyang village, they moved all the way to the southeast. On the way, the two also passed by some villages. The situation in Guanyang village is similar. Almost all the villages in the Black Cloud Mountains have been actually controlled by the bandits of Black Tiger Mountain. Naturally, they will not spare their fat sheep passing by. Chu Yun and Yang Jian will also take this rare opportunity to teach them that not all fat sheep are soft and docile, and some will also show their fangs. In one night, the master and apprentice pushed through 2 or 3 villages. In the last village called Shangyan Village, Chu Yun learned a key piece of information. The 8th master of Black Tiger Mountain, One-Eyed Dragon, often appears in one place, that is, Wuking Mountain beside the southeast official road. Before the Black Cloud Mountains were unified by Black Tiger Mountain, there was once a group of mountain bandits in Wuking Mountain. Later, it was annexed and wiped out by Black Tiger Mountain, and it became the territory of the 8th master, One-Eyed Dragon. Because it is not far from the official road, whenever there is any disturbance, they will rush there as quickly as possible. So One-Eyed Dragon often lives in the mountain village of Wuking Mountain. After learning this information, Chu Yun immediately rushed to Wuking Mountain with Yang Jian without hesitation. In the early morning, the sky had just brightened. The night just passed in Wuking Mountain was a night of revelry. After making money, ordinary petty thieves and bandits can often go to nearby cities to enjoy themselves, but a well-known thief like the One-Eyed Dragon is not so free. Whether it is eating, drinking, playing, or any enjoyment you want, you have to do it on your own territory to feel at ease. Unless he does not bring any of his men with him and goes out secretly, he can go out for a secret visit, but such opportunities are still rare after all. At this moment, a feast that lasted all day and night has just ended on Wuking Mountain. Not long ago, the One-Eyed Dragon led the bandits on Wuking Mountain to intercept a large order. The rich harvest is almost second only to the Shun escort agency. According to convention, every time after a huge harvest, the bandits would have a night of revelry to celebrate, which was natural to all of them. After all, who among the bandits didn't put their heads on the belt? They lived from day to day, enjoying the fun of each day, drinking and living a life of drunkenness and dreams. This was what they pursued. In the spacious hall on the top of the mountain, the 3 characters Juyi Hall were hung high, but under this golden plaque, a very dirty scene was revealed. The dying woman who was played with, the corpses who were brutally killed, and the spreading view were all wine pools and meat forests, and there was nothingness everywhere after a crazy revelry. As the sky gradually brightened, a burly middle-aged man with an eye patch on his face stood up and yawned above the hall. He glanced at the women who were motionless like corpses and sneered, "How boring. Wang Lacey, go and bring 20 more women up." After that, a bandit below grinned and said, "Boss, there are no more. We have used up all the stock on the mountain tonight. Now there is no fun." "Damn it, how come it's used up so quickly?" The One-Eyed Dragon cursed. "Are you trying to embezzle money? With your kidney deficiency, can you handle it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits in the hall burst into laughter. Then, someone volunteered, "Boss, I'll go search Wang Lacey's yard. This guy is in charge of these things. He must have saved a lot of people. Maybe those good-looking women were secretly enjoyed by him." Ha ha ha. Stop right there. Wang Lacey got anxious when he heard it. He stood up shakily and was about to chase after them, but when the group arrived at the door of the hall, they found that two figures had appeared in front of the door at some point. Where did you come from, bastard? Get out of the way, don't block my way. The bandit walking in front was drunk and didn't see who the person was in a daze, but he cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light flashed in front of the door, and the head that had just opened its mouth had fallen to the ground. There was a thump sound. Wang Lacey and the other bandits who had chased out were stunned when they saw it. They were drunk and finally sobered up, but before they could react, the sword light shone again, and then blood splashed, driving several heads to fly. Chu Yun held the sword and walked to the door of the hall. Looking at the scene in the hall, his brows frowned, and then he stretched out his hand to stop it. Disciple, don't go in. Why? Little Yang Jian was stunned. It will dirty your eyes. Wait outside. I will catch the one-eyed dragon and give it to you in a while. As he said that, Chu Yun stretched his hand back and gently pushed. Little Yang Jian's figure was immediately pushed to the martial arts field outside the hall by a gentle force. There were corpses lying all the way to the mountain road below. They were Chu Yun who brought little Yang Jian to kill along the way. Who is it? In the hall, the one-eyed dragon frowned. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and while he was speaking, his aura was already raging. His soul light was surging, and it turned into a powerful martial soul, which was actually ranked 7th grade. You know, a mere mountain bandit, a grassroots person who became a bandit, can have the cultivation of the mountain and sea realm, which is already very good, and this one-eyed dragon himself actually has a 7th grade martial soul, which has to be said to be very rare. After all, no matter what kind of power in the Daming Prefecture, a mountain and sea realm warrior with a 7th grade martial soul can be regarded as an absolute backbone force, and even a high level in many places. And this one-eyed dragon, with such a talent, did not take the right path, but became a bandit and killed people without blinking an eye. So what kind of crazy things did he do during his growth? At this moment, there may be an imaginable way. A scoundrel with only one eye? Chu Yun looked at the martial spirit of the one-eyed dragon and said, is this why you are called the bandit nickname One-Eyed Dragon? Boy, if you don't have eyes, don't say it out loud to embarrass yourself. Our boss's martial spirit is a rare 7th grade martial spirit one-eyed black flood dragon. Do you know what a flood dragon is? It's a kind of dragon. In the hall, a bandit chimed in and took the initiative to rebuke Chu Yun for not knowing the goods. As the owner of the one-eyed black flood dragon, the one-eyed dragon was also extremely arrogant. He sneered and looked at Chu Yun with his chin, as if waiting for him to beg for mercy. Dragon martial spirit. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing, shaking his head while laughing. Then, a blazing light suddenly appeared in the hall, turning into a raging flame, instantly igniting the entire hall, and Wu Qingshan was burned to ashes. Chapter 174, Chess Game. Little Yang Jian was alone, waiting in the martial arts field outside the hall. The surroundings were empty, with nothing but the corpses of bandits scattered all over the ground. Before climbing Wuking Mountain, Chu Yun often let him fight against ordinary bandits by himself to hone his combat experience and combat skills. But, since climbing Wuking Mountain, Chu Yun never let little Yang Jian fight again. Little Yang Jian vaguely knew why. Master didn't want him to indulge in hatred too much. Little Yang Jian himself did find this out. After climbing Wuking Mountain, it seemed that everything he saw with his naked eyes might ignite the fire in his heart. Anything he saw, even if it was just an ordinary plant or tree, would remind little Yang Jian of many things and associate it with many things. Father ... eldest brother ... the revenge for killing his father ... the disaster of exterminating his family ... all these scenes overlapped and piled up together, making little Yang Jian feel as if he was controlled by the power of some emotion, and the whole person became completely different from before. Yang Jian knew that it was the power of hatred. In the past, Yang Jian felt that there was nothing wrong with the power of hatred. It could make him more diligent, more hard-working, and more unwilling to admit defeat. These were all indispensable qualities on the road to becoming stronger, and the emotion of hatred could give him these. But now, Yang Jian looked back and finally realized that hatred would also make him lose himself and lose control of his own behavior and emotions. The master brought him here for revenge, not to vent or sink. In this matter, I hope you only get one result, and don't enjoy the process. There is nothing to enjoy, and it will only make you become another person. Thinking back to what Chu Yun had just said, Yang Jian fell silent. He looked at Chu Yun, who walked into the hall, and saw a raging fire in the whole hall. Since the master said that it was dirty there and would dirty his eyes, then burning such a place with fire should be the most ideal way to deal with it, right? Not long after, there was a burst of fighting sounds in the hall, but soon, everything returned to calm. Then, Chu Yun carried a figure and walked out of the Juyi hall that was almost burned to ruins. With a plop, Chu Yun threw a figure in front of Yang Jian. "That's him," Chu Yun said. Yang Jian's body trembled slightly, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a man with only one eye. His face was covered with a hideous scar that spread from the top of his head to his chin. The eye mask on his face had disappeared, and the scarred eye was exposed. "I want you to know who killed you." Yang Jian took a deep breath, clenched the Overlord soul-locking spear in his hand, looked at the one-eyed dragon, and said, "Please spare my life, my dear." The one-eyed dragon cried with a sad face. He was so frightened that he curled up and wanted to shrink himself into a turtle. He didn't even have the courage to look up at Chu Yun. All along, what he was most proud of, and what he was most proud of among the many bandit leaders in Black Tiger Mountain, was that he had a 7th-grade martial spirit one-eyed black dragon. This was the biggest proof that he could grow from a nameless grassroots hunter's son to a giant bandit today. But, just now, Chu Yun's body shook, and the blazing fire tore apart all of the one-eyed dragon's beliefs. Under the blazing dragon flame, the one-eyed dragon's one-eyed black dragon became a lazy snake with only one eye, just as Chu Yun said, twisting and crawling like a loach. But it couldn't be mighty. What a cruel pressure that was. It made the one-eyed dragon feel that he was like a humble grass in the dust, while Chu Yun was like the sun hanging high above the 9 heavens. Little Yang Jian suddenly felt a little disappointed. Looking at the one-eyed dragon, he felt extremely disappointed. In his imagination, the person who could kill his father and destroy the entire Shunfeng escort agency must be an extremely terrifying existence. In little Yang Jian's imagination, he and that terrifying existence had fought countless times in his dreams. But when the dream came close to reality, it was so bleak that people couldn't muster any interest. Little Yang Jian looked at Chu Yun with an inquiring look. "Yeah," Chu Yun nodded. Then, little Yang Jian stabbed out with a gun, which went straight through the heart of the one-eyed dragon and twisted it suddenly. In an instant, the one-eyed dragon's heart broke, and the whole person twitched violently. After shaking twice, everything returned to calm again. The one-eyed dragon died, and the revenge for killing his father was finally avenged. Little Yang Jian raised his head, with mixed feelings, and looked at Chu Yun, saying, "Master, I wanted to tell him who I am. I wanted him to know that he died in my hands." The one who killed him was Yang Jian, the son of Yang Ningzi of Shunfeng escort agency. I wanted him to die in regret, but he doesn't deserve it. Chu Yun shook his head, walked forward, patted little Yang Jian's hair, and said, "Killing him is just a way to mourn your father's spirit in heaven. The person you really want to convey your feelings to is not this vicious bandit, but your father who is no longer in the world. There is nothing good to say to him." You are right. Little Yang Jian nodded, squeezed a smile on his face, and said, "Master, let's go down the mountain. I don't want to stay in Wuqing Mountain for a moment." Chu Yun understood his feelings, so he took little Yang Jian all the way down the mountain. It can be clearly felt that after going down the mountain, little Yang Jian's mentality has changed a lot, and the whole person seems to be more relaxed. No, it was not simply buoyancy, but using this superficial joy to buffer the sadness that was surging from deep in the heart. A tragedy first brought hatred, and when the hatred was eliminated and the great revenge was taken, what was left was endless sadness, and this can only be healed by time. It will gradually fade, but it will never disappear completely. However, Chu Yun is very confident in Yang Jian. He will usher in his own new life. From the moment he knew himself, Yang Jian should usher in a new life, and today is just the beginning. deep in the Black Cloud Mountains, Black Tiger Mountain, on a peak hidden in the mountains and mist, two figures are playing chess. Military advisor, you have won another step. A middle-aged man in white, stroking his beard on his chin, sighed softly. Across the chessboard, a man in a black taoist robe, whose age could not be seen clearly, had an extremely ordinary appearance. He was the type that could not be recognized at first glance in a crowd. At this moment, he placed a white piece on the chessboard, and in an instant, a big dragon appeared from head to tail, reborn in despair, and won an absolute victory. The two men, one wearing black and holding white chess pieces, and the other wearing white and holding black chess pieces, played chess in the morning light on this misty mountain. This scene has a kind of transcendent atmosphere that is out of this world. If you don't tell others about the identities of these two people, I'm afraid that others will mistake them for two immortals playing chess here. Thank you, boss. The man in black bowed and smiled, then slowly picked up his white chess piece, and it seemed that he wanted to play another game. I won't play anymore. Yun Zonglong shook his head and said, it's meaningless if you always win. You are the military advisor of the Black Tiger Mountain. I am definitely no match for you in playing chess. The military advisor smiled and said, boss, why don't you belittle yourself? You and I are here with different divisions of labor. How can we say that one is better than the other? Humphrey. Yun Zonglong sneered twice and played with the black chess piece in his hand, throwing it up and catching it, throwing it up and catching it again. Suddenly, he grabbed the chess piece with his big hand, crushed it into powder, crushed it in his palm, and scattered it in the wind on the top of the mountain. He slammed the table and leaned forward, almost face to face with the military advisor, looking them in the eye, and said, 8 full years have passed. During these 8 years, I don't know how many times I have made requests to you. What do I want in exchange for your permission to let me join officially? Haha. The military advisor couldn't help laughing when he heard that. Facing Yun Zonglong's domineering and oppressive look, he remained calm and collected the chess pieces. He said, boss, please be patient. I have seen your contributions during these 8 years, and I have reported to the higher-ups every time. It won't be long before your requests are met. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Stop fooling around with me. I'm really fed up with you. Yun Zonglong took a deep breath, stared at the military advisor with sharp eyes, and said, at the latest, it will be this month. When you contact them next time, I will get a clear answer. Otherwise, I will not do what you have told me to do. After the words fell, the military advisor slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Zonglong for a while. After a moment, he slowly smiled. Okay. Chapter 175, Ever-Bright Lamp. During the stare-in, the two's eyes were flashing with strange lights, which seemed to contain countless invisible arrows, countless collisions and sharp edges. In the end, the military advisor smiled and agreed to Yun Zonglong's request. Military advisor, it's great. Yun Zonglong laughed immediately, and the gloom on his face was swept away. He instantly became extremely cheerful, and his expression was full of boldness and generosity. People couldn't help but feel surprised when they saw him. I don't know why he could do it so naturally with such a quick change of mood. The military advisor smiled slightly, not surprised, and immediately picked up a tea tray from under the table beside the chessboard. On it was a pot of tea and several teacups. Since coming to the Black Cloud Mountains, he has been with Yun Zonglong, the big boss of the Black Tiger Mountain, for 8 years. Naturally, he is very clear about Yun Zonglong's personality. Because of understanding, he also knows how to control him. As for Yun Zonglong's request to join, in fact, the higher-ups had already agreed to it half a year ago, but the military advisor had been suppressing it and had not said it out loud, because he knew that with Yun Zonglong's temperament, he would be more aggressive in obtaining any benefits, and would only feel satisfied when he finally ate it in his mouth. Therefore, the military advisor deliberately made Yun Zonglong think that this request was finally obtained by Yun Zonglong after he had used some tricks. It's like going to buy something. The ideal selling price of the store is 1,000, and the psychological purchase price expected by the customer is 1,000, but if it is sold directly like this, there will be no fun. Therefore, The sharp store owner will raise the price above the psychological expected price, mark it at 1001, and leave a 100 bargaining space, so that after the customer buys it, he will feel that he has taken advantage, but in fact, not so. How is the mining of the last mineral source going? The military advisor poured Yun Zonglong a cup of tea and asked, "Everything is going according to plan, so you can put your mind at ease." Yun Zonglong snorted twice, picked up the teacup, drank it all in one gulp as if drinking wine, then wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, squinted his eyes at the military advisor, and said, "So, this is the final preparation, right? If this mineral source is exhausted, my Black Cloud Mountains will no longer exist. Don't worry, boss." The military advisor smiled, knowing what Yun Zonglong was worried about, and said, "The higher-ups have been planning outside Jinxia City for 8 years, and their intentions are not just this. The value of the Black Cloud Mountains and the Black Tiger Mountains is far more than this. After this matter is over, we have more important things to give you, okay? In this world, being useful to others is the greatest blessing, better than being treated as garbage and thrown aside after use, brother. Don't you think so?" Ha ha ha. Yun Zonglong laughed loudly, with other meanings in his words, but he was relieved after all. 8 years ago, the military advisor came to Black Tiger Mountain and injected new strength into the newly unified Black Cloud Mountain range. He assisted the big boss Yun Zonglong and used various means to consolidate the dominance of Black Tiger Mountain in the Black Cloud Mountain range. He looked like a diligent and responsible think tank. But little did people know that although this military advisor was a think tank, he was not just Yun Zonglong's think tank. He came to the Black Cloud Mountain range to represent another force and another purpose. Yun Zonglong knew how terrifying that force was just by glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. When he realized the background of the military advisor, he, the big boss, could not easily get out of this matter. He could only continue to move forward step by step according to the route planned by the military advisor. During these 8 years, that force had been issuing some orders through the mouth of the military advisor. The most important of these was to extract a unique mineral source in the Black Cloud Mountain range, the Black Spirit or vein. Now, after years of extraction, the Black Spirit veins in the Black Cloud Mountains are close to exhaustion, and Yun Zonglong is most worried that the military advisor and the forces behind him will kill him after this. Therefore, Yun Zonglong was uncharacteristically forced by the military advisor to agree to let him join that force directly in a more radical way. The military advisor agreed and pointed out directly that Yun Zonglong still has enough value for use. Although this is not a good thing to say, it is enough to make Yun Zonglong feel at ease. After all, as he said, as a bandit, you lick blood on the tip of a knife and fight to the death, all for the word profit. As long as he can still create benefits for others and as long as he is still useful, then he has nothing to worry about. Big boss, military advisor, it's bad. At this time, a cry of surprise came from the foot of the mountain, and then a mountain bandit ran up in a hurry, panting and saying, "There is news from the Chinden Hall that the chiming lamps of the 6th and 8th boss have been extinguished." As soon as the voice fell, Yun Zonglong and the military advisor looked at each other and frowned. Chinden Hall is a very special facility on Black Tiger Mountain. It was not set up by this group of bandits themselves, but a relic that existed before and was discovered and used by them. The entire Black Tiger Mountain can actually be regarded as a small relic, with formations protecting the periphery. There are many objects handed down from ancient times inside, and this Chinden Hall is one of them. Its biggest function is to allow warriors to leave a trace of soul in it and light the Qingming lamp. When the warrior dies, his own soul is annihilated, and the Qingming lamp in the Chinden Hall will go out. People often say that death is like the extinguishing of a lamp, and in this Chinden Hall, the extinguishing of the lamp means that the person is really dead. Let's go and have a look. Yun Zonglong stood up suddenly, took the lead, flew into the air, and flew straight to the location of the Chinden Hall. Behind him, the military advisor flicked his long sleeves and followed. They arrived at a mountain wall located halfway up the mountain. The mountain was hollowed out, and there was a cave inside. In the deepest part, there was a statue whose face could not be seen clearly. There were 18 kinds of weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, all held in his arms, and on each weapon, there was a wick. Among them, some wicks were still burning, while some had just been extinguished. It really went out. Yun Zonglong's face was ugly. There were only 10 lamps in the Chidan Hall, corresponding to the 9 bandit leaders and military advisors. At a glance, you can see who is in the corresponding position. Now, the long burning lamps representing the soul-breaking sword of the 6th master and the one-eyed dragon of the 8th master had green smoke coming out of the wicks, just like they had just been extinguished. Hayu Mountain has been rampant in the Black Cloud Mountains for so many years. Although it can be said that there are many talented people, those who can sit on the position of bandit leader and hold a chair are the most core figures. Usually, the death of such a person is a big deal, but now, 2 people died at once, which is a heavy blow to the entire Black Tiger Mountain. Damn it! Yun Zonglong roared angrily, like an enraged lion, with flames burning in his eyes, and suddenly punched the mountain wall, causing the whole cave to tremble and the dust on the top of the head to fall. The military advisor's face was not good, and he said, Old 6 and Old 8 were very close to each other. Now they died together. They must have been killed by the same person or the same force. It seems that before we get any news, someone outside has already attacked our Black Tiger Mountain. This is very bad news. In the past, before the government was ready to attack the Black Cloud Mountains, Black Tiger Mountain was always able to get the news in advance through a special intelligence network and make evasive responses. So many years have passed, and nothing has gone wrong, but this time, Black Tiger Mountain didn't hear any signs of trouble in advance, and someone attacked them. This means that the direction of the development of things has been running in a direction they didn't expect. I'm afraid it won't be the government. The big boss shook his head and said in a deep voice, In Jinxia City, we have planted a lot of spies. If those commanders or other big shots want to move us, we can't be completely clueless. The enemy coming this time must be extraordinary, and we must be on guard. Could it be Danliang City? The military advisor thought further. Their arrangements over the years have been mainly to deal with Jinxia City, and they have paid relatively little attention to Danliang City, which is farther away. If it is a sudden attack by an unknown person, the possibility of the government of Danliang City will be even greater. However, too little is known now, and all the information is unknown. It is difficult to determine the target of suspicion by guessing out of thin air. Yun Zonglong took a few deep breaths and said, Now, of the 9 leaders, 4 are on the mountain and 5 are outside. The 6th and 8th are dead. The 2nd, 5th and 9th who are still outside may also meet with a misfortune at any time. We can't just sit there and wait for death. What do you think, big leader? Asked the military advisor. Let the brothers on the mountain gather together first, and let the fastest 7th go out to explore the situation and find out some information first, and then make other plans. Otherwise, it will be nothing but talk. As Yun Zonglong said this, he glanced and was surprised to find that the long burning lamp in the Chidan Hall, which represented the 7th leader's great thief, had gone out without knowing when. Yun Zonglong's nerves were instantly tense, his eyes were full of shock, and he looked at the military advisor in extreme surprise. The military advisor was also greatly shocked, and the feather fan in his hand was clenched straight, making a creaking sound. The 2 of them looked around at each other, extremely alert, as if a group of people would emerge from the invisible shadows and attack them at any time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.